Boundary, New Zealand 4 for the wicket off the first ball.
And great intent from New Zealand again. These two carrying on where they left off in the last game. Seifert playing a massive drive at a ball that's just shaped away a little bit and got a thick enough edge to pass the slip and race away for 4.
Indeed, so New Zealand unchanged, but South Africa have made a change to their lineup, and in comes Corbin Bosch. George Linder is the man who misses out today, but that's the only change. Seifert on 4, next delivery, again edge, as a wider slip this time, and this time more, just a little bit closer perhaps to where that ball's ended up, so just dragged back in. Learning from the previous shot from Seifert, if you can call it that, an edge down there towards third. It's just a single on this occasion, so it's 5 for no wicket.
And Ngidi bringing his length back, still a little bit of shape and more of a defensive push from Seifert there, and almost in the outstretched arms of the tall Marco Jansen. But South Africa doing really well here in the sense that they've put Tristan Stubbs, their quickest fielder, down at short third man with a shorter boundary, obviously understanding the dimensions of this ground. And
he is quick, isn't he? I mean, he's flying around there. I mean, he'd be so annoyed, got so close to that first one.
Yeah, he is rapid and he loves his fielding as well. He loves diving around. Took a fantastic catch in the previous game in South Africa. A must-win catch as well. A big catch to sort of change the game as well. So yeah, very good fielder. South Africa are a good fielding unit, let's be honest. They always tell themselves around.
What are you trying to tell me? Not all cricketers enjoy fielding, David? Dear.
Yep, I'm up there.
Finn Allen faces his first ball, goes deep in his crease, a little push and run. They go through again, as you say, the positivity of this pair, just pushing and running a single there. That only went up there to mid-on. And fairly close in at that as well.
Yeah, when you have two players like this that are so aggressive and always want to take the game on, the fielders generally sit back on the circle. They're always looking for those shot stoppers, the catches on the ring, so you're able to knock the singles around. But these two always putting pressure on the bowlers allows them to score singles as well. 6
for no wicket midway through the first over. Genuine fascination with these two teams meeting here, because a tone is going to be set in a competition where, I mean, we've just heard, I think that was Mitch Santner saying a little bit earlier, you know, that there are no gimmies in this format. This one is driven up to wide mid-off for no run. There are, I think, 2 or 3 teams, maybe just a couple, and I'm not going to name them because I'm in such a good mood today, that maybe just a little bit below the line, but the rest certainly have shown themselves to be capable of pushing the biggest nations, which is fantastic, of course.
It is, and it's great for the game. We want to see the game grow. We want to see different nations participate in these World Cups, and so far it's been absolutely fantastic, and hopefully that will encourage players to keep improving and get to this stage. Yeah,
and of course then on the debate of how can they do that and making sure they play in between these World Cups, of course. Seifert on 5 and Ngidi bowls width on that one, goes to play at it, very gets an edge. What a look from bowler to batter there, as if to say, ooh, you nearly got a nick on that one.
Yeah, and Ngidi probably not happy with the big shot. It looked like he was trying to hit that out of Ahmedabad, but gave him the stare, and Seifert staring right back at him, not giving him an inch. And this has been a fascinating contest already. And Ngidi, usually the first over is probably your easiest over to bowl as a bowler. You're not expecting the batters to come so hard, but these two so far have tried to put Ngidi under a hell of a lot of pressure.
Just trying to think about other sports where the stare is so impactful. Seifert on 5, make that 6 onto the onside. Doesn't make sweet contact with it, but enough to get a single. So that's the first over down. 7 runs coming from Seifert on 6, Allen on 1. But the stare, I'm just thinking about in other sports, team sports especially, just the stare. I suppose rugby union. Yeah, rugby union can have a pretty big stare. Who's the most frightening stare you can think of? Go on, I know you're still playing. It's a bit of a tricky one for you. Maybe somebody's not playing anymore.
Yeah, well, this was actually quite a while ago. Mananta Haywood that played for South Africa. I used to be, when I had this bad habit, if someone bowled me a good ball when I was younger, I used to sort of nod at them and say, well bowled, a bit like Marnish Lamashane at the moment. And I remember him walking down to me and saying, if you do that to me again, the next one's going somewhere else. And I was a little bit nervous after that, and I stopped doing that straight afterwards.
And when you say a little bit nervous, I wonder what shot you did play. And how close were you to the stumps? Maybe just backed off a little bit there, I don't know.
And he was quick as well. It wasn't like he was bowling military medium and you could sort of have a little dip at him after, but he was a bit scary.
Rabada, I don't know why I'm laughing, it's frightening just to hear the story. Seifert's on 6, Rabada bowls and tucks away onto the onside. And dot the start of this second over. I do love the contest though between obviously bowlers and batters, and when it gets just a little bit tasty, I'm a bit sensitive, I don't like think too much, but just enough out there. I can think of all sorts of things. I remember Jimmy Anderson bowling Joe Root in a county championship match, and I've never seen Jimmy celebrate quite so much, really. It's those little moments for players. Seifert on 6. Rabada in bowls, and that's worked away behind square on the leg side. There's a man down there just in the right spot, and therefore it won't be a boundary, it will be just the one run.
I actually think I played that game. I think I played in that 4-day game. I think Jimmy had just been dropped, I think, for the Ashes, or after the Ashes, and he'd come back and he cleaned Joe Root up, who was still captain at the time. He'd nicked me off earlier in the day and just laughed at me as I ran past, so I didn't get much of a celebration. That's how much he rates me.
Well, Jimmy's a good man, but you don't want to get on the wrong side of him. He's a very good man, 99% of the time. The other time you just keep out of his way when he's got the look. 8 for no wicket. 2 balls into the second over. Finn Allen on 1. Rabada now bowling to him, right arm to the right-handed batter. A little fiddler in that one. They're trying to get something off every ball here, aren't they?
They are. Rabada bowling slightly differently to Lungi Ngidi. He's not trying to swing it by the looks of it. Looks like he's bowling more of a wobble seam, trying to extract a bit of movement of the seam, and Ngidi giving it a little bit more air and pushing it up a bit, trying to get a bit of swing. And Rabada looks like he's going back to what's worked for him all the years, and it's been a quiet tournament for him so far, and probably a frustrating one in the last game, so just going back to what he knows.
Interesting response again from Allen. He knew that ball had the better of it. Terrific delivery. Wonderful bowling first up here. Allen facing down the leg side. He went right across his stumps to try and scoop that one away, ramp it away. Didn't get anything on it through to the keeper. I don't think he got anything. Maybe just a little bit of a bottom edge through, but this is what a wonderful game already. Terrific. Bowler versus batter here, and all of them at their best.
Yeah, it is. Finn Allen taking the gamble there. Rabada bowling 3 balls on the length and gambling again that it would be in the same spot, and decided to play the scoop, and Rabada must have seen him going because he's fired in a Yorker down the leg side.
Finn Allen facing his 4th delivery on 1 at the moment. Rabada asking so many questions into the pads around about the leg stump. Well, he may be trying to get that ball away, but this is wonderful bowling. Look, just a single from it, all dots, just the one before and the 3 after. Wonderful bowling.
Yeah, and New Zealand, this is probably the first time in the tournament that they haven't got off to a flyer and things going their way. South Africa keeping incredibly tight, considering in the last game the first 3 or 4 overs were probably their weakness, and they've obviously gone away, had a look at what they could have done better, and it's been a fantastic start for them so far. The field's still staying the same. I can't see Finn Allen trying to block this one and get out of the over, so something could, or it feels like something could happen this ball.
Okay, Allen on 1. Rabada in bowls, right on the toes there of Finn Allen. He does well to get that away on the onside of straight. Maharaj with the left arm throw. Finn Allen and Rabada, they don't exchange too much, not even looks, but they exchanged a silence there which spoke volumes. Seifert's on 7, Allen on 2, and notice that I think it was Aidan Markram just caught just at the beginning there. He did say that following that close game the other night with the double super over, that did take some getting over, emotionally for them as well. Perhaps there was, what do you call it when the nets, voluntary nets, maybe just the following, just something, just let them cool down a bit. That was a big game for them to recover from, wasn't it?
It would have been an emotional roller coaster for them. Probably 4 or 5 instances in that game where they probably thought they'd lost it, then won it, then lost it again, then won it, and a couple of super overs. It would have taken a hell of a lot out of them.
Ngidi continues to bowl width, and that's up and over the offside. 1 bounce, there's nobody out there square at the deep cover point boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, that'll feel just a little bit better for Finn Allen. He moves to 6. New Zealand 13 for no wicket in the 3rd over.
Yeah, always good to get your first boundary out the way. Finn Allen been a little bit quiet in his first 5 or 6 balls there, and Ngidi actually dishing up probably the worst ball he's bowled so far in his spell, a wide floaty half volley with the whole of the offside filled up, so he'd want to be a little bit straighter from this ball and challenge that off stump slightly more.
Run a ball 6, and the skipper having a word with him here. Early time to have a word with your bowler, surely. What do you think might have been the concern there for the skipper?
Well, it's probably just whether he wants third man up and point out.
Okay, Ngidi into Allen, in and bowls, width again, goes the same area, same thing, except this time it's 2 bounces, then rolls into the boundary sponge. Well, whatever they were talking about, it made no difference. Virtually the same area for the ball to be struck. Allen moves to 10, 17 for no wicket.
Yeah, I'm sure that conversation was not about bowling short and wide again. We'll ball before a bit full. This one he's dragged his length back, but same length, same line. Sorry. So, be interesting to see whether they do change the field. That might have been the discussion before, where they bring the third man up and drop deep point and sort of cut that sort of percentage option out.
17 for no wicket, third over. Finn Allen now on to 10 with 2 boundaries. Let's see. That's Fuller straight down. Did he get a fingertip on that? That's gone straight into the stumps of the far end. I don't think he did. He's got a cheeky look on him, as if to say, well, I've just remembered there are a lot of cameras here, so I won't claim that one. Mind you, I think the umpire wants to have a look. The on-field umpire just wants to have a check of the third umpire, whether he got his fingertips on it. It's driven straight back at the stumps. It did go rattling into them. I didn't think he got anything on it, but let's wait and see.
He appealed like he had, and then it looked like he pulled the appeal back, and now everyone's sort of confused whether he did or not. So it's going to be a tough one for the third umpire to have a look at, unless there's a big deflection.
Yeah, we had one yesterday which showed that we got nowhere near the bowler, and they did very much appeal for that one. So you've got to be a little bit careful here, but it may prove.
Yep, it goes over his foot, does it, or does it go? Just roll that as it goes near his foot. So his hand's got nowhere near it, but does it touch his foot? Goes very close, but I've got no evidence to say it's actually touched his foot at the moment.
This is Rod Tucker, by the way, the TV umpire we're hearing.
Keep rolling through, keep rolling through. Now we can check this with Ultra Edge as well, so we'll check it with Ultra Edge, please.
It's whether it just touched his
Ultra
boot
Edge coming
right
up.
Just there before it then flipped up and over.
On that, I've got a clear gap between foot and ball.
There is a big gap.
So we've got no contact with the body.
I say a big gap. So there is a gap. I'm not going to be overly critical of the appeal on this occasion. It wasn't as ridiculous as yesterday's. Whether he felt that on his boot or not, I don't know. It went back at him really quickly. It is not out either way. I think I overheard a bit of an ooh from you on the fact there was Ultra Edge to be used on whether the ball had hit the boot or not.
I've never seen that before. There's no way of hiding now. You can't cheat the system now, if you want to put it that way, and hold your hands up on, not for 1 minute saying Ngidi was in any way or form cheating.
I know. Allen on 10, 17 for no wicket midway through the third over. And that's driven to extra cover. Oh, slight misfield. Does it allow them to go through for one? No, they decide better of that. No, it's not cheating. It's just asking questions that maybe you won't bother asking anymore. That's more it, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what you want. You don't want this in the game in any sense of form. You want guys who are appealing when they think it's out. Same with the catches. You want to be able to take the word off fielders more often than not, and sort of only use technology in really crucial parts of the game, or when it's really needed.
I guess if you're Finn Allen, the other part of that is you got really annoyed. He struck that ball really quite well, didn't he? Straight into the stumps at the other end.
He did, cost himself 4. He picked the slower ball. And he actually played it well, and that was Ngidi's go-to in the last game, which he did so well. So I'm pretty sure New Zealand would be set up for that, and that's his go-to under pressure so far.
Ngidi with 2 balls left of this over, bowling to Finn Allen on 10. It's been an eventful over this. Now he's gone straight, but this is high. How far? It's gone a long way up. Comes down way back. Lower tier, but way back in that tier there for a 6. On to 16. The Kiwi opener. 23 for no wicket, 1 ball left of the third over.
Slower ball from Ngidi, well picked by Finn Allen, and he's absolutely smoked that back over his head. I was just saying about how it was his weapon and his go-to in the last game. Whenever he was under pressure, it would be the slow ball, but Finn Allen's picked that beautifully. If anything with Ngidi there, he's just been a little bit wide in this over, and he probably wants to get his line slightly straighter.
3 fours, 1 6 in the innings so far. 23 for no wicket, 1 ball left of the third. Finn Allen's on 16, and Ngidi in and bowling on the leg stump. Worked away nicely. Neat little shot that, you know. We saw brute power on that previous delivery. Lovely little working of the ball for a very expensive over from Ngidi, and Finn Allen has tucked in. 27 for no wicket after 3 overs. Really enjoyed that shot. Placement as well.
Yeah, it was. Ngidi overcorrecting again, going a little bit straighter than probably the line he should have been bowling for the whole of the over, and Finn Allen has just timed that through square leg. No one on the boundary, and they've got a mid-wicket in, so fantastic shot from him, and the momentum has changed for New Zealand here. These two guys who really want to get after the bowling were stifled a little bit in those first 2 overs, and they've just managed to break the shackles here and you know, all pressure on South Africa.
84 not out for him against the UAE in Chennai last time. And of course, it out for just 1 against Afghanistan. But he comes into this off the back of a terrific big bash. There's Finlay Hugh Allen. What a very fine name. 26 years of age. Born in Auckland. This time it's Seifert. Now, has he got enough of this? And he has some. Into the boards is another 6. Over long on this time. We know what they're capable of, but it still takes nothing away from the sheer delight and joy, as long as you're not the bowler, of seeing some of these shots.
Brilliant to see, brilliant to watch. Usually as a batter you want to have a look to see what the new bowler's doing. Marco Jansen into the attack, tall fella, bowls a really heavy ball and can swing it, but Seifert just clears his front leg and almost flat bats it straight over his head for 6, and South Africa really under pressure again here.
What's his height supposed to be? That's just a replay we're seeing in the previous shot, isn't it? It is indeed. He's a tall lad, isn't he?
He is tall, and he's very imposing. I mean, he's a skinny fella, really, when you stand next to him, but he's tall. It feels like, and I'm 6 foot, and I feel like I don't even get past his shoulders.
In that case, I'm up to his waist then, aren't I? Seifert's on 13, 33 for no wicket, 4th over. Now he's getting top edge. I think he has. Jansen is confirmed by the umpire, has the wicket of Seifert. Top edge through to the keeper, and a catch taken by de Kock, goes for 13 off 9, breakthrough in the 4th over. New Zealand 33 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled by Jansen. Both these batters so far have been targeting down the ground, and the first ball from Jansen slightly fuller, and he's hit over his head. Seifert here going again, trying to hit him over his head, and Marco Jansen dragging his length back, and it's sort of rushed him a little bit, sort of top edgy, straight through to the keeper. So a great timely wicket for South Africa here. New Zealand were just breaking away, so yeah, South Africa back in the driving seat, 33 for 1 off the 3.2.
Okay, I've got to do a conversion here because I've just brought his height up in meters. I'm going 6'8" apparently. Wow, really? Gosh.
Yeah, he's extremely tall. Yeah, he's actually, and he's a lovely fellow as well. I was fortunate enough to play with him in the Eastern Cape teams, Eastern Cape Sunrisers down in the South African tournament. Funny enough, before every single game on the bus, he ate a pizza on the way to the game. He ordered a pizza, walked on the bus, and smashed it on the way to the ground. Yeah,
but was it thin crust or classic? It's a big difference.
I don't think I went too far into asking. Okay, I just saw him at the back of the bus with the pizza every single game, and I was a bit like, geez, I can't see me bowling 4 overs after smashing a pizza.
Oh, no. No, well, I couldn't, but I'd still see myself eating a pizza. Sounds nice. Though.
Maybe after a game.
I wonder what the toppings were. You've no idea. You've done half a job here, David. I want to know what the toppings were.
Yeah, I've done half a job.
Maybe it'd have to be vegetables, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be the pepperoni, surely. Otherwise, we'd be wanting drink. Thirsty all afternoon as well. So it'd probably be vegetables, I imagine. 33 for 1. 2 balls into the 4th over. Ravindra goes out there to the middle. Left-handed Ravindra. And Jansen bowls to him now. Played nicely up to wide, it on for a single, so he's off the mark. Well, the breakthrough and needed. They had the look of doing something really special as an opening pair, that Seifert and Finn Allen. Yeah,
they did, putting pressure on South Africa. It's the timely wicket for Marco Jansen and Aiden Markram, and hopefully, especially with Ravindra just in now, he's been a little bit short of runs the last little time, so it'll be interesting to see how they can put pressure on him and how he goes about his business. This wicket definitely does get easier to bat on when it does get a bit dewy later in the evening, so New Zealand are going to have to post a big score here.
South Africa did win the toss, decided to have a ball first, put New Zealand in with that, no doubt, very much in their mind. 34 for 1. Midway through the 4th over, Jansen cheered on by the crowd. Into Finn Allen, little fiddle of that, there is a slip there wide, beats him. That flew past him, and into the boundary for 4, down at 3rd.
Fantastic ball from Jansen, just running across him a little bit. Finn Allen almost staying a little bit leg side and jumped away a little bit there and sort of tried to angle that down, but he caught the sort of the outside edge, a thin outside edge, and they don't really have a slip, but they've using their 3rd man as sort of a fly slip to some extent. He's on the ring, and that was just too quick for him to stop.
Yeah. So a little bit of fortune. We've seen some real bludgeoning and timings from Allen. A bit of everything in his 24 so far. Now he's gone aerial there away on the leg side, but I think he should have enough on that. Comes down, yes. I say he should have enough. It actually comes down a little bit closer than I thought. I was going to fly into the stands. Tristan Stubbs out there. It is. I mean, in fairness, he jumped as high as he could, but he was up and over the top of him, into the boards. Did he get hold of this properly or not?
Oh, it looked like it was quite high on the bat. Good option though, shorter square or longer square. I'm not really sure with the short boundaries here, but Tristan Stubbs, nowadays, when you hit the ball in the air and the fielder's on the boundary, your heart's always in your mouth, and he's had a great effort to get that. He was sort of horizontal again over the boundary, trying to flick it back. Fantastic effort.
Can you imagine if he had to flick that back? He'd been on his back. I mean, he really had bent over double end to try and get to that. Terrific effort, though. Worked onto the onside dot ball from Finn Allen there. So that's 4 overs completed. That was a busy old over, wasn't it? What have we got there? 6, 7, 11 and 17. Oh, it's his first over. I wish I would look at that first. 17 runs from his over, but it's good to show you workings. And yeah, plenty going on here, as we hoped we would get. 44 for 1 after 4 overs, New Zealand.
Yeah, it's been a good tussle so far. As I said earlier, New Zealand losing the toss, with it getting dewy a little bit later, easier to bat, so they're going to be under pressure to get to that 180 score. Red soil wicket, which means there's a little bit more bounce and it might grip a little bit before the dew starts taking effect. So New Zealand want to get right ahead of this game, and so far they've been fantastic at putting South Africa under pressure.
Indeed so. Now, has Mitch Santner been brought in? No, well, they're just showing a row graphic there at the moment on our screen. It was a bit confusing for me. 44 for 1. Rabada coming into bowl to Ravindra. Bowls and punched out there square on the offside for Ravindra, who will move to 2. I hope he's fully well. I think he was a little unwell just 10 days ago. There's a little bit of doubt as to whether his availability early on in the tournament, but hopefully that is all behind him, and he's fully fit out there alongside Finn Allen. Yeah, but 17 runs coming from that Marco Jansen over, but a wicket as well. 1 for 17. There were 2 sixes and 1 4 in that over. The wicket to have gone down is Seifert. He's been dismissed. Now it's Allen, who's looking good for his 30. Rabada, well, I'm not too sure what happened there, but just in the point of him about to bowl, just flew out of his hand. Nice control there, so we'll have a go on that one again. Tim Seifert caught the cock, bowled Jansen for 13 off 9 balls. 1-4-1-6. So, you know, you think to yourself, oh, you know, Seifert wasn't out there for very long, but still he's on the boundary for a 4 and a 6. They don't mess about, do these New Zealand boys. 45 for 1 in the 5th over. Handing over to Tash and to bat at the end of this 5th over. Good to hear from them. Back for the 2nd time today. I don't think we got a chance to hear Tash early on. So busy after that first game. Another single here off the 2nd ball of the over. So Finn Allen moves to 31 of 15. 46 for 1. 2 balls into the 5th over. This is the power play, of course, which lasts 6 overs. Where are we these days with how many wickets you can afford to lose? To start off with, it was 2. Then it's up at 3 now. 3 and 3 and you're still okay?
Well, I would always say
Ravindra on 2. Rabada defends that one back to the bowler.
I would always say it's hard, especially if you're batting first, if you lose 3. I think when you're chasing, it's slightly easier because you've got the score in front of you. You can pace your chase really well. You can understand when to go and when to sit deep and when to soak the pressure. When you're batting first, especially on a wicket where you know that can get better, you have to take that gamble. So as soon as you're 3 down, it puts you under pressure in the middle to understand when to go. Because if you leave it too late, then you leave yourself under par. But if you go too early, you risk losing wickets. So that's the challenge of batting first, and that's why teams like to chase so many times now.
Ravindra's on 2. Rabada bowls shorter in the air. Player comes in. That's Markham. Way over Rabada, and it falls pretty safely. But that was good fortune for Ravindra. That really could have gone anywhere.
It was brilliant from Rabada, changing it up here, using the bouncer up at 145.8 kilometers per hour, 90 miles per hour, and Ravindra trying to pull that, and it's just hurrying him up a bit and hit the splice of his bat. And so is the luck of Rabada so far in this tournament, that it's just landed right over his head. He turned around trying to get it and couldn't reach it, and landed just short of the incoming fielder from mid-on. But hopefully things change for Rabada soon.
Ravindra's on 2. This is the 5th ball face. Goes this time on the offside. Out there over extra cover. Nobody out there to cut that off. That's 4 runs. And it brings up the 50. 50 for 1. 1 ball left to the 5th.
Yeah, good from Ravindra after a bounce of the ball before. Rabada going slower ball, the slower leg cutter, and he's found a way of getting that over the offside. They've got a deep point, but he's behind square, and he's managed to get that right in front of square, and couple of bounces for 4. But this is brilliant from New Zealand. They're still taking the attack. They're attacking this power play, and they're putting South Africa under a lot of pressure.
They are indeed. With some fortune, but you've got to have a little bit of that go your way as well. Rabada into Ravindra. Angles that away down towards 3rd. There is a man down there. And that will complete 5 overs. 51 for 1. Ravindra on 7. Allen on 51. Any quick thought from you before Matt will pick up?
Well, great start from New Zealand. South Africa would be happy with that 1 wicket. Probably would have wanted 1 or 2 more in that. But if you want to be honest, they probably bowled a little bit wide. Whenever they brought those stumps into play, they've really challenged New Zealand. So after this last over of the power play, where they're going to have to try and find a way of taking a wicket and putting New Zealand under pressure, and then go back to those slower bowlers afterwards. So it's going to be a fascinating period of play in this next 5 overs.
Certainly will. Thank you, David. Thank you, Kevin. So far, this game living up to its billing, isn't it? The top 2 in Group D. 51 for 1. 5 overs in New Zealand. Here's Marco Jansen. And he's scooped by Rachin Ravindra into the stand over fine leg. It was a premeditated shot. Very, very clever shot. He knew where the ball was going to be, which was outside off stump. It was almost a perfect length for him, and he got the middle of the bat on it. It's a maximum for him.
Yeah, what a brilliant shot from Ravindra. He hasn't yet got going with the bat in this tournament. He's a very good player of spin, and that's why he's so good at those paddle scoops. 65 metre 6. That's the 306th of the tournament. A brave shot, but puts Jansen on the back foot after picking up the 1 wicket so far.
He looks focused, Ravindra, as he sets up. He edges this, and he's caught really well. Fantastic catch by David Miller, who was in a very interesting position. He was a sort of fly slip, really, on the ring, maybe around about a 4th slip line, and he had to move to his right and dive forward. It was a thick edge from Ravindra, who goes 6 and out. He's gone for 13.
What a catch from Miller's. To his right, Jansen keeping the ball up there, not fazed by that paddle scoop in the previous delivery. And Miller, that is an excellent catch at short third, because they come so quickly at you at short third. He was nice and fine, got 2 hands around the ball, comfortable catch. Ravindra has to go for 13 off 8. That beautiful paddle for 6, but then tried to go down the ground the next ball. He has to go. And South Africa just trying to get themselves back into this game. The last over of the power play, can they try and pick up a 3rd going into those middle overs?
What an intriguing start to this innings.
Well, I've been slacking, haven't I? First time on air, but I've just been enjoying watching the cricket. It's been a fast and furious start from both teams. And that's even though this game hasn't really got a huge amount on it, but as Dawood said at the pre-show, it has, because it's the amount of confidence that you'll take. This is the game that both of these teams would have been looking at when they saw this group of death. Obviously both having beaten Afghanistan, so they can breathe a sigh of relief there, but this is such an important game just on the confidence of both these teams going forward into the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, they've done the hard work, haven't they, in that they've both beaten Afghanistan, and many people thought Afghanistan could be contenders in Indian and Sri Lankan conditions with their spin attack, but New Zealand dealt with them pretty comfortably in the first game, and then South Africa played out that epic against Afghanistan, which went to 2 super overs, could have gone to a 3rd as well. It wasn't too far away from that. Afghanistan had their chances to win it, did not take it. in fact, you'd say probably one of the all-time great T20 international matches. I can't think of too many better. But South Africa got over the line crucially, so now they're in this position, these two, where they should really be going through to the Super 8s, and this will just decide who tops the group. But even so, it won't affect where you go in the Super 8s, because that's already been pre-drawn. So for New Zealand's case, actually, they're probably looking at it and thinking, we might be going in the slightly weaker Super 8 group. So if they can win this and go into a group with England, but avoid the likes of South Africa, Australia and India, who should be drawn in the other group, then I think you look at New Zealand and think, okay, they could be serious contenders, should at least get to the semi-finals from there. But long way to go in this game to win it.
Yeah, I think for New Zealand, obviously, they've started the tournament perfectly, really. They would have been looking to get the first couple of wins on the board. For them, it's making sure that middle order have a really good big role to play against this better bowling attack that they'll find today. Obviously, Finn Allen and Tim Seifert have been the in-form batters at the top of the order. So quite a big game here for Glenn Phillips and the likes of Mark Chapman and Daryl Mitchell to make sure they get some time in the middle going forward into those Super 8s. And they've got a good platform here, going over 10s, but last 4 balls of the power play here.
The burly Phillips in at number 4. Here's Janssen, and he tries to clip him off his hip. I think the ball hits him on the hip. Was there a bit of bat on that? Perhaps. They come through for a single either way. Just looking at a replay of that Rachin Ravindra dismissal again, it was a fabulous catch by David Miller, because he had to move his feet quickly and then dive forward as well. It's never easy when you have to dive forward. But for Ravindra, I was just looking at his overall stats, and surprisingly, he averages under 20 in T20 cricket, which you wouldn't think, really. You know, you've seen him play some nice innings in previous T20 World Cups, in the IPL as well for Chennai Super Kings, but played well over 100 games in T20s, and he still averages under 20. Something you'd expect to rise. Finn Allen on strike now. Just throws his hands at this ball outside the off stump. The ball goes out to Corbin Bosch at backward point, no run.
I guess sometimes for players, you can almost have that aura when you go out to the crease, but you necessarily don't have those stats to back you up. He's obviously an all-format player, and he's obviously a wonderful player as well, but there'll just be some slight doubts creeping in, probably not in the team's head, but into his own head. He's obviously got a duck in the first game against Afghanistan, didn't have to bat against the UAE, and now has gone pretty early in this game as well, so tournament cricket is so tricky.
Janssen, he goes full, pace off, driven straight to mid-off, who dives forward, Aidan Markram, and takes another smart catch. Finn Allen cannot believe it. He throws his head back because he was starting to see the ball like a football, but he's gone for 31 off 17, and with mid-off up, I think he thinks that was a big opportunity to go up and over again and probably into the stands.
Yeah, really full from Janssen. Half volley, really, and Phil Allen, as he hit that ball, he just screamed no, because he would have backed himself pretty much every single time to get that over mid-off and extra cover. It just looked a little bit like a lazy shot. He's obviously been in really good form. The weight was back. That head wasn't over the ball. He was obviously looking for the elevation over mid-off, but he's furious with himself because he'll back himself pretty much most of the time to get that over mid-off, and it's just an easy catch for the skipper.
Well, it was very full, as you say, right? So I just wonder whether he's better off there trying to hit that along the ground. Why do you need to go up and over with the field up? Just get it in the gap.
Well, I guess that's what they're looking to do. These players are looking to hit sixes most of the time. That is their first port of call. But you're right, Matt, just almost slightly too full. Wasn't able to get the elevation underneath that. He's so frustrated with himself. He was looking good. He's on 31, quick start. But now, New Zealand have lost 3 wickets in the power play. And you feel, after a really good start, going over 10 and over, they're the ones on the back foot now.
Janssen has taken all 3 wickets. His figures are quite extraordinary at the moment. 1.5 overs, 3 for 23. So his economy rate 12.5, but he's picked up 3 wickets in 11 balls. Here he is, around the wicket to the left-handed Mark Chapman, who punches off the back foot to Brevis, a backward point for no run. And that is the end of a dramatic power play. 58 for 3 are New Zealand, having been put into bat. Seifert gone for 13, Ravindra 13 as well. Unlucky for those two. Finn Allen 31 off 17. Just when he was looking like he was starting to get going. And they do say, don't they, it's an old cliche in T20 that if you take 3 wickets in the power play, more often than not, you will go on and win the match.
Yeah, no, it is. I guess that is slightly skewed now, in particular with these two teams, because they have got such batting depth. Probably more so South Africa just, but got Phillips and Chapman in now. He's still got Daryl Mitchell, Santner and Jimmy Neesham to come. So they would have only liked to have, well, they would have liked to have lost no wickets in the power play, but 3 down. Good finish from Janssen. We're going to see spin coming into play, Maharaj. Phillips will like this. He likes to get going against spin. He's a really good player of the sweeps and the reverses. It's a good little matchup here. Obviously, he bowled the second super over.
Another wicket to the right-handed Phillips, who goes back and just squeezes this ball back past Maharaj to long on for a single. That was an incredible second
He'd probably
super over.
still be pretty jaded from that second super over. But he managed to win it for his side. Obviously, Ngidi bowling the first one, and then Maharaj taking the ball for the second. But even in the toss, Markram said that, you know, it has taken them a few days to get over that couple of super overs, which I'm not surprised at. So they probably would have just relaxed over the last couple of days leading into this big game.
He's going to bowl to a left-hander now, Chapman. He's going to stay around the wicket. Not give him any room at all. But Chapman plays a lovely hard sweep along the ground, and it beats deep backward square leg. Hit perfectly in the gap between deep backward square leg and the man who's behind square on the boundary. That's a good start by him.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot first up. It sometimes takes a little bit of time to get going in his first 10 balls, but this is the matchup for him.
Again, no, this time he backs away and punches off the stumps really into the offside for a single. Yeah, the reason you say Maharaj might be a bit jaded, even though he won the game, won the super over for South Africa, is they needed 24 off 4 deliveries, and he got hit for 3 sixes, so he could have conceded 24 off 4 balls rather to lose the game. But he's taken a wicket here. He has got Glenn Phillips, and he's pumped up. Points to the sky with his finger. He looks focused. It was an inside edge. Looked like it was an arm ball from Maharaj. Phillips tried to drive, thick inside edge, and it's gone onto the leg stump, which has been flattened.
Yeah, he loved that one as well, Maharaj. Don't normally see him with big celebrations, but that one he was really pleased with. Just fired it through a little bit quicker. Skidded off the shiny side of this fairly new ball still. Phillips, he has to go. That's really well bowled from Maharaj. What he does beautifully, doesn't he, in T20 cricket? He doesn't look to massively turn the ball, but he's so clever with his changes of pace. This one fired in quick, fired in full as well. And Phillips just sort of caught in no man's land, that area where he hasn't really moved his feet at all. He hasn't come out to the ball that is full. It just looks like he's sort of pointing his finger there, Maharaj, to his captain Markram, like, I've told you so, I can do this, I'll pick up the wickets for you. But South Africa, after a tricky start in the first couple of overs, they are right back in this game. They've got New Zealand 64 for 4. Mitchell, he comes to the crease. He's only batted once so far in the tournament. He's got a lot to do here.
He's the kind of guy you want coming in this situation, Daryl Mitchell. He is very reliable, but he pushes in the air just past Maharaj. Gets off the mark. First ball down too long off. You mentioned their long batting. We've still got Mitchell, Santner, Jimmy Neesham to come, but you lose 4 wickets inside 7 overs. Doesn't give you much room for manoeuvre. Do with a bit of consolidation for a few overs.
No, they will have to consolidate here and make sure they leave.
Chapman on strike, goes back and pulls. Not that sure, out to deep mid-wicket. in between deep mid-wicket and long on. It was straight enough, and it goes just over the boundary for 6 as well. That was nothing but a short arm jab, really. 7 overs gone, 71 for 4.
Well, just as we were saying that they may need to consolidate here, that's a brilliant shot from Chapman. Just an inch or two slightly short of a length, and he pounces onto that back foot, gets deep in the crease, he sends it over a wide long on region into 6 metres. That's what you do in sort of new format T20 cricket. You don't actually have a period of consolidation. You have to make sure that if anything is loose, it has to go to the boundary. They're still going at 10 and over here in New Zealand. They are 4 wickets down. Maybe Chapman will take the role of the aggressor and give Mitchell a little bit of time just to get a feel for things out there. They can build this partnership.
Well, this is a proper start to a T20 match, isn't it? 10 and over, 4 wickets down in 7 overs. Bring it on. Here's Corbin Bosch, right arm seamer. Bangs it in short, goes past the outside edge of Mitchell, who fiddles at the ball off the back foot outside the off stump. Literally is thrill a minute at the moment. South Africa packed with seam as well. Would you say that this South Africa bowling unit, in terms of the fast bowlers, probably the best in the tournament? You look at what they've got here, and Anrik Nortje can't even get in the side.
Yeah, and it's not just their pace, it's their high pace. I saw a stat the other day that I'll just say after this ball.
Here's Bosch, smooth run up. Oh, a bit of swing actually, and almost a carbon copy of the previous ball. Goes past the outside edge, no run.
Yeah, I just saw the other day, since the World Cup in 2024, 22% of South Africa's deliveries are over 140 kilometres per hour, which I saw that, I thought that is an amazing stat. So the fact they have got this well-rounded seam attack, well, they've obviously got the left arm of Marco Jansen, Bosch, who's a little bit more cannier, bowls some slower balls, but the fact that they're sending that amount of deliveries down at over 90 miles an hour is so impressive.
It's a clear plan. Cross seam from Corbin Bosch. And it's just back of a length, and Mitchell can't get him away. This time he clips straight to mid-wicket for no run. They obviously think, South Africa, that these pitches are going to be a little bit conducive to seam bowling, because they haven't really gone out there with loads of spin options. They've got George Linder, they've got Aidan Markram to support Maharaj, but maybe one area they're lacking is a bit of leg spin or a bit of wrist spin. Kabir Shamsi not there. Cross seam again from Corbin Bosch. Mitchell walks across his stumps and batters him down the ground. 1 bounce 4. He'd had enough there, Mitchell, of just poking around. And he thought, I've got to do something, moved his feet, and he gets the boundary.
Now Mitchell, he loves anything full of a length. Bosch going again for that off cut, but doesn't really take much of the pace off. It's almost a cross seam delivery where he just rolls his finger across it, but Mitchell, who's so strong down the ground, just pumps that back over Corbin Bosch's head.
So is that a bit of a weakness, maybe, of the South Africa side? No,
I guess
wrist
maybe
spinner?
if they were playing their games in Sri Lanka in this group stage.
Again, Mitchell moves across his stumps. This time he works to leg, past mid-wicket, taps and goes. Good running, they come back for 2.
They may have, you know, looked to potentially, they needed an extra spin option, but I guess you have to first and foremost go for who you think your best bowlers are. Obviously you need to make sure you have a well-balanced side, and I guess that just shows the amount of trust that they have in Maharaj. You know, if he doesn't bowl well and people get on top of him, and then you've just got an all-seam attack, you know, teams would like that, but that just shows how they rate Maharaj and how consistent they know he can be as well.
Last ball of Bosch's first over, and he hits that hard length, and Mitchell defends off the back foot out to point, screams no. Heard it there clearly on the mic. So it's a good over by Bosch, goes for just 6. New Zealand 77 for 4 off 8 overs.
I do like watching Shamsi bowl though. I mean, his wicket celebrations are
takes
they
the
are
shoe
fun.
off.
Yeah, the shoe off with the old phone call, that was a good one. So, you know, I quite like watching him, but I feel, you know, South Africa, they know that their strength and their super strength is their seam, so they've just absolutely packed that into this squad. And as you say, Matt, no Nortje as well. So it shows that it's a pretty hard team to get into.
be honest, one of the last things I would do in the middle of a cricket match is take my shoe off and put it close to my face.
Yeah, it's because he's only a spinner. He's only running in a couple of steps. Maybe if he was one of the big quicks running in from about 30 metres away, it would be slightly different.
He's obviously more hygienic and clean than I am, because I would not be taking off any of my spikes. They're staying on.
When the boots have stayed in there all winter.
Yeah, you change the socks at halfway, don't you? Here comes Maharaj round the wicket to the left-handed Chapman, who cuts and beats cover. And Gidi, no, it's Rabada, comes round and does the fielding on the boundary, does well, saves a couple of runs. They come back for 2.
Yeah, a good bit of fielding there from Rabada. It's a big quick now. You have to make sure that you do put yourself on the line, on the boundary. Good running there from New Zealand, though. It looks a really quick outfield out there, doesn't it, Matt?
Yeah, it looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Anything out the middle, so quick to the boundary.
Green this time. Quick feet from Chapman, and he pulls out to deep backward square leg for a single. He's been proactive already against Maharaj. 14 off 6 balls for Chapman. Yeah, it's a lovely playing surface, isn't it? Very lush green, well manicured outfield. Not easy to get it like that in India. Pitch looks good. Boundary's not that big. This time Mitchell goes forward and clips this from around about off-stump line out to behind square on the leg side for a single. Maharaj can't believe it, but good bit of batting.
Yeah, and obviously South Africa have played their games here at Ahmedabad, whereas New Zealand are playing 3 out of their 4 games in Chennai, so they've had to just adjust to the conditions here.
Very different as well, both of those two. It's driven into the pitch short by Maharaj, quicker. This time Chapman can't time his pull shot. It dribbles out to Mark Crum at mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, there's that slightly quicker ball from Maharaj, and Chapman unable to get up on the back foot quick enough there.
Now that one, this time he connects and it goes out towards deep mid-wicket. It makes a fabulous attempt to catch it. Devon Brevis, he was running back towards the boundary. He got 2 hands to the ball. Spectacular dive, but he could only parry it, and it just dribbled really agonisingly away from him and into the boundary for 4, but that would have been a brilliant catch.
Yeah, Chapman once again off the back foot, trying to target that wide long-on region, but Brevis was about 5 metres off the boundary there, trying to cut off the 2. Just felt if he maybe was on the boundary, he could have taken that.
Fuller, Chapman drives down to long on for a single, so they score of 5 out of those 6 deliveries of Maharaj. Decent over for New Zealand, 86 for 4 off 9 overs. Yeah, Brevis, you're right, there's a good 10 yards off. It was a great effort. I mean, he was full length dive, 2 hands to the ball as well, but because he was heading back towards the boundary, even if he'd caught it, he may well have just ended up in the boundary. He does, doesn't he, there? So it would have been hard for him to have taken the catch because he was in from the boundary.
Yeah, and just made it slightly awkward because he had to sort of catch that while he was going backwards, so he sort of having to dive towards the boundary, and the ball was sort of on the left side of his head as well. So a really good effort from Brevis. South Africa, they're a brilliant fielding unit, aren't they? I think they've taken, percentage-wise, the 2nd most amount of catches taken since that last World Cup, behind England.
Good stats, Tash. Clipped, full delivery on leg stump by Chapman out to deep backward square leg for 1, and Gidi back into the attack.
Actually, I've just been doing the 19s World Cup as well, and the fielding there was just incredible. I was so impressed, you know, these young lads just charging themselves around the boundary. Obviously Brevis had featured in the 19s World Cup a couple of years ago. It's so much fun to commentate on now, the fielding, how players just charge around the boundaries, they fling themselves around everywhere. And Brevis, he probably would have been slightly disappointed not to take that catch.
Which is crazy. Well, appeal for LBW, because Mitchell's gone a long way across his stumps to try and work the ball again into the leg side from around about an off-stump line. I think he might have just got outside the line, and Gidi having a chat with Rabada as to whether they should try and review, and Markram's having none of it, just shakes his head.
That's a classic. It's the bowler thinks it's plum and everyone's like, no mate, it's nowhere near. It's hitting them, he's hitting them way outside the off stump. Yeah, it has, well, when I say way outside, probably sort of half a ball outside the off stump, but the skipper Markram was having none of it with his bowler there.
It was a funny shake of the head, wasn't it? It was a bit high too. A few different question marks. Here comes Ngidi again. Slower ball. He's so good at those off cutters. Mitchell plays it really well though. He clips this into a mid-wicket area, and it was almost like the old Dean Jones, wasn't it, where you tap it, try and get the ball to finish up on a roundabout where the ring is if everyone's on the boundary, and then you can come back for two. That was perfect.
Yeah, and that was a perfect off-cutter, as you said, so beautifully disguised, and then New Zealand did so well just to make sure they ran that first one really hard. They're not going to get too many twos on this smallish outfield here at Ahmedabad, but when they are struggling to find the boundary, it's a good option to go for. But what a beautiful slow ball that is from Ngidi. He is so good at disguising that. It's almost like his arm speed is quicker on this slower ball to disguise it.
It's become a real speciality of his. Second leading wicket taker in the tournament at the moment. He goes for the slower ball again. This one dipped a lot. He didn't quite get the length right. It was a full toss, which Mitchell had to wait for, and then just bunted down the ground for a single.
Yeah, and Ngidi himself's got a bit of a wry smile on his face, because I think he almost felt he might have got away with that one as well. It looked like it was going to be a waist-high full toss, and then because he gets so many revs on that off-cut, it just dips at the last second. All Mitchell could do was bunt it down the ground.
Tell you what, it can make you look very stupid as a batter, that if you get that right. It's Yorker length. Chapman on strike, he goes for it again, and again it's a full toss, which rather ugly shot from Chapman. He heaves out to the leg side, and they only get one.
Well, I think I saw an interview with Sam Curran, and he was saying that if he is going for that Yorker, I know that was the attempted slow ball, but you would rather be sort of a low full toss than bowling it in the slot. So you would rather get that Yorker length fuller and making an easy slot ball. Just hasn't quite got his length right on the last couple of cutters, but they have been effective.
Last ball of Ngidi's third over, the 10th in total. Here he is. Again, slower ball. This one's a bit back of a length. It's punched out into the offside to the boundary rider by Daryl Mitchell, and we're halfway through the innings. New Zealand 92 for 4 off 10 overs. Tash, you can talk us through whether you think South Africa at the moment are holding the cards, and then after that, Kevin Howes and David Malan will pick up the commentary.
Yeah, I think, well, Marco Jansen, he changed the game, didn't he, with those 3
Hi.
wickets? They were going pretty quickly, in particular Finn Allen, but that was a huge wicket.
Priya.
Jansen picked up.
Priya,
so South
Nanayakara.
Africa
Hi,
looks like
hi.
a really good batting deck out there, so I think
Welcome
they'll
to
be
this team.
the happier of the two, having them 4 down. But with Mitchell and Chapman, they're looking pretty comfortable out there, so we'll see how the next 5 overs pan out.
You know, I got slightly confused, Tash, because on the team sheet it says Natasha. How often do you use that full name other than on Sundays?
I think only my nan calls me
Well,
Natasha.
exactly. Well, it must.
But yeah.
Well, maybe it was Nan who put the team sheet together. I don't know, but
I love how we're calling it the team sheet.
Oh,
I
yeah,
love that.
it's a team sheet. Yeah, there's only 4 of us up against 11 of the other team. We'll be okay. Anyway, lovely to hear from you. Back with more. 92 for 4 after 10 overs. Mitchell on 12, Chapman on 21. Bosch has bowled just the 1 over, which went for 6 runs. The change to the team today for South Africa.
ഭയങ്കരമാ swing-ആ.
I think it's a bit of George Linder. But this is Mitchell on 12 facing. He tries to give that the big heave-ho. Doesn't get timing on it. Gets it up there to Jansen with the left arm throw. At long on. And the score moves to 93 for 4. So Jansen with 3 wickets. He's been now a little expensive, but that is what he's in the team to get the wickets, really, isn't he? And therefore he's just done a wonderful job in removing those 3 top order batters.
Yeah, wickets are key. In T20 cricket, the only way really to stifle the run rate is to try and take as many wickets as you
incoming
can
ball.
at consistent intervals. One of the things that New Zealand have been fantastic at is that all their batters that have come in have taken the initiative and they've put South Africa under pressure. They know that they need a good score considering they're batting first.
Bosch to Chapman, who's on 21, and that is cut away, and that's going to be 4 runs. There's a man just behind square on the offside that it beats him. Might have got a fingertip to it, but not quite. And that races to the boundary for 4 and 97 for 4. We're talking about Mark Chapman, and you're saying he's had to change his game and to become the sort of player and be as effective as he is these days in T20 cricket.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to play against him back in 2018, New Zealand against England, and he didn't really have the power back then, but he's developed his game tremendously in the last few years.
Bosch to Chapman now, that's very close to the body, still manages to get something away, but just for a single.
Yeah, he's definitely beefed up a bit. He's got stronger. He's changed his technique to the extent that he's got power now. He's looked like he's added that to his game. He likes to take the risks early. Back in the day when he was a little bit younger, maybe that was the era of T20 cricket. He used to get himself into the innings. It's quite noticeable how he likes to take risks early, get ahead of the rate. He played the spin exceptionally well today. He took down Keshav Maharaj and he's made South Africa think twice. So it just shows you how you have to keep developing and keep evolving as a player in T20 cricket to stay ahead of the game.
Seifert out, but he's got 167 runs in this World Cup, and he is top of the charts at the moment for most runs. Morgan Tucker with that 94 not out today. He's nestled in second at the moment. After this game, 98 for 4 midway through the 11th, and Bosch will bowl to Mitchell. And that sits up nicely on the offside to be carved away, but there's a man directly out there at the cover point boundary. They'll come back for 2. They'll throw a little wayward. And not so much a steer, but he's got those sort of eyes anyway as Quinton de Kock, which makes him look as if he's still about 14 years old and will forever look 14 years old. But that just means on those occasions he looks more than just a tad disappointed in you. Not angry, just disappointed, and there's nothing worse.
He does. He looks a bit like a parent would do to their child when they've been really naughty and you've asked them not to jump off that wall and then they do it, and you give them that sort of condescending look. So yeah, you don't really want that look from him because it makes you feel a little bit silly.
100 for 4, 2 balls left to the 11th over. Bosch in bowls now. He's got hold of this, but has he got enough on it? There could be a man out there to take catch. No, beats him out there long off, crashing into the boundary. That's Markham trying to pull that one back, and Mitchell will get a 4. He moves to 19, takes New Zealand to 104 for 4 with 1 ball left of the 11th over. Second boundary for 4 off this over from Corbin Bosch. That went a long way up into the air. I thought maybe if there'd been anybody out there deep. He chased it back well, in fairness. The skipper just couldn't pull it back and stop himself from crashing into the boundary and taking the ball over the line, although he took the sponge with him, but still over the line. So it's a 4, 104 for 4, 1 ball left to the 11th. Mitchell's on 19. In the bowls now, round about middle of the leg. A little push from Mitchell to wide long on, and I thought there was going to be a misfield there, but there was Janssen seemingly almost deliberately left that, and deliberately left it because it was a long way down for a man who's 6'8" to try and get to that one, and there's somebody behind who did all the groundwork for it, quite literally. 106 for 4 after 11 overs. Mitchell on 21, Chapman 26. 20 runs from Bosch's 2 overs. Seifert out for 13, Allen for 31 off 17 balls, Ravindra for 13. Ravindra and Allen were out in the same overs. The last over of power play. Ravindra out first, then Phillips has since gone for 1, bowled by Maharaj. Faced only 3 deliveries. But that business of losing those 2 wickets in that final over of power play, was there a case maybe of Finn Allen just pulling back? But he's made a name for himself of just go, 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 and get as many runs as you can as quickly as you can. Chapman on 26, Markham bowling for the first time. What do you make of this?
Yeah, a little bit of a gamble from South Africa. Obviously don't want to bowl left arm spin to Chapman the way he's played Maharaj, so I think the sensible play is to get off strike and get Mitchell on here.
Chapman's on 26, Markham bowls to him, carved away to the offside for a single. And
batting in T20 cricket is also about partnerships. You have a left-hand, right-hander for for obvious reasons. Now the job from Chapman was to get the right-handed Mitchell on strike with the ball turning on, and it's a favourable matchup. And Mitchell, who just started to go, hit a few boundaries in the last over, he's going to look to target Markram here and hopefully change this game.
Mitchell's on 21. Markram comes over the wicket, bowls to him now, goes high on the onside of straight. That has got enough on it, and plenty. Again, midway back through the lower tier to the right-hand side. Not too sure it's a crowd catch. A few of them throwing themselves away from it, really. That would have been hit with some brutal power. It's another 6, 113 for 4.
An intelligent batting from New Zealand. Chapman getting Mitchell on strike, known that he's a very good player of spin, with the ball turning in, and he's played a fantastic shot. And Markram's under a lot of pressure now to finish his over without this going for a really big one.
88 metres, the distance of that 6 for Daryl Mitchell. 17 balls for his 27 not out. Pressure, Stephanie on South Africa, and the skipper at the moment. Decided to bring himself on and break this partnership up. It hasn't worked so far, just the 3 deliveries. Mass excitement in the crowd, good crowd in. Looks pretty packed in Ahmedabad. Both these batters for New Zealand are on 27, and both of them pretty much around the same sort of run of ball, 17 and 15 balls. Bit of a hold up. I'm not too sure what for midway through this over. But I don't think that was caught in the crowd. 88 metres though. Markram to Mitchell. Along the ground this time, comes over the wicket to Mitchell and driven along the ground to Stubbs, doing the field. Doesn't have to show his athletic prowess on that occasion, pretty much went straight to him. It's the 5th wicket partnership of 50 from 30 balls, 114 for 4 in this pair, and they needed it. There was a bit of a wobble, they needed to steady things down. And it goes big again, does Chapman this time on the leg side, and clears the boundary. Wide long on, it's another 6. 2 of them in this over so far. 120 for 4, 1 ball left to the 12th.
The gamble not paying off for South Africa. Markram bringing himself on. First Mitchell, now Chapman. And fantastic use of the feet to hit that ball over a wide mid-on. It is shorter straight here at Ahmedabad, and he's done that exceptionally well. And, you know, the game changing. I think one of the positives for New Zealand is they've kept up with the rate. They're going at almost 10 and over, or just over 10 and over, and South Africa searching for answers here.
Should be the last ball of this over from Markram. So the gamble's not worked. May have done if he got the wicket there, but he didn't. It's been cut by Chapman for a single. He moves to 34, so he's ahead of his partner now. And 121 for 4 New Zealand after 12 overs put into bat. Markram's gone for 15 runs from that over. Trying to take it on himself, the skipper.
Yeah, trying to get an over out the way, trying to change up the pace a bit. He wanted a bowl spin. Maharaj had been quite expensive, and the way Chapman had played him sort of meant that he wanted to change it and change the type of spin being bowled, so he brought himself on. It's not worked so far, but it's going to be interesting to see which way he goes, whether he goes pace again or he has another gamble with the spinner. But the way these two have played have been fantastic. They've built the partnership really well. Mitchell sort of run a ball up until his 13th ball, and then he's managed to cut away with a 4 and 2 sixes in his last 4 or 5 balls. So these two dovetailing each other exceptionally well.
And through the bowlers here, Ngidi got through 3, Rabada couple. And Rabada in again and bowling. Start of his 3rd over to Chapman. Dot ball there behind square and the offside, so he remains on 34.
Markram bringing Rabada back here, looking for a wicket. He wants to break this partnership, so he turns to his strike bowler. So really good tactical move. New Zealand, be interesting to see how they go about this, whether they're going to attack it or try and see him off here and wait for that extra over a spin that still needs to be bowled.
Rabada it is. Only gone for 9 runs from 2.1 overs. This one is in the over safe, down towards 3rd. Chapman moves to 35. 122 for 4 in the 13th over.
And he has bowled well today, Rabada, considering those no balls that he bowled in the last game, where he sort of put South Africa under a lot of pressure, and Afghanistan came back into the game. So for him to bounce back, and 2.1 overs or 2.2 overs, 0 for 9, it's been a great start from him. And as I said, this is a crucial over. Captain bringing him back, looking for a wicket, so a quiet over plays into South Africa's hand.
Just 7 runs separated the wickets of Rabada, Allen and Phillips, 64 for 4. And Phillips fell after 6.4 overs. This pair have taken it on now to 122 for 4. 2 balls into the 13th, this pair being Mitchell and Chapman. It's Mitchell facing. And Yorker length delivery, hit hard, firm, all the way along the ground, racing towards the boundary, but picked up by the tall figure of Janssen, moving swiftly to his left-hand side and getting down all the way that he has to prevent that from getting to the boundary. It's 1 run, 123 for 4.
It's been noticeable the intent from New Zealand. We've spoken about it at times during this innings, but they've all come out in an extremely positive manner, putting South Africa under pressure. They know when they're batting first that 170, 180 is probably not going to be the good enough score with the dew, so they're making most of it.
Rabada, a little short on the leg stump and pulled away by Chapman. Just 1 bounce, it's a 4 behind square on that leg side. 127 for 4 in the 13th over. You drew my attention to the changes that Chapman has made to his game, and there's almost like the perfect illustration of the way he's going about his cricket in this match.
Yeah, and he's always been smart. He's always been that type of player that's able to play the percentage options. He's done that well today. He's known when to get the boundaries, plus with the added power, and that's just a fantastic shot. He's used the pace, hit it behind square where the boundaries are slightly shorter, and used the pace of Rabada there to very good use.
That was almost the end of Spider Cam for the game. I'm telling you, that was very close to smashing into the camera there. Straight from Chapman this time, 1 bounce, that's a 4. Wonderful batting from Mark Chapman, 43 off 21.
The sign of a good batter is to always try and be 1 step ahead of the game, and it looks like Chapman's 1 ball ahead at all times here. Rabada bowling a slow ball, the ball before into the wicket, pulled behind square, taking the gamble that he was going to miss Fuller again after dropping short, and he's given himself a little bit of room and smacked him straight over his head for 4, and New Zealand motoring along here.
Terrific work from the middle order here, because they did lose, say, those quick wickets at the top. That's turned away onto the onside. No comes the call from Chapman. Slow Yorker, and there is 3 overs gone. Rabada, no wicket for 19. A total of 10 runs coming from that over. 13 gone at 131 for 4. So, talking of targets, you say the 170, 180 not good enough here, with a team coming out under the lights to bat second. So they've got to push for the 200.
Yeah, they have to, especially the fact that they are going at 10 and over at the moment. They've still got 6 wickets in hand, 2 in batters, and that was the thing. Playing at Ahmedabad, in my experience, is always about having 2 in batters. It's incredibly tough to break partnerships because of the dew. Later on, it might get easier. Spin might not play a role, so they have to try and get ahead of the game and be above par, or whatever they think is par above that.
Santner, Neesham, Henry, Ferguson, Duffy, they're still to bat should they be needed. Janssen back, slower ball to start off with, bowling to Mitchell, who's pushed that on the offside for a single. Interesting tackle from Janssen to come so slow first ball in this over, which is his 3rd over. 3 wickets, gone for 24 runs.
Yeah, and it's something that worked from the last game, so if you're going to do your homework about what you could have done better in the last game, slow balls, pace off, and South Africa go into that a little bit more here. You saw Rabada finishing 2 out of his last 3 balls as well, but I think the tricky thing for South Africa here is how they're going to manage their bowlers. They need to have 1 over a spin. New Zealand have 2 left-handed batters to come, so if they leave it too late, it's going to be in New Zealand's favour.
Janssen to Chapman, bowls now with, carved away, beats the fielder just on the edge of the circle. There's nobody any deeper, and therefore that's 4 runs. Moves towards the 50. He's on to 47 from 23 balls. 136 for 4 in the 14th over.
It's been brilliant to watch. There's been no slogging, no overhitting. He's used the pace of the ball. He's manipulated the ball at times, and he's hit this so late with 3rd man and point up to be able to beat point to his right. It's a fantastic shot. And Chapman just showing that you don't have to have massive 6s and slogs consistently to be a good T20 player.
Lots for South Africa to think about here right now. New Zealand are very well positioned in this 14th over, and that's why there's a bit of a hold-up in play, because the skipper's having a word with his bowler now, and now the skipper's going to go out very deep there. I think that's got to the long-on boundary. He's moved himself. 136 for 4. Janssen to Chapman. Good Yorker length delivery. LBW appeal. Could be a trouble in running out. Well, it should have been run out. He was halfway down the pitch having a chat. This is Chapman having a chat with Mitchell as to whether or not there was a single to be had there. In fairness, it was the call of Mitchell. He'd gone behind, surely. But whilst they were talking to one another, there was the shy at the stumps. I can't make out who had the shy, and they missed. Basically, they're going to go for a review on the LBW here initially, before all the chaos ensued afterwards, because the throw missed, and basically Chapman just looking there, well, I'm a goner, but it missed, and at that point he'd started to run and made his ground. But this is a review on the initial delivery, which they think may have been LBW.
Yeah, Yorker from Marco Janssen, really full. Chapman not really know where it was going, and trusted his partner for the run there, but obviously caught in between two minds and stranded halfway. Luckily for him, South Africa missed, but there's a review here, and just to see whether it's actually hit his pad first before it's hit his bat. It looked like there was a little bit of tail, and it was just going down leg side a little bit, but let's see what
we have a review for
shows.
LBW. Original
This is
decision
Rod
was not
Tucker.
out.
It's
a fair delivery.
Today.
Yeah, I've got bat on ball before it hits the pad. Just roll back to make sure it hasn't clipped the front foot before it hits the... No, it goes over his front leg. Clearly hits the bat and go back on field. Rolly, stay with your original decision of not out.
Roland Black.
Let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now.
Don't mess with me, Rod Tucker. Let's just get on with it. Doesn't spend too long taking a look at that.
I love that. It's definitely been sped up a little bit. I do enjoy the fact back in the day he used to, well, I say that back in the day, I'm making it sound like I'm a granddad here, but it always seemed to take forever to get results and reviews done, but this has been fantastically well done by the third umpire.
Janssen to Chapman. Bit of width. It's aerial, but it's going to bounce in front of Stubbs. That long off. It's a single. Chapman moves to 48, takes New Zealand to 137 for 4 in the 14th.
I'm not really sure who thought that was going to be a good review there. It was nowhere near his pad, really, and they took a bit of a gamble, obviously desperate for a wicket here, South Africa, and it's just come straight off the inside edge, and probably more disappointed that they missed the run out. He was halfway down. I mean, Quinton de Kock probably could have run up to the stumps there and taken the bails off.
Indeed. I suppose it also shows that the sense, could be desperation, of urgency on breaking this partnership up. That's on the off stump for Mitchell to push it to the offside for a single. Take New Zealand to 138 for 4. Mitchell moves to 31. They do need to see one or two of these back in the pavilion, because both of them, to say the least, look to be really well set. Still capable of a few chaotic moments out there, but striking the ball beautifully.
Yeah, they are. They've built this partnership so well. They've dovetailed each other brilliantly. They've found ways to find the boundary at crucial times.
Janssen to Chapman. Oh, he's got a leading edge and flies out there to backward point, swirling around. He takes the catch, and Chapman goes for 48, 138 for 5 after 14 overs. The relief of South Africa to see the back of that partnership. Take a look again on the replay. He was looking to work that through leg, wasn't he? Got an edge out there, and a catch taken by Rickleton. And Rickleton afterwards just saying that wasn't so easy. Did he overrun it? Not so much overrun it, but he didn't get himself in the best shape for it, spinning away from him seemingly in the end, but he takes the catch. So Chapman's gone 26 ball for 48, and Mitchell is left it on 31. Breakthrough needed.
Yeah, Rickleton sort of might have been caught in the lights a little bit, because it looked like the easiest of catches, and whether he was thrown off a little bit by the fact that he was trying to play that through the leg side with the leading edge, who knows. But it's a timely wicket for South Africa. They needed that. New Zealand were motoring along. They had a fantastic partnership. Chapman was just manoeuvring the ball to all areas of the ground with ease, and Mitchell finding boundaries as well. But now this will allow South Africa to potentially get that extra over or spin that they still need to bowl out of the way, considering they've got two left-handers to come and new batters in, so they might be able to sneak that in, because that was becoming a little bit of a challenge for South Africa when that extra over was going to be bowled.
So earlier today, England beat Scotland in Group C. Tomorrow morning, 5:30 start UK time, West Indies versus Nepal. We played at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. Then that's followed in Group A in Chennai, with the United States of America versus Namibia, and they've put on a show of the USA, in fairness, in this competition, so it'll be interesting to see how they come up against Namibia, who are very capable themselves. And then there's just a small matter of 1:30 UK time from the Premadasa in Colombo of India versus Pakistan. It is taking place. There was so much chat as to whether it was going to or not, but we've known now for a few days this game goes ahead, and what a game to savour. So India versus Pakistan tomorrow, after the West Indies versus Nepal and the USA versus Namibia. The West Indies and England at top of Group C on the same number of points, 4, following England's victory over Scotland by 5 wickets. There still is a chance that Scotland, with a few mathematics going their way, and they'll need to win the last game of going through as well, but it's England will put themselves up their level with the West Indies at the moment at the top of Group C. Ireland with a record-breaking score in World Cup cricket, 235 for 5 and 96 runs victory over Oman earlier today. Local Tuck with that 94 not out. They'll be pleased with that. In the third game they've got themselves a victory. And that England-Scotland game, we're about to see Maharaj come back on here, so no further point in talking about that in detail. But England with a few scares every now and then against Scotland. They've come out on top, 5-wicket victory in the end, and it was with 10 balls remaining. Okay, Maharaj to bowl his third over, and he's got the ball to Mitchell. Santner is at the other end at the moment. Daryl Mitchell, this is we were referring to, not Mitchell Santner. This could get rather confusing. But anyway, Daryl Mitchell on strike, he's on 31. Maharaj bowls to him, and that's worked away on the onside. And that'll do, says the skipper back to Mitchell. You stay where you are. 32 off 22. We're into the 15th over. The reason I went through those matches to come, and that have been, is because we've had that second drinks break. We're now into the final 6 overs with New Zealand at 139 for 5. Just seen the end of Mark Chapman, 26 ball 48, batted really well. Now can Daryl Mitchell carry on? Mitchell Santner, of course, skipper, he can give it a lusty blow as well. We are in this 15th over where the players are under strict instructions to accelerate. They're not, they're being cheeky. Santner faces the first delivery straight back into the stumps at the non-striker's end. We saw one which went with some ferocity. That really had to work hard to get there, in fairness, but still knocked the bails off at the other end. No run.
Yeah, Maharaj gambling that he was going to hit that through mid-wicket, and he's ran away to his side, and Santner just blocking that, and it's just trickled onto the stumps.
Santner facing a second ball. Maharaj to bowl around the wicket, in and bowls, and push back up to Maharaj. Well, he's doing a terrific job. Bit of fun there between Mitchell and Maharaj, who look as if they fancy a game of rugby, and a bit of a scrummage there, but all done in good jest. 139 for 5. Santner still to get off the mark. Third ball, still won't do so. Markham doing the fielding there at extra cover. Come on, Skip, what's going on? 3 balls he's faced. 139 for 5. 2 balls left to the 15th. Maharaj bowling well. 2 balls left here then. He's only gone for 1 run so far. That was Mitchell. So this is Santner facing. That's on the leg stump, and he will get the ball away for at least 1 here now on the onside. And he's off the mark. So New Zealand 140 for 5 now. So Mitchell Santner and Daryl Mitchell are the pair out there, charged with getting New Zealand. We think they need to get up around the 200 mark to give themselves the best of opportunities here after South Africa chose to field first. Ahmedabad under the lights. Daryl Mitchell on 32, not out. Maharaj with the final ball of this 15th over, goes deep into his crease, can't get it away. Well, that's only 2 runs coming from the 15th over of an innings. That's terrific work for South Africa. 140 for 5 though. Mitchell 32 off 23, Santner 1 off 4. A few thoughts from you, David, and then we'll hand you over to Matt.
Yeah, that over could not have gone any better for South Africa. The wicket they really needed to be able to get that last over, a spin out the way, and then for a Maharaj to bowl so fantastically well and only go for 2 in that over. And we're talking about what a good score could be. It needs to be up there, that 190, 200. The wicket has played fantastically well so far. It doesn't look like there's been any spin, which, as we've said earlier, when there is a bit of dew, it makes it incredibly hard for the spinners to bowl. So New Zealand in a fantastic position to put South Africa really under pressure and get up to that big score that they need.
Yeah, thanks, David. Very important last 5 overs you feel for all this match coming up. Here's Ngidi, goes past the outside edge of Santner, pace on. Santner tries to punch off the back foot, and it's not been a great start for him, Tash. 1 off 5 balls.
No, it hasn't, and he got 17 off 8 balls against Afghanistan, but slightly different circumstances here. But what a delivery that was from Ngidi, that sort of test match length, angling it across the left-hander, and well appreciated from his skipper Markram as well.
That's why he's so dangerous, Ngidi, because pace off deliveries almost make his pace on deliveries better because it's so well disguised. This is a nice back foot punch and nicely fielded as well on the gully line by David Miller. Saves a couple of runs. They come through for a single. Santner gets off strike.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Matt, actually. I think the batters are probably setting up for Ngidi's slower ball, so that when he does bowl pace on, like the first 2 balls we've just seen, it does rush. It looked like it rushed Santner, probably because he is setting up for that slower delivery. So just a clever bit of bowling here from Ngidi.
So Mitchell's 32 off 23, and you feel there's quite a lot on him in his final 4.4 overs. He moves across his stumps and hits Ngidi straight down to long on, flat, and he's taken. And a big celebration from Tristan Stubbs as well. He didn't have to move too far, just a few steps in. He crouched and he took it reverse cup. Mitchell probably trying to go up and over, but he couldn't get the elevation, and you sense that could be a big blow for New Zealand. 141 for 6 now.
Yeah, and just similar length that got Finn Allen out. He was caught at mid-off, but it just was slightly too full, so Daryl Mitchell couldn't get the elevation he wanted to. Obviously long on the boundary, and just spooned up an easy catch there, and he is furious with himself. Big yell out there after that catch was taken. And South Africa, they just keep picking up wickets at crucial times, and they keep picking up the crucial wicket as well. It was Chapman who was going in the partnership before with Mitchell. They took his wicket, and now it's Mitchell who was going to be the aggressor with Santner. They've also picked up his wicket as well. So got 2 fairly new batters out at the crease now. Santner has looked like he's struggled. There's another really big wicket for South Africa. The only way that they could keep this score under 200 is by keep taking wickets. Brings out Jimmy Neesham to the crease, who hasn't yet featured with the bat for New Zealand in the World Cup. So first time out in the middle for him.
And the last recognised pair, you'd say, because you got Matt Henry, Lockie Ferguson, Jacob Duffy to come.
Oh, that's a good ball.
Good ball, wasn't it? It was just a sort of test match length on the stumps, which is defended with a straight bat by Neesham. Straight back to the bowler.
He's just been really clever here, Ngidi, because everyone would expect for him to bowl a high percentage of pace off, but every single ball in this over has been pace on. And so you would think that would be predictable, but it's quite the opposite, because at the back end, he's so renowned for going for that pace off. He's taken 8 wickets in the tournament so far, second highest wicket taker.
Suddenly Van Skulkwijk of the USA, he's taken 11. Neesham's off the mark. Just the back foot drive out to the backward point for 1. I mean, I know there's only 4.1 overs left, but given that they're 6 down, I just wonder if these two, if you lose a wicket now, then you're possibly looking at, 160 or something, but maybe they might just not go hell for leather for an over or so here. Although Neesham is a very aggressive player, isn't he? He might well just decide, but with Matt Henry to come, they might want to make sure they bat the 20, these two, or as much of it as possible. Santner takes a 1 down to mid-off off the back foot. It's 143 for 6 off 16 overs. They've really just been stunted in the last couple of overs. At Maharaj over the 15th, that went for just 2, and then that last Ngidi over as well. which was a very good one. Got the wicket of Daryl Mitchell, and that's gone for only 3. So we could look back at those 2 overs, the 15th and 16th, as significant moments in this innings.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just sort of stunted the progress of New Zealand. I think that's a really good call from you, Matt. I think they probably will want to make sure that they just get a, rotate the strike in the next over. Obviously, if something is served up to them, they'll try and put it away to the boundary, but it's not really another recognised batter to come in, Matt Henry to come in next, so that you do feel that these two will want to make sure that at least one of them is there at the end.
Here's Corbin Bosch over the wicket to the left-handed. Santner caresses the ball out to Aidan Markram, who comes round from extra cover and does the fielding. It's just another one. It's been so impressive though, hasn't it, this South African bowling, right from the off. That first 2 overs were riveting when the ball was swinging around. It was nipping as well, wasn't it? A couple of edges, the first couple of balls to Tim Seifert. Then New Zealand came back into it, scored very, very quickly. But because South Africa got those early wickets, what was it, 4 wickets inside 7 overs, you just felt New Zealand were always chasing their tails a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, and a really good partnership between Mitchell and Chapman. They've just assessed the conditions well. They have gone pace on. The ball hasn't been turning or gripping.
Neesham was deep in his crease, very full from Corbin Bosch, who also does well with the ball driven back to him. Full-length dive, half stops it, they come through for 1.
Yeah, another brilliant bit of fielding from South Africa. They have been really good in the field. Potentially a half chance dropped by Brevis earlier on, but everything else, they've thrown themselves around the field, and that's a really good bit of fielding from Bosch. In the follow-through, it's so difficult to change your direction. Full-length dive to his left.
You would think South Africa ahead of the game at this stage. Banged into the pitch, pace on from Bosch, and it's a flamboyant cut shot attempted from Mitchell Santner, but he doesn't connect again, and that's happened a couple of times in his innings. He's 4 off 9 balls.
Well, I gave that out. I thought I heard something there, but obviously not just me. And Santner's frustrated with himself there because that was short and wide, and he just hasn't quite got the timing of this pitch yet. 4 off 9. He hasn't been given much to work with, but he'll be disappointed to miss out on a short and wide one there.
The distinctive, bespectacled Mitchell Santner waits. Bat up, he backs away and he carves in the air out to the offside, and he's taken. Good catch again by South African fielder Ryan Rickleton. It was, he was coming round from a wide deep third, came round 2 hands, pretty comfortable once he got there, and New Zealand are subsiding here. They're 145 for 7 now. Not long ago they were 138 for 4.
Yeah, Santner just hasn't been able to get going, hasn't found the middle of the bat, and that's really good field placement from South Africa. They sort of had that deep backward point because they know that Santner loves any width, and Corbin Bosch put it out there for him to hit through the offside, but because the angle was across Santner the whole time, just hit the outside edge of the bat. And another good bit of fielding from South Africa. They've been disciplined. Good catch from Rickleton. Pretty standard now, but he did have to get the dive out to his left, caught comfortably in both hands.
Yeah, I could see what he was trying to do, but I think the ball just skewed off the outside edge a bit, didn't it? It went much further behind square than he was intending, Mitchell Santner, and it means that Matt Henry is in at number 9. Big job for him to do alongside Jimmy Neesham. Henry on strike, defends, and they come through, a bit of hesitation for 1. Score goes up to 146 for 7.
Another pace on ball from South African seamers. They're just realising that pace on, nice and full, top of the stumps is the way to go on this pitch.
Yeah, you think the winner of this game will top Group D, and South Africa in the box seat at the moment. They took 3 wickets in the power play. They've just picked up a couple more quick ones. New Zealand 147 for 7 off 17 overs on what looks a pretty flat pitch in Ahmedabad. So 3 overs to go, and Corbin Bosch has finished his 17th over. It was a good one as well. 1 wicket, and it went for just 4 runs. So 3 overs left. New Zealand, what can they get up to here, Tash? What's going to be a score that will give them half a belief that they can defend it on a pitch that doesn't look to have too many gremlins in it and a short boundary?
No, it does look like a pretty decent pitch, and you feel that they'll want to make sure they get 180, which will be just over 10 and over for these last 3. They were looking at sort of high of 200, but now I think they just need to reevaluate. If they have 180 with their good bowling attack, there's something to bowl at.
Rabada in for his final over, and he's driven off the back foot by Jimmy Neesham out to deep cover, and they come back for 2. Neesham's going to have to face the lion's share of deliveries here, isn't he? He's 5 off 5 at the moment, but if he goes, you shudder to think what might happen in the final few deliveries. They might not make it to 20 overs. So he's got a job on his hands here. He's got to pick his deliveries and somehow manoeuvre the strike. Wide stance, he goes back in his crease. Slower ball from Rabada, dabbed into the offside for a single.
Yeah, really well bowled from Rabada. Another cutter from him, really dropped the pace by about 20 miles an hour there. That's really well bowled, but you're right, Matt. Neesham just needs to make sure, probably play this over out. Doesn't mind giving Henry the strike for now, but he will want to make sure he faces the majority of these balls. Matt Henry's only got one job to do here. Can he just get Neesham back on strike, get him facing as many balls as possible? It's not that easy when you're facing up against Rabada in his last over. He's bowled really well today.
Very economical. Edged by Matt Henry. He's going to pick up 4. He got a little bit of width, just back of a length. He threw his hands at the width, and it's a thick edge. Rabada can't believe it. It races away to that short boundary.
Yeah, best shot in the book, that, for a tail ender. He'll just be telling, his teammates when he comes off the pitch, I just tried to guide it through third there. A little bit of width from Rabada, and the pace on flies away to the third boundary.
He waits, Henry, and he kind of backs away a little bit and tries a drive on the up, which goes out to Rickleton at cover. 1 bounce, no run, but he kind of treading on square legs toes a little bit there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's not wanting to get in line with this ball here. High 80 mile an hour. Wouldn't be surprised if Rabada may just pop in a little short ball here at Henry. He's backing away.
Again, it's back of a length, not too short, and again, Henry backs away and just defends out to cover. Now, this is the problem for New Zealand, isn't it? Is Henry possibly eating up balls? Got that 4, but then a couple of dot deliveries, as you say there. One job, just get 1s or 3s. I mean, he's not going to get 3, is he? But
maybe not.
Get an odd
pitch.
number. Get an odd number, whatever it is.
Well, what he doesn't want to do is steal the strike.
Yes, don't get a 1 here. Backs away and he carves through backward point. He does well, dives, gets 1 hand on it, and they take the 1. So Matt Henry's done exactly what New Zealand didn't want him to do in the final 3 deliveries of that 18th over. ... 1. Rabada's done. Very economical spell. 4 overs, no wickets for 27. It's 155 for 7 New Zealand, 2 overs to go.
Well, I think both batters set off there because they thought that it had gone past Miller and they thought they were going to be able to pick up 2, but a brilliant bit of fielding at point from Miller, just able to get that fingertip on it. And not just because he saved the 1, but more importantly, Matt Henry is on strike. And Marco Jansen, he's on a 4-foot. He's about to come on for his last. Can he pick up a 5-for here?
Have we only had 1 5-for so far? Romario Shepherd, I believe, got a 5-for, didn't he? Did Van Skalkwijk get 1? I'm not sure. Pace off and very full from Jansen, and Henry this time does his job. He just drops the bat on it and gets through off strike. So Neesham could have 5 deliveries here to face from Janssen.
Yeah, he does well there, Henry, but just really interesting watching Janssen just walking back to his mark there. He's just so clear on his plans. He's bowled well tonight. He has been slightly expensive, but more importantly, he's picked up those crucial 4 wickets. And as he was walking back to his mark, he was just pointing his fingers, just marshalling his troops where they exactly should be on the boundary. I think they're going to go for a deep cover, long off, long on cow and square here for Neesham. So everyone out on that leg side.
2 men in the ring, behind square on the offside. Full, and it's clipped into the leg side by Neesham, and Brevis does well at deep mid-wicket, coming round, stops the 4, parries it back to Markram, who gives him a hand, and they come back for 2.
Yeah, really excellent fielding here from Brevis. Similar to the angle that he was running to try and get that catch in the quite a few overs ago, but he does so well because the ball almost picks up speed as it hits the outfield. He does well to save 2, but Neesham back on strike.
Short, pace off again. This time he swivels and pulls Neesham. They take the 1. So Henry back on strike, 159 for 7, 9 balls to go. I'm still finding it hard to believe that Marco Jansen eats a pizza before every game. He's so
very
skinny,
slight, isn't he? You can't see him
Where does
sideways.
He put it? Has he got hollow legs?
He's just one of those annoying people, right? That can just eat whatever they want. He doesn't do anything to them.
Yeah, and how does
and
he
he's
do
a
it
really
as well?
good bowler as
He's
well.
a great
so
bowler.
Annoying.
Here he is again, full, flicked aerially behind square on the leg side by Henry, gets off strike, just a 1. But also having that big heavy pizza sitting on your stomach as you're running in.
He's just carbo loading before the game.
I need a good 3 hours to digest my food. You know, if I go to the gym, I need a good 3 hours.
Well, there's all this in this where we're doing the commentary from, all this chat about pizzas, obviously commentating on Italy the other day, talking about pizzas, and now again.
This Janssen pizza eater gets hit for 4 by Jimmy Neesham. Well played. He went early across his stumps to play the scoop shot. I think Janssen actually saw him, anticipated, bowled a slower ball into the pitch outside the off stump. But Neesham was equal to it and still manages to flip it round the corner for 4.
Yeah, clever shot from Neesham, and not one you would sort of associate with him as well. You sort of see him as a bit of a bludgeoner down the ground, but he's just playing the field there. Fine and third are up inside the ring. So he just knows if he can get any bat on that, even if it is the slower ball from Janssen, it will race away to the boundary. So just a clever bit of batting there.
Last ball of Janssen's spell, dug in short, and Neesham just sort of taps this on its head, and a controlled pull out to Brevis at deep mid-wicket, so he'll keep the strike. Janssen finishes with 4 for 40 from his 4 overs. He picked up those 4 wickets early in the match. He'll be very happy with that. New Zealand 165 for 7 from 19 overs, so 1 over to go. They'll be very keen to get, 15, 20 off this if they can. Get up past 180. You're right about the pizzas, though. Yeah, this is the second game.
It's making me hungry, and I'm trying to be healthy at the moment.
Second game I've done where pizzas have been a topic of conversation, and the second time that I've been ravenous at the end of the first innings.
We've done well not to give in here, actually.
Yeah, we haven't got much time as well to. Not like we can.
We're not exactly running around the pitch at Ahmedabad either, are we?
Here's Corbin Bosch, final over of the innings. Neesham goes across his stumps. It's a low full toss, which he shovels down to long on, and they do not take the single. Is that the right decision?
Yeah, it is. Change of tack here. He was happy to give Henry a bit of the strike leading up to this, but this is the last over. He knows that he really needs to try and at least get the score above 175. He wants to make sure this over goes for double figures. Everyone out on the leg side, a deep extra, and also a deep backward point as well.
No long off, interestingly. No mid-off even. Very strange field according to field plot. Not sure that's right. Markram's sort of a straight extra cover. Here comes Bosch. Goes across his stumps. It's a good Yorker by Corbin Bosch, right at the toes all that Neesham can do is defend that back to the bowler. So he starts the final over, Bosch, with ...
What a ball from Bosch, right on the foot of Jimmy Neesham. You just cannot do anything with that. He knows as well he's not going to take the single. So the fielders inside the ring are back on the 30-yard circle. But it's been so interesting to see in this World Cup how important the comeback of the Yorker has been and how many bowlers have executed them.
Bosch goes wide outside the off stump. It's full, and maybe Neesham will feel he missed out a bit there. It was very wide, and all he could do really was drive the ball out to extra cover, which is where Markram is, and they do take the single this time. But maybe could have gone up and over there. There were gaps in the offside he could have targeted.
Yeah, well, Jimmy Neesham was almost opening up his body and sort of sitting deep in the crease because he thought that the Yorker would come. So cleverly, Bosch just pushed it across him out of his arc because that weight was just slightly back from Neesham. And interesting that he took the single, just may show that he's not quite clear on his thinking here.
Might have just been a sort of natural reaction there. Full, low full toss, which Henry plays down to long on, gets off strike. So 2 balls now. I'd imagine Neesham will just face these final 2 balls. If he can get at least one of them away for a boundary, that would help. Not going to be able to get 180 now. It's been a very good final over. It's gone for just 2 first 4 balls from Bosch. His figures are looking good too. 1 for 26. But can he close it out? What can Neesham do here? Can he find one maximum? Where's he going to target? Here's Bosch. Goes across his stumps. He gets a full toss on middle stump, which he drags around behind square on the leg side past a sprawling fielder on the boundary, and he gets 4. So that's something for New Zealand anyway.
Yeah, Rabada, really valiant effort there at deep square leg, but just he put in the dive so early to try and stop that boundary. Wasn't the best of looking shots we'll ever see from Neesham. Got the full toss, just sort of swung across the line, came off the inside edge, but a really welcome boundary for him. Can he get a boundary just to finish off this innings? They would have liked, they would have expected to get more runs here, but can they just take a bit of momentum into the break?
Final ball of the innings. Here comes Corbin Bosch, full. And Neesham goes up and over mid-off, who was up in the circle. So they finish with a bit of a flourish. 4-4 from the final 2 deliveries. New Zealand. Jimmy Neesham finishes 23 not out of 15 balls. Matt Henry 9 off 8. And New Zealand have got up to 175 for 7 from their 20 overs. 8.8 runs per over. On the face of it, doesn't seem like too bad a score, but from what we've seen in terms of the pitch and, of course, the boundary sizes, does that feel maybe a little bit under par, Tash?
It does feel potentially 10-15 short of par. We felt at the time sort of getting towards that 200 was quite necessary on this pitch, but South Africa just did so well, in particular Janssen just constantly breaking the partnerships of New Zealand, but just a nice little flourish there for Neesham to get them up to 175. So that will just fill them with a little bit of confidence going into the break. But you just feel South Africa will be pretty happy, especially after going at 10 and over for at least 10 overs of that game.
They started pretty well, both sides really. The run rate was good, but crucially South Africa took 4 early wickets inside 7 overs. New Zealand was 64 for 4 at that point. Mark Chapman with 48 off 26, Daryl Mitchell with 32 off 24, got them back in it, but then a cluster of wickets for South Africa, which really pegged back New Zealand around about the 14-15 over mark, and then Neesham, 23 off 15, has got them up to 175. Marco Jansen, probably the pick of the bowlers, 4 wickets he took, 4 for 40, but Maharaj and Rabada and Corbin Bosch were also pretty good as well, very economical. Overall, Tash, it was a pretty impressive South African bowling performance, that, wasn't it?
No, it really was. I know that Jansen went for 10s, but it's all about wickets in T20 cricket, so picking up a 4-for was brilliant. Maharaj, as you say, was he's so key in this bowling lineup, isn't he?
OK, let's hear what Mark Chapman's got to say.
Yeah, it was a pretty good surface traditionally. There's a bit of pace and bounce here, so it was pretty typical today of Ahmedabad.
You came in with the team under a bit of pressure. They lost 3 for 7. What was the discussion out there?
Yeah, obviously not ideal to lose a few wickets at the end of the power play, and I guess for us it was just trying to be positive. You know, we knew that the surface was good, so we just had to keep going.
When you have a look at what you've got on the board, 175, what does the bowling unit need to do well to be able to defend that?
Yeah, I mean, you're probably got probably a little bit under par there, but you know, for our bowling unit, they're just really clear in their plans, and hopefully they can execute.
Massive crowd out here today. It's going to be loud, and you've got to manage that as well, and all the pressure moments that come with it.
Yeah, it's been nice to see the locals come to the game, and a few Kiwi shirts in there too, which is nice to see.
Well batted today.
Thank you.
Yeah, he looked in good touch, Mark Chapman, today. Good signs for him for the rest of the tournament. He'll be a bit disappointed maybe he didn't go on for a really big score, but New Zealand have 175 on the board. We'll have the run chase for you in a few minutes' time, but right now we're going to take you back to the game earlier in the day, the game between England and Scotland, which took place, of course, at Eden Gardens in Kolkata. Important game for both sides, this in Group C. England ended up winning it by 5 wickets. Had a bit of an early scare in the run chase with a couple of early wickets, but in the end it was relatively comfortable. They got over the line with 10 balls to spare. In terms of the Scottish batting, Michael Jones played his part. He got them off to a bit of a flyer, 33 off 20 balls, the Lancashire batter. And afterwards, he spoke to Adam Mountford.
Well, Michael, not to be for Scotland today, but you took it deep, and it was a tough game for England.
Yeah, obviously it was a shame in the end after we had a decent enough first half with the bat that we couldn't, get 20, 30, 40 more runs on there, which we probably looked likely to do, I would say, after the 10 over mark for our innings. If we'd done that, then maybe it would have been even closer than what it was in the end. We took them deep there, even with 150 on the board. So if we'd got that 170, 180, which we probably needed, it could have been a really, really tight game. So yeah. And
you and the captain, though, a good partnership, and as you say, at one stage you looked like getting a really big total.
Yeah, no, definitely, yeah. I mean, obviously we lost a couple of wickets early, and then after that, myself and Richie went nicely up until the back end of the power play. So yeah, I think at the halfway stage I looked up at the board and we were 90 for 3, I think, after 10. So you'd like to think, we probably should have doubled that really if we'd batted, the way that we probably can. We just didn't do on the day. So yeah, if we'd done that, then who knows, but it wasn't to be today.
Was there a frustration at losing those wickets? Because you say that possibly made the difference in the match.
Oh, hugely, yeah. It's obviously such a shame when you get into such, a really good position, not to sort of follow through and bat like we know we can. Leesky and Crossy and even Watty, he got so much power at the back end. So we could have just took it a little bit deeper. Who knows? It's a shame as well. Obviously, Barrow was tight on that LBW call, umpire's call. So little things like that, they go your way, and who knows, could have been different. But on the day, not to be. But yeah, it's always a close game, so it's good.
Did you think you might have enough runs?
I think we were probably 20, 30 shy, to be honest. It was a good wicket. It's obviously fast outfield, and so we were always going to try and get into the scrap as much as we could, which I think we did. We did well. But ultimately, I think we were probably 20, 30 light. Yeah.
But then, early wickets, put the pressure on. When there were a couple down, there was a bit of excitement amongst the team at that point.
Massively, yeah, definitely. I think, like Joss and Salty, obviously, such quality players. So, used to seeing them come out and whack the ball to all corners. So, when we had them a couple of wickets down early, and the ball was swinging, they put the lights on. The ball seemed to be doing a little bit. So. Even our attack's probably different to what these guys are used to facing. Facing 140 k's an hour, and now Brando and Brad offer something a bit different. A bit more, maybe not necessarily more skillful, but obviously slower pace, but get swing and able to use conditions well. So You know, something different, I guess, for them to face. And you know, when we had those early few wickets, it was like, oh, you know, we're probably in the game here. So who knows? But ultimately, I think we needed, you know, a few more runs on the board.
But then you had those 2 wickets very quickly, didn't you, in Bethel, and the captain, Harry Brook. And again, there was that feeling of a few more nerves in the England batting lineup.
Yeah, no, of course, yeah. I mean, they're such a quality side. It's the only thing, you know, they've got so many more batters to come. You know, Jackson comes in, who opens the batting for Surrey, and then even after that, you've got Jamie O, Dawson, Archer, everyone who can come in and smack it. So it's like, this is great that we keep taking wickets, but you know, the firepower just keeps on coming. So it's like, you know, we need to carry on. Even we got 2 quick ones here, you know, we need another 2 quick ones. So it's like, yeah. But the momentum swung in our favour for a minute there, so which was exciting, and the crowd was really up. You know, such an iconic venue, and it was loud, and we were out there, so it was pretty cool, especially at that time of the game. So yeah, shame we didn't. You know, it wasn't even closer than what it was, but it was good to take it deep anyway, even with only 150 on the ball.
You mentioned the crowd. You've been lucky to play a couple of games here already, but you look around here, 50,000 people for a neutral game in India. I mean, just amazing, at one of the most famous grounds in the world.
Can't complain, can you, really? Especially when 2 weeks ago I was sitting on my couch thinking, like, you know, it's a shame we weren't going to be there. You know, what does my winter look like, running around the track at Old Trafford? And then 2 weeks later, you know, here we are playing in front of 50,000 people against, like, taking it to the wire against England. Like, it's pretty cool.
And you mentioned playing against England. I mean, is it a bit different because you do know a lot of these players when you play in county cricket? You come across these players a lot up against some of the teams you play in a tournament like this. Is that a different experience for you?
I find it really cool. Like, I actually love the sort of pressure that comes with it. I think, you know, as an associate team, you know, it feels like all the pressure is on England to come and walk this game. Well, not necessarily walk it, but definitely to win. And so for me, it's like, especially knowing the guys, it's like, okay, well, let's see what you can do on the big stage, you know, against our guys. You know, it's exciting. And for me, like, to be able to take on the people that, I mean, I haven't played against some of the bowlers an awful lot because a lot of them are in the South group, being from Lancs and Durham before that. But I obviously know of them and played against a few of them before. And obviously I know Salty, Joss, Luke Wood from Lancs. So yeah, it's just a cool experience. It's nice to, like, especially if we had a slightly better half, you know, to come out, get those early wickets and just feel the pressure of an associate nation. I think putting it on England, like, pretty cool.
Do you know, obviously he'd be disappointed with Michael with the result. He batted beautifully. I mean, he took Curran, what was it, for 2 4s and a 6 at the start of 1 over, and then the variations from Curran had the better of it a little later on. But David Malan is alongside me here. As I say, disappointed with the result, but there's a cricketer who sounds as if he's having a whale of a time and really appreciating what's been put there. Now, I know it sounds as if it was that or running around Old Trafford, which doesn't appeal to anybody probably, but what a lovely interview there, hearing from Michael Jones.
Yeah, he spoke really well, didn't he? Showed the disappointment of missing out initially, and then the excitement of being part of this World Cup, which is every cricketer's dream, to be able to represent your country in a World Cup and at the biggest stage. So fantastic that they've got the opportunity, and they did put on a good show today. It would have been interesting if they had got that extra 15-20 runs, especially with the way England lost wickets in little clusters, if they would have been put under pressure and where it would have ended, because yeah, Scotland have done incredibly well with the limited resources they've had and the limited preparation they've had to put on such a good show.
One of the debating points about England is whether Brooks should be up at 4 or Banton. Well, Banton obviously with a match-winning knock today of 60 plus runs there. That presumably puts that all to bed now. Was it a live and worthwhile discussion anyway from your point of view?
Yeah, I think it always is. You know, Harry Brook is one of the most talented players England have got, and his record in 50-over cricket, T20 cricket, Test cricket, and how successful he's been. You'd always want your best batters up the order. He seems to feel he's best at 5, and that's absolutely fine if that's the way he wants to go. And so far in the first couple of games, Banton missing out was probably that missing piece. Yes, Salt hasn't got going yet, Butler hasn't really got going either, but to have that middle order batter they believe is a really good player of spin, to be able to contribute like he did today and play a match-winning innings would just make England feel a little bit easier in that middle order. But you're right, if Harry Brook can get in, and I'm pretty sure he will move into up the order if England were 2 down or 1 down after 10 or 12 overs, I don't think it's that set in stone.
England, Italy on Monday, Scotland versus Nepal on Tuesday. England at the moment level on points to the West Indies at the top of that group. As I say, it certainly needs results and net run rates and all sorts of mathematics to go really well for Scotland, and they need to win, obviously, against Nepal. There's still a slither of a chance they could qualify. For England, of course, it does strengthen their position. Tomorrow, in that very same group, our first match is the West Indies versus Nepal in Group C, that being in Mumbai. So that all to come, and a victory earlier today also for Ireland over Oman. What about this one? New Zealand versus South Africa. New Zealand won 75 for 7 off their 20 overs, and we generally feel as though that's a little shy of where they should be. But we wait and see. We don't always get it right. Sometimes the batters don't always get it right and they mess it up. We were perfect in our assessment of the way things go, and then, I don't know, the batters, they go and let us down, and sometimes the bowlers are just so exceptional and wrestle it back. So we don't know, but South Africa need 176 to win this battle of two huge cricketing nations, of course. Two teams who maybe fancy the chances of going on and lifting the trophy. For both of them at the top of the group at the moment, we feel as though it's not mathematically certain yet, but whoever wins will mathematically go through. For both, though, it's likely that progress will be made. Santner seemingly calling for a review before ever there is a ball being bowled. No, it's a change in the field, that's all it is. And we're about to get underway then for this run chase on the final match of the day today. We have 3 games every day, and I think as a format it's pretty much worked out. We've had some terrific games of cricket and 12 hours or more of back-to-back cricket as well. T20 cricket, co-hosts Sri Lanka and India. I've really enjoyed this tournament. There's been plenty going on. What about today for the final game? South Africa need 176, and we're about to see the reply begin. Matt Henry bowls first to Markram. It's Markram and de Kock, the opening pair, and Matt Henry, of course, is a right handful. We know what he's capable of. What are the skills that you as batters most fear from Matt Henry, David?
Well, seam initially. Swing is sometimes a lot easier to play. It's more predictable because you can see it out of the hand. But when someone is very, very good at bowling a really good hard length, test match length with seam up, getting it to nibble both ways, it becomes incredibly difficult to predict, and you have to find ways of scoring, and that's the challenge.
Henry to Markram now, driven, and nicely driven as well. Finds a gap in the covers, and that's 4 runs. So second delivery, boundary immediately there. 4 for no wicket, 2 balls in.
Well, it doesn't matter if it seams or swings, but if you're going to bowl him width to Adrian Markham, he's going to lay into it, and he is so beautiful to watch when he gets on that front foot. It's almost a bit Matthew Hayden-esque when he lifts that front foot up and steps into. He's a very imposing cricketer and batter to bowl at, and that's a fantastic way for South Africa to ease the nerves and start their run chase.
They talked of the emotional drain of the game against Afghanistan. They needed to take themselves away into a darkened room, a few of them, and recover from that one, which went so close, so easily. Could and probably should have been a victory for Afghanistan, but it went into the double super over, and South Africa came out on top. So that means that both these teams have 2 out of 2 so far. Change in the field. Who's thought it's been not quick enough? They're square. Duffy's been put square. Is that Phillips who's gone there in that sort of gully behind square on that offside? Henry comes in to bowl to Markram, in and bowls, and driven. Lovely shot again. That's another 4. Glorious stroke from the South African skipper, through extra cover, over the boundary, and that's 8 for no wicket. 2 lovely shots from Markram.
It was. This one just slightly straighter, maybe half a foot straighter than the ball before, and maybe slightly fuller. Markram once again just leaning into it, and that's a textbook cover drive. You can't get any more clinical than that from Adrian Markham.
It is all about building confidence. Well, Markham will be delighted with a couple of shots he's produced so far, with a long way to go. 8 for no wicket, first over. Target 176. Henry right arm in and bowls a little straighter, but again he's alert, going for the single. The Cock there just has to go on the word of his skipper Markram, because he had no idea. His back was to it. He calls him through, off he goes running, but it was a good call from the skipper. He was alert to there was 1 available there.
Yeah, very good cricket from South Africa. A couple of boundaries, but still looking for the single. Your intent is always to hit the ball for 4 or for 6, and then to sort of drop the ball around your feet or push for the single when you can. But so far, already 4 balls into this chase, the wicket looks fantastic in South Africa. It's theirs to win here.
Indeed. And as I say, take a look at that, the way that group is, but that will take them to 6 points, and they will be through. The Cock facing his first ball, driven straight. The umpire rifle has to get out of the way of that one. That's going to be another 4, though, you know. This time straight back past Henry. We're talking about just how good Matt Henry is. Well, he's gone for 13 runs from first 5 balls. That can happen. 3 boundaries so far in this over, and a single.
Yeah, and usually very good at holding his length, Matt Henry, and just over pitching for the 3rd time in the over. Quinton de Kock just punching that straight back past. It was in the air for a little bit, and he's outstretched hand, but nowhere near it, unfortunately, for New Zealand. But a fantastic start to South Africa, just to ease their nerves in this chase.
Quinton de Kock. First player to score 3,000 runs for South Africa in T20 internationals. And that forward, that one is a dot ball, square on the offside. 13 for no wicket after 1 over then, so advantage South Africa early on. Things can change around so quickly, of course. But they were just talking about England's batting there, with Michael Jones talking about it, and he didn't get as far as Dilly Rashid there at 11. But when it comes to that expression, bat all the way down, England really do bat all the way down, and many nations do now. I mean, none of the 11 are going to be hopeless with the bat. They can all hold the bat, but that is really strong for England, isn't it? It should be.
Yeah, it is. Well, it should be. They get bowled out more often than they should with that batting lineup. But I think in T20 cricket, the way that people want to attack it now and approach the game, everyone wants to be positive. You want to keep taking the game on. To have that depth in batting allows you to do that. It allows you to not sometimes be lazy and look over your shoulder and say there's someone else, but it allows you to take that positive option. So if you are in doubt, you're able to take that positive, aggressive option and put teams under pressure.
Lockie Ferguson's going to bowl the 2nd over here for New Zealand. Quite a few of their players are, I'd say, the right side of 30, of course, but over 30, and he's certainly one of them, 34 years of age. Terrific, wonderful competitor. He gives it everything, this Ferguson. He has you on the edge of your seat. Sometimes he can go anywhere, but he is more than capable of devastation. Mind you, that first one has been given the treatment by Markram, up over the extra cover boundary. Wow, what a 6 that is. Just talk Ferguson up, should be talking up Markram, because he has gone out there with a real mission.
He has, and what a tremendous shot. One of the hardest shots in the book to play, over extra cover for 6, and Ferguson usually shapes the ball back into the right-hander, and this one hasn't swung, and Markram climbed into that. He was absolutely hammered that over the offside for 6, and South Africa off to a flying start, and Markram really putting New Zealand under pressure.
19 for no wickets, 2nd over. Ferguson bowls again, edge this time, but that's between the keeper and the man up there at short 3rd, who's Finn Allen. I say the perfect gap. He presumably knew that gap was there. Gets an edge, mind you. He moves on to 19 and 23 for no wicket. It's another boundary. Well, this one.
Yeah, batters always know when there's no slip, and they can play that really thin edge. But a little bit of fortune for Markram there, but you earn that luck in T20 cricket. He's put them under pressure. He's got the slip out of play, and he's able to then get away with a little streaky boundary.
Not quite a grimace from Lockie Ferguson, but look at disappointment. Yeah, here comes the call from Markram to the Cock to go through for just a single. They could jog that one. I mean, already in this over, 6 and 4 and 1. It is the power play. We want to make the best of that. Another discussion about what's acceptable. 2 wickets down, 3 wickets down. Interested to hear from David earlier. Probably no more than 2 when you're setting in the first innings. Maybe you can risk a 3rd on the chase, but right now it's 24 for no wicket midway through the 2nd over. The power play, reminder, it's 6 overs for the batting side to try and make hay. Only 2 outside the circle. Ferguson coming in now to Quinton de Kock, who's on 4 not out. Around the wicket, the left-handed de Kock down the leg side. Good piece of keeping, but that's because it's a wide, very much a leg side wide. Not a great start here for Lockie, but I wasn't meaning to be critical, but in the back of my mind, when I see Lockie Ferguson coming on to bowl, I know we can get both ends of the spectrum from him, because he's that sort of an entertaining cricketer as well, but it's one of those that hasn't gone his way this time.
Yeah, and especially when you have the pace that he has, any sort of misjudgment of your line and your length allows the batters to score, but it's interesting to see that.
It's around the wicket to de Kock and driven. Lovely. Oh, we're seeing some glorious stroke play from both these South African openers. This one through extra cover along the ground from de Kock, moves to 8, 29 for no wicket. Oh, there's a few interesting looks on the faces of the New Zealand players now. 1.4 overs, 29 on the board already.
And that's probably the worst he's bowled so far. That was just a long half volley, and Quinton de Kock has played a beautiful textbook drive again. But just going back to my earlier point, New Zealand have opened the bowling with Jacob Duffy in all of their first games, and probably for a long time. So this change of tactic has not worked so far for New Zealand.
De Kock just gets himself ready, then Ferguson isn't quite ready. So off we go. Ferguson to come around the wicket into Quinton de Kock. Bowls now. It's a little shorter, maybe slower as well. They go through for 1. I throw these questions sometimes, maybe they're a bit daft, but what might be in the thinking of the change of policy there of not going with Duffy?
Well, there might have been a matchup. Every team looks at analytics and sees what they can and can't do, so there might have been something that someone's brought up and said Ferguson might get Markram or de Kock out quite a lot. I know from my experience, Ferguson, when he's bowling well, is incredibly tough to hit as a left-handed batter. He's got a really strange angle, especially when he comes over the wicket. It feels like he's always in a blind spot.
He's in now, should be the last ball of the over, right on the toe of Markram. He'll still get a run. They're onto the onside, and he moves to 21, 2 overs, 18 coming from that over from Ferguson. 31 for no wicket after 2 overs. We thought this target 176 didn't look enough. It's certainly not looking enough after the first couple of overs.
Yeah, and South Africa have done the right thing here. They've walked out, they're trying to break this chase early. It's very easy to say that there's going to be a bit of dew and you can wait for it to be a little bit later when the ball gets wetter and it makes it easier to score, but they've come out and they put with real intent, and they put South Africa under a hell of a lot of pressure here. Sorry, New Zealand under a hell of a lot of pressure, and it'd be interesting to see which way New Zealand go. Do they change the pace in the power play? Quinton de Kock is a fantastic player of spin, so I wouldn't want Santner to be bowling too many in this power play, but they've got to do something to change the way South Africa are approaching this.
Very strong here at the moment, South Africa. Now we are going to see Jacob Duffy brought on the bowl here now. He again is just over 30, he's 31 years of age. Settles on his field. Fingers through the hair. Bit of a ruffle, and now he's off and ready to bowl to Markram. Change of bowling here. So Duffy's on to Markram on 21. Right under his eye line there. Looks a little frustrated with that. Thought he should have got it away.
Yeah, one of Markram's strengths is that he's able to capitalise on length. He's a big fella, actually, Markram. He's very imposing at the crease. He's a lot taller than he looks on TV, and when you walk next to him, he's a really big guy. So he's always looking to be on the front foot. He's always coming at you. So he's quite intimidating to bowl to when he's in this type of form.
And he's been striking the ball beautifully so far here today. 21 not out. Gone straight, just on the onside of straight, and just over the boundary. Yeah, just over for a straight 6. He's not messing about here. Quickly on to 27. He's only faced 10 balls.
Yeah, and slower ball there from Duffy. Not probably one of his strengths. He usually swings that new ball a little bit of both ways with that new ball, but he's gone to a slow ball earlier. Markram has just absolutely laid into that. And 27 off 10 balls. It's looking really ominous for New Zealand right now.
And the win predictor at 70% for South Africa. 37 for no wicket. Big again, leg side. This is a little bit wider, but it's the same result. It's a 6.
Markram just absolutely cashing in here. It feels like he's playing a T10 game. He's on that front foot every single ball, and that ball was dragged back by Duffy. He's changed his length, which is actually probably the length to bowl on this ground, but Markram has somehow found a way to hit that to the shorter, straighter boundaries, and a straight bat off the front foot for a short ball. What a hell of a shot that is.
We thought this might be a bit of a heavyweight tussle. It hasn't got that feel about it at the moment. It feels as though it's being not so much bullied but dominated by one side, South Africa. Markram on 33, falls short and wide of the man on the edge of the circle. Down there at short third, and it's another 4. .664, 1 and over again. And Markram to 37 off 12, 47 for no wicket in the third.
Yeah, a bit of fortune for Markham there. He's backed away, given himself a bit of room. Duffy's followed him, and he's got a thin outside edge for 4 again between the keeper and that sort of fine third man. But you earn the right to score runs like that in the streak of runs, and so far he's put New Zealand under pressure, and it's all going his way at the moment.
It certainly is. 2 balls left of this over. What can Duffy provide here? Into the pads on the leg stump, going down. The keeper goes up for it, but I think it's just really to try and release a little tension. Didn't look to be at all a good call, that. 47 for no wicket, it remains.
Yeah, and New Zealand are going to have to find a way to find a wicket here. Wickets are key for them in this defence of the 176, which we did feel was a little bit short. New Zealand were on track to get a really good score there, and South Africa found ways of taking wickets at crucial stages, and New Zealand are going to need to do that here.
Duffy to Markham, 37 in and bowls, clipped away fine. Oh, shots everywhere, all areas of the ground. Subtlety just helps it on its way. Well, I say 20 runs from Duffy's first over, seemingly no answer at the moment to this South African onslaught, but I mean, well, it looks as if he's quite relieved there. Was he a little concerned maybe that was just gone into the hands of the man at short fine?
Well, I think he's disappointed that didn't go for 6. He's
okay.
Missed down the leg side on a length when he's really looking to go after him there, but yeah, New Zealand in all sorts of trouble and under pressure here. Markham has played an innings so far that is pretty much breaking this chase.
I quite liked what he'd done well. I thought he was a lovely little shot for 4, but there we go. 51 for no wicket after 3 overs. Markham on 41, de Kock on 9. And that's because I'm not in the headspace at the moment of Eddie Markham, who has gone out there with some thinking that he wants this game done as quickly as he possibly can. So Matt Henry's going to come back on. Went for 13 from his first. This is only the 4th over. Bowls on width there, and de Kock can't get that away. Off the toe end of the bat, he looks at that bat in the way the batters sometimes do, to say, well, you let me down there. But no, it just crunched into the bottom of the bat, and a dot ball.
Yeah, a rare dot ball for New Zealand in this power play. Only 3.1 overs gone. South Africa 51 for naught and already motoring along. So New Zealand need to find ways of getting wickets here, otherwise this game is slipping away from them very quickly.
There's been little sign of it yet. Henry to de Kock on 9, and he carves that one. That's a good stop. Jimmy Neesham. Got a few, I mean, Neesham, Lockie Ferguson, they've got a few little characters in their team, haven't they? I mean, Jimmy, he used to be prolific at one time on social media. I don't know if he still is, because I don't spend so much time myself, but as a younger player, he was everywhere, passing comments on this, that and the other. He's a bit of a live wire, and needed to be on pulling off the stop there. Nice piece of fielding.
Yeah, he's very opinionated, Jimmy Neesham, which I do like when you spend a bit of time with him. He does.
De Kock on 9, Henry bowling to him short, and that's been pulled away. Has it got the better? It has. The fielder behind square on the leg side. There is no answer to this, really. 55 for no wicket. De Kock moves to 13 with that boundary. We're only in the 4th over.
Yeah, no answer from New Zealand. Dropped this short to Quinton de Kock, who's onto that exceptionally quickly. He's managed to get his arms really straight, work that around behind square, and the fielder might have felt like he was in with a shout for a bit, but it's just too fine and too quick for him.
Oh, it's Rachin Ravindra out there. Threw himself at it, but he was always past him. Go through the 4th over. A little slower. And a play in the miss there from de Kock. Trying to mix it up. The variations, which actually, you know, worked so well for England today. We mentioned the fact that Scotland got themselves in, you know, some decent looking positions batting first in that match, but actually it was the variations of the England bowlers. I mean, Jofra did well up top, but in looking at the likes of Sam Curran, he's gone for a few at the start of an over, gets a man towards the end. Adil Rashid was given a bit of treatment early on, but again, it's those variations. It's a skill which we shouldn't take for granted. Henry in here to de Kock. This has gone a long way behind square on the leg side again. It's a 6. Oh, he's climbing into that and way, way, way into the crowd. Onto 19. Well, what a display of brutal. I stopped myself from saying bullying early in this game between these two sides, but this does feel like a bullying right now. 66 metres that's gone into the crowd. Terrific stuff from both Markram and Quinton de Kock.
Yeah, incredibly tough when both batters are going, but Henry trying the bouncer, it's just not working. Both batters finding ways to score boundaries at ease at the moment.
One ball remaining of the fourth over. De Kock it is facing 19, chopped down into the ground. They'll still scamper through a single. Getting runs always here. 62 for no wicket after 4 overs. I don't think I've seen a power play like this in the tournament. I think somewhere around the 50 mark, maybe, something like that, but this is racing away.
Yeah, I think India might have had a really big one in their last game. I think they might have got 80 yards, something like that. Kishan playing an unbelievable knock, but South Africa on fire at the moment. And I like what Matt Henry's done there. He's tried a couple of bounces, he's tried a couple of slow balls, he's tried to mix it up, he's trying to be as unpredictable as he can, but South Africa just finding answers for it. But if South Africa keep going like this for the next 2 overs, they're going to be at 80 odd for none after this power play, and you'd have to say New Zealand staring down the barrel.
Best they've done in this competition is runners-up New Zealand. They've wonderful talent, but it's hard to see how they're going to wrestle anything back here. Now Ferguson's back on for another go. De Kock batting, a play and a miss, again trying to vary the pace. It's Ferguson. Swing of that one from De Kock. It will require some variation, but also it's probably going to require at the moment, the way Markham and De Kock are going, just a little slip, a mistimed shot or something like that, because they've only got one thing on their mind, and that really nearly every ball is travelling and a distance. Ferguson again. He comes round the wicket into De Kock. Yorker length delivery, worked away onto the onside. There's no need for this pair to do anything stupid. I mean, they've got 62 runs on the board. I think there was maybe a bit of a feeling that New Zealand, having themselves made a decent enough start, just got a little carried away towards the end of that power play and lost wickets with them. Maybe there was no need to have done so. But here there's certainly no need for South Africa to be messing up like that. Still lots of batting to come. They haven't lost a wicket yet. 62 for no wicket. Into the body this time of De Kock, and stopped by the keeper from running past. It's 3 dot balls to begin with, though.
Yeah, and that's the pressure New Zealand needed. Just creating something for themselves here. You're right, speaking about New Zealand towards the end, they would have been kicking themselves. They've lost 2 wickets in that final over, being 58 for 1 to suddenly 58 for 3, and that changes the momentum of the game. And South Africa don't want to make that mistake. Yes, they want to keep this intent going. They want to keep looking for boundaries, but if they can keep those wickets in hand, it makes it easier.
The clock's on 20 on the leg stump, bowled him. Sort of stood aside there from the leg stump, showed it all. He was looking to whip it away on the onside, and Ferguson breaks through, and also breaks through in terms of a wicket taken to end this opening partnership. 62 for 1.
Yeah, and change of angle from Ferguson, went from around the wicket to over the wicket, that ball, and that's his 4th slow ball in a row, and Quinton de Kock has played all around that, wanting to keep that intent. We're just saying there, we don't want South Africa to be losing that intent, but also not losing the wickets, and is this the little gap that New Zealand needed to be able to go a quick bang bang and put South Africa on the back foot a little bit. But yeah, South Africa really didn't need that wicket, but New Zealand did.
So as a batter, you're thinking, oh, come on now, he won't do the same again a 4th time in terms of pace.
Yeah, and you're trying to stay ahead of the game. You're trying to read what's worked. He's bowled 3 balls in a row and then gone over the wicket, so he's changed the angle. The first thing you're thinking about as a batter there is what's his stock ball, and generally Ferguson from that over the wicket is in your blind spot. He's pitching the ball on leg stump at high pace, and he is really quick, and it's quite hard to line up. So you're setting yourself for that, and you're expecting there to be a bit of pace pitching outside leg, which De Kock did. He's looked to hit that over the leg side, but it's just been too full and too slow, and he's ended up sort of foxing him a little bit, if you want to put it that way.
29-year-old Ryan Rickleton makes his way out to the middle now to replace Quinton de Kock, who's gone for a 14-ball 20. Breakthrough arriving with 2 balls left of the 5th over, but Aidan Markram still there at the other end. 41 of 14 balls, 5 fours, 3 sixes. So Ferguson will try and remove Rickleton. First ball, if he can, comes around the wicket into bowl now. Bat on it, pushed up towards mid-off. Quick shot at the stumps. That would have been mightily close. In that Santner with a good stop, left arm throw up and over the top of the stumps. So Rickleton set off nice and quickly, but it almost wasn't quick enough. It's his call to make. He has to go running around. I mean, the bowler doesn't do anything wrong, but he has to go the long way round, if you like, to it, and he would have been well gone
He
had
would have.
Santner hit there.
Yeah, he would have, and that would have been the wicket that New Zealand would have had, or would have wanted, just 2 in a row, and that would have changed the momentum for them. But fortunate for Rickleton there, 148 kilometres per hour that ball was as well.
Ferguson to Markram on 41, and lovely drive. Well, he hasn't seen the ball for a few deliveries now, but immediately picks up where he left off with a glorious cover drive. It's 4 runs for the skipper. He moves to 45, 67 for 1 after 5 overs, going along so nicely here. They only need 176. We say only because we think they're below par on setting that 175 for 7. A few words from David Malan, and there'll be Matt to pick up.
Yeah, that's ruined a really good over for New Zealand there. Wicket with only 1 run off it, and Markram's just found a way of getting to the boundary. But South Africa, what a start to their chase, chasing 176 and 67 for 1. Couldn't have asked for a dream start, and if they can keep this momentum going and get a good partnership going here, you feel New Zealand are pretty much out of this game.
Well, if they keep this momentum going, you feel this could be over in 15 overs or so. Incredible stuff, especially from Aidan Markram. 45 off 15. It's just been crisp hitting, really. Some really good cricket shots. De Kock weighed in as well with his quick-fire 20. And Tash, you and I were talking at the end of the first innings, and we were talking about the fact that maybe New Zealand could be 15-20 short. Well, might be a few more short by the looks of things. Here's Duffy, back of a length on off stump, and Rickleton cuts this out to deep backward point for no run.
Yeah, I know, they are going along so quickly here. Markram did start his T20 career in the middle order, but since he's come up to the top of the order, obviously bats at the top of the order in Test match cricket as well as 50 over stuff, he has just really improved that strike rate. He's such an imposing character, and he just leads from the front, doesn't he, in the way that he goes about, well, in particular this run chase, but he just carries himself so well. But I've been interested in seeing his facial expressions. He doesn't look like he feels that he's hitting the ball that nicely out there.
Oh, here's Rickleton, uppish over mid-off though, and the ball races away to the boundary. You get the impression he might have been done slightly by a slower ball there, maybe a bit early on the shot, but he just went through with it, and he came out the middle, and he gets it up and over mid-off.
Yeah, definite slower ball there, the off-cutter from Duffy, which we don't see normally from him inside the power play. He normally bowls that hard Test match length, and he does get the ball to shape, but because they've been put under so much pressure.
Up and over again, this time dead straight, back-to-back boundaries for Rickleton, and this might have gone all the way. I think that's gone over the line for a 6. So after a very good over by Lockie Ferguson, which just threatened to rein in South Africa, they've got straight back on the horse.
Yeah, and another slower ball there from Duffy, and you don't see this from him in the power play normally, and I just feel that he didn't learn from that first innings where South Africa actually started to pick up the wickets when they kept the pace on, bowling at the top of the stumps. Just looked like, because they are under so much pressure, just trying a little too much here. The slower balls on this pitch, they just don't seem to be working, especially if you bowl them in the slot as well. Umpire just confirming there that is the 4, just bounced inside the boundary sponge. Duffy, he's under a huge amount of pressure here. Already gone for 28 of his 1.3.
Fine balls, here he is again. Bangs this in short, and he's met by Ryan Rickleton. That's got miles. He's pulled that directly over square leg and way back into the crowd. Catching practice for them. South Africa, astonishingly, have gone past 80, and there's 2 balls left in the power play.
Well, he does go for that Test match length, trying to push it across Rickleton here, and that is humongous, 103 metres. That 6 has gone. What a shot from Rickleton, because that is not a bad ball from Duffy. It's pretty much his best length ball, and it has been dealt with there from Rickleton. And I almost feel a little bit here for the bowlers. They're not quite sure where they can bowl to this South African top order. We haven't even seen Daryl Brevis yet. He's sort of licking his lips there on the side, thinking, "Oh, I want to have a crack at this as well."
Oh, Jacob Duffy, what have you got now? 2 balls left in the over. Here he is. Tall New Zealand fast bowler. Pace off, on off stump. Riggleton dabs into the offside and takes 1. He'll probably be glad that he's gone off strike. Although, we've got Aidan Markram to bowl at now, who's 45 off 15. 1 ball left in the power play.
Yeah, just going back to that shot from Riggleton, playing it across the line. He must have sort of been premeditating that was going to be pace on and at the top of off stump, because it was an unbelievable shot, hitting that off the top of off stump. 103 metres over deep in front of square leg. Just makes the bowler's head so scrambled, you don't know where to bowl.
Banged in short by Duffy. Markram tries to play a hook shot and it's been called a wide. Actually, it was down leg side, maybe height as well. So he's not out of the woods yet, Mr. Duffy.
No, he's not, and he's really rushing through the over here. He's walking back to his mark so quickly. You just feel that he wants to get out the over as quick as he can here, but just, he needs to take a little breath, maybe speak to his skipper.
Here he is then, former #1 ranked bowler in the world, of course, and Markram backs away. Very full delivery on the stumps, almost a Yorker, and he drives this out to cover for no run. Drinks are coming on to the field. That is the power play. 6 overs done in this run chase. South Africa 83 for 1. They only need to get 176 to win the game, so that's 93 more off 84 balls. Just over 6 and over from here. In really tash, it's just all about keeping wickets in hand, and they will get there comfortably.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't feel that Markram at all is going to go down in gears. He's just in that mode now. He's in 6th gear and everything. He's trying to get to the boundary. So they won't sort of be looking just to crawl over the line here. They'll want to get this done as quickly as possible and just make a statement also for the other teams that will be watching this high-class game as well. And just thinking about New Zealand, obviously they do have the leg spinner of Ish Sodhi on the side.
Yeah.
They maybe would have thought about bringing him into this game. A couple of that South African middle order do struggle against leg spin. I'm not saying it would turn, because we haven't really seen any turn on this pitch, but just to change the pace of the game. They've obviously got the big quicks and the part-time off spinner of Phillips, and also Ravindra can bowl a bit of finger spin as well. But just thinking, going forward, do they need to maybe try and get Ish Sodhi into this side just to have a little bit more variety to their attack?
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. I think that's maybe one thing that they're lacking, this team. They seem to have a lot of bases covered, but maybe when they go to Sri Lanka for the Super 8s, play on the more tired pitches later in the tournament, that's when they'll go to Sodhi, just to give them a little bit of extra bite in the spin department. And maybe also South Africa, they haven't really got the option because Tabraiz Shamsi is not there with the squad, but maybe that's something that they might feel they lack later in the tournament, is that wrist spinner. We mentioned it earlier. But apart from that, South Africa really do look in good order, don't they? They look a strong side, similar to New Zealand, with a lot of bases covered. And as the lights come out in the Narendra Modi Stadium, it's a fantastic sight, isn't it, when all the fans get their mobile phones out, put the lights on, and they put the music on in a little break of play. It's quite a stunning visual sight. It's really filled up quite nicely, actually. It's a huge stadium. It really is, somewhere close to 100,000.
Yeah, and you know, even if you do have about 40 or 50,000 in, it can look empty, but it's great. And also we heard at half-time as well from Chapman that it was great to see the locals coming in to see this big clash match. And now we're going to see the skipper of Santner just to change the pace of things here with his left arm spin. Could he have potentially brought himself on in the power play? He was obviously backing his seamers there, but just going to see a bit of change of pace here with the first bit of spin that we've seen in this run chase.
Just to clarify, it's about 100,000 capacity, not 100,000 in now. I'd imagine maybe something in the region of 30, 40,000. It's hard to tell because it's so big, but it has filled up over the last couple of hours. They have gone up like an absolute train. 83 for 1 off the power play, chasing 176 to win the game. So they need 93 more of 84 balls. They keep wickets in hand, and they should get there comfortably. First ball of Mitchell Santner's over. Went for a single, didn't he? Glad you're watching.
You got a lot on your plate. I went for a 2 actually, so I wasn't watching.
Okay, right. Just doing that 5 live update. Ryan Rickleton works this into the leg side, picks up another 1. Score moves on to 86 for 1 off 6.2 overs, up from 5 short of his half-century. Getting a half-century in under 20 balls, that's pretty good going. So he's got 3 deliveries to do that if he can get there. And he made an interesting point about where he's been batting in T20s. He faces up to Santner, drives this into the pitch, he clips this into the leg side, and it's a quick single before Seifert can cut it off. I always thought, actually, I wonder why he doesn't open in T20 cricket, because he has been used to opening 50-over cricket, longer format his whole career. And then just to suddenly transform yourself into a middle order player in T20, I always feel like if you're an opener, you know how to hit the gaps. As Ryan Rickleton does, he cuts past cover for 1.
Yeah, he's obviously a powerful player like we're seeing today, but he's not sort of someone that you would associate with maybe David Miller, Tristan Stubbs, Marco Jansen. They have so much firepower in that lower middle order that it just makes sense for him to be at the top of the order.
Here's Aidan Markram, and he cuts past, backward point. He gets a hand on it, probably should have stopped it. Ball's running away to the boundary, but round comes the electric Glenn Phillips, who was out at deep point, and he cuts it off. They come back for 2.
And you would say that his strength was against the seamers as well, so obviously I think he would feel a lot more comfortable, obviously coming out to the crease for that first over. More than likely he's going to face more the seam than spin, whereas in the middle that could be different.
The over, and he goes high and straight. Aidan Markram, has he got enough of this? Yes, he has. Daryl Mitchell comes around from long on. I think at one point he might have thought he had half a chance, but the ball just kept on going, sailed over his head. And Aidan Markram's got a 50 of just 19 balls, 7 overs done. South Africa 96 for 1.
Yeah, and I think we both thought that this may not have had enough on it, but just because of how languid and sort of relaxed that swing was, didn't try and hit the ball too hard. Not the biggest boundaries here, but that was over 70 metres and pretty muted celebration, just pretty muted bat raise to his teammates on the side there. He'll want to make sure he wants to get his team over the line as quickly as possible. That's the fastest 50 as well in the World Cup, alongside Shanaka for Sri Lanka, 19 balls. So I'll be pretty happy with his work so far. Now going to see another bowling change for New Zealand. Jimmy Neesham, his right arm medium, he'll look to change the pace, fire in a couple of Yorkers as well. He might go to his death skills here.
They've got to do something here, New Zealand, because this game is running away from them quickly. Here comes Neesham, pace on into the pads of Ryan Rickleton. He just keeps the scoreboard ticking over, pushes this down to long on, and they trot through for a single. You do feel if South Africa can go on and win this comfortably, it will be quite a statement, even though it doesn't really affect the grand order of things, because ultimately it looks like these two will finish in the top 2, barring a massive upset. If one of them loses to either Canada or UAE in their final games, they will be the top 2. Afghanistan will go out. Here comes Neesham. Just back of a length outside the off stump. That's cute from Aidan Markram. Really nice that. He just opened the face glided that ball between the two fielders behind square on the ring in the offside. He perfectly bisected them, and that's run away for 4. 100 up, 101 for 1.
Yeah, you can't be giving that width to Markram today. Just seeing that ball so nicely, just looks to run it off the face there. We've seen a lot of runs through that third region today, actually, but that one was deliberate. He opened the face, just got it down to the third boundary.
Combination again, arms pumping, slightly sweaty, and he's clipped into the leg side by Markram for a 1. Who is enjoying himself out there today, isn't he? He looks in really good touch. So if South Africa do win this comfortably, which is what they're heading towards at the moment, feels like it is a bit of a statement, even though they will go into one Super 8s group and New Zealand will go into the other. Just in terms of when you think of which side is most likely to challenge India. And for me, if they can pull off a big win here, South Africa. This has gone high. Ryan Rickleton trying to go over, long on. He doesn't quite get there. Daryl Mitchell does brilliantly on the boundary. Right on the boundary. He catches the ball above his eyes. He's toppling over. He flips it up, falls over the boundary, runs back in field and catches the ball. And that looks like a legitimate catch to me. He's taking all the high fives from his teammates. He says, yes, I've done it. We'll have to check the replay, but Tash, I think this is another great example of the modern day fielding right on the boundary edge.
Yeah, looks like this is a brilliant catch. He's so close to that boundary sponge as he takes the catch and he parries it back in and then takes the second catch inside the rope. I'm sure they're just going to check that that right foot of Daryl Mitchell isn't touching the boundary sponge as he parries the ball back inside. I think it is a clean catch, and just so used to seeing them now, but it's just such great awareness of where you are as a fielder and also where the boundary sponge is. And you see people sometimes go a little bit more side on so they can sort of see the ball and the boundary sponge, but this time Mitchell is front on. He does well just to lean back and not lose his balance. And then a simple catch after the parry back into the boundary. He was pretty happy with his efforts as well. Also, probably just a little bit of frustration there as well, how this run chase has gone for New Zealand. But they finally managed to pick up, to break that partnership. But unfortunately for them, the batters just keep coming. Deval Brevis to the crease, and the sort of onslaught just continues for New Zealand.
Yeah, there's so much firepower, isn't there, in this South Africa top 6. It was an interesting replay, actually, watching Daryl Mitchell do that. I'll get to that in a moment. Brevis facing his first ball from Neesham. Digs this in short, and Brevis shows quick hands, pulls in the air, out to deep mid-wicket. Glenn Phillips was on the boundary, but he was actually about 10 yards in, and it was hit hard and flat, and it's just gone over his head. It was a Superman dive from Glenn Phillips, who's pulled off those kind of catches before, but it was just out of his reach. Neesham shakes his head. It's a 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, Neesham is not happy here because Phillips, even though it looked like an excellent effort, he is a good 10 yards off the boundary there. That's the longer boundary towards the leg side that Brevis is hitting towards. But if you could have one person under that catch, you need to pull out the full Superman dive. It is going to be Glenn Phillips. But if they were slightly close to the boundary sponge there, he would have taken that easily. The frustration for Neesham, the bowler there.
So Brevis off the mark straight away, maybe slightly fortuitously. This stops on him a little bit, holds in the pitch, and he pushes uppishly to cover, no run. 8 overs bowled, 106 for 2. There's some great facial expressions at the moment from the Kiwis. We saw Jimmy Neesham there just look astonished that Glenn Phillips possibly wasn't in the right position. And then, as I was saying, the replay of Mitchell taking that brilliant catch on the boundary, he caught it and then he tossed it up, and his mouth was wide open
like
the whole way. It looked like he was going to eat the ball the whole way through. It was almost like he was astonished by what he was about to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Good bit of fielding there from Mitchell, but just going back to your point that we struggled to get in because T20 cricket is just so fast. I agree. I think South Africa do look like they could challenge India.
Santner short to Markram, who cuts out to deep point for 1.
Just purely because of the amount of power hitters that they've got. We've obviously seen Aiden Markram get that 50 off 19 balls with Quinton de Kock, Daryl Brevis, David Miller, Tristan Stubbs, Marco Jansen. They've also got George Linder on the side. So just the batting depth that they have, along with their high pace bowling attack. They're probably a little bit light on the spin, but I just think the depth in the batting could really challenge the favourites India.
Brevis facing up to spin for the first time, and he cuts hard past cover. There is cover behind him though. Glenn Phillips off the boundary again. This time he stops them coming back for 3. They come back for 2 on this occasion. A good bit of running. Brevis though started very proactively.
Yeah, well, Markram hasn't had to run too many of his runs, has he, so far? So put the burners on for that first quick one and then made sure he got back for 2.
Tossed up a bit more. Brevis maybe loses his shape a little bit. He drags this full delivery out to long on, trying to hit it out the park. Doesn't get the elevation, they just get 1.
A bit of a hack there from Brevis. And I think it must be hard for the batter trying to go along at the rate that Markram is batting at, but actually he probably just needs to get him on strike here.
Markram is on strike now, and this is a wide. It was tossed up. I think he might have thought, Santner, that Markram was going to come down the track, so he really took all the pace out of this, tossed it up, and it spun, but it was way too wide of off stump, and they'll have to bowl that one again. Wide rate, under 6 now, 65 needed off 69 balls. Bowled hard into the pitch, and it's kind of pulled, bizarrely, to long off by Aiden Markram. He's trying to sort of pull it straight, and a bit late on it, and the ball somehow finds its way out to long off.
Yeah, that ball was, I think, supposed to go into that mid-wicket gap, but because of the extra bounce that Santner gets, it just sort of hit high up on the bat, and that's why it skewed off to long off, but another single to the total.
This is going to go hard again. Again, it's a really slow delivery from Santner. This time it's not wide, it's just wide outside the off stump. Turns a bit. Not a bad delivery that, I think, maybe for Brevis, who's looking like he really wants a piece of the left arm spinner here. Only 46 mile an hour, that last ball from Mitchell Santner. Last ball now of his over. Quicker, and Brevis is equal to it. Punches off the back foot behind square on the offside. They come back for 2 and make it comfortably. So 9 overs bowled, 114 for 2. Just looking at Deval Brevis, who's had a good few months in franchise cricket, he looks like he's beefed up a little bit. Looks like he's been in the gym, and significantly as well. He looks like he's put on, I don't know, minimum 6 kg or something like that.
And he does look pretty strong. Both these batters, along with Markram, very strong guys, and didn't really need to put on any extra power, did he? But he must enjoy going to the gym, but must be quite a scary sight as a bowler when you've almost got Brevis at one end, and you can just tell he's sort of sinking into his stance. He's wanting to absolutely wallop every single ball here. I don't think he's prepared to just give Markram the strike. He also wants to get in on the act.
He's thinking 6 first and foremost, every ball, using his new muscles. Here comes Neesham. Slower ball to Markram, who's just got geared down a little bit after that Rickleton dismissal, and he clips this out to long on for 1, gets the young man Brevis on strike. Yeah, the reason I mentioned he looks a little bit different is because you remember when he burst onto the scene, he got an IPL contract very early, and there was a lot of talk about him and the next big thing, and maybe it was a bit too early for him, and he didn't quite fulfill all of the hype. And Tristan Stubbs, actually, probably similar age, sort of came to the fore more, and Brevis had to take a bit of a back seat, but now he's starting to really find his feet. Got back in the South Africa side, he crouches low, drives off the back foot to cover, misfield, but I don't think it'll cost him dot ball. And now it feels like he's really, found on his feet now in franchise cricket, and that's fed into international cricket as well, and he just looks a more powerful T20 hitter.
Yeah, he just obviously has got a few more years under his belt, and he's already played so much cricket around the world. But I guess your currency still is at international cricket. You'll pick up those franchise deals if you do well in huge tournaments like this one.
On strike here, Brevis, and again this is hit very hard, but straight out to deep point off the back foot for one.
And you know, we've seen someone like Sam Curran obviously in the World Cup in Australia, where he was player of the tournament, and he picked up the gigs from there. So you know, it's all well and good playing all this franchise tournament cricket, and you know, obviously that is really important in your learning as well. But for Brevis, if he can do well on this stage, that will mean more to him, especially having a few more years under his belt as well.
Now on strike, South African captain. And it's a very classy looking square drive off the front foot, again straight out to the man at deep point for one.
Just feels like a little lull here, doesn't it? The last over going for 8, and then just a couple of singles in this over. It's almost like, what's going on? Where are the boundaries gone? So, but just a nice little passage of play here for New Zealand. Just what they have done well is keep Markram off strike. Actually, they bowled the majority of the balls to the new batter of Brevis.
He's back on strike, the younger man, crouching low, slower ball, which he goes back and clips off his hip, just behind square on the leg side for one. So good over this by Jimmy Neesham, just 4 singles in the 5 balls. 118 for 2 is the score, 58 needed from 61 balls. South Africa well in control of this run chase against New Zealand. The battle of the top 2 in Group D. Whoever wins this, you would think, will top the group. They've got to play UAE and Canada respectively after this in the final games. Neesham bangs this one in short. Markram pulls, doesn't really time it, out too deep mid-wicket for 1. So only 5 off that Neesham over. South Africa 119 for 2. They've got 10 overs to get another 57 runs. Tash, you can tell us why you think New Zealand might have even a small chance or might not.
You've set me up for failure there.
And then we're going to hear, yeah, exactly. Then we're going to hear again from David and Kevin.
Well, I think South Africa they've been pretty disappointed that they can't go on to win this game, but a good couple of overs for New Zealand, 2 overs previously, just going for 13, so they're just managing to get a little bit of a strangle on things. But Markram's still there, he hasn't faced much of the strike. He's going to be on strike for this Henry over, so South Africa are well and truly in the driving seat here.
I don't think you explained how New Zealand can win the match, Tash, there somehow. It's like a round of defend the indefensible, wasn't it?
Pretty well here.
Good stuff. Back with your shoulder. 119 for 2. Markram's on 64. What a knock from the captain. 64 off 26 balls. Henry back on, in, bowls full, driven in the offside. There should be somebody out on the boundary to come in by some distance to do the clearing up. Well, I hate to be despondent for any New Zealand listeners, but I'm afraid the win probability is down at 3.60% at the moment, and even that, I think, maybe tad generous.
Yeah, I think tad generous. I don't think New Zealand have got that much chance unless something miraculous happens, maybe a hat-trick or 2 hat-tricks or something like that. But unbelievable from South Africa and Markram and the way they've gone about this chase.
Indeed. I see Harry Brook talking, I think it's post the Scotland game, says, well, yeah, it's not really, I've not really hit the straps yet, but you know, you don't want to do so too early in a tournament. Well, I suggest that perhaps get yourself in a bit of one. There are not that many matches still to come, and Markram's not messing about. Brevis there with a leading edge off the bowling of Elliott. Just a dot ball into the offside, but Markram clearly feels that it is the time in the tournament to feel good about yourself, because he has played a thunderous knock today. There's been some subtlety to it on a few shots as well. In fact, there's been some glorious cover drives. It's not just been thraping the ball to all corners of the ground. It's been a lovely knock. But Brevis at the other end is currently on strike. 120 for 2. And this 11th over And next ball bowled, driven straight back up to Henry, who's in his third over, gone for 25 runs. But Markram as an opener brought up the order.
Yeah, I really like it. It's been a masterstroke, actually. I think maybe the selections going into the World Cup, they had a lot of players. Ryan Rickleton, who'd opened the batting for a long time, with Quinton de Kock coming back as well. So Markram sort of saw himself in that middle order a little bit, almost making room. But he's always been an opener, in my opinion, and it's worked out so far.
Brevis facing a shorter ball, which he looks to pull, swings and misses. You haven't seen too many ugly-looking attempts at hitting the ball from South Africa today, but that one didn't look the brightest. But it's okay. Earlier today, Marco Jansen, with terrific bowling from Jansen. All 6'8" of him. And New Zealand managed 175 for 7, but his figures 4 for 40 from his 4 overs. As we say about bowlers like Jansen, can be costly. I mean, they will go for a few runs, but that is a massive fall on that wickets column. So important. New Zealand are well on their way probably to defeat as a result of not scoring the runs, but also you've got to give some credit to South Africa's batters here, because they really have set about this in very positive style and haven't allowed New Zealand bowlers to settle at all here today. There's another run on the board for them here now. And it does set them up really nicely in this competition, already throwing ahead to the possibilities, probabilities of who they might face. And will it be South Africa and India that push hard? Well, we'll wait and see. I mean, England still could come good. New Zealand have been, you know, up until this point, looking a strong-looking outfit as well. Brevis on 13 on the leg stump, worked away up towards long on for a single. In World Cups, I mean, there is a point to be made, I guess, that it's more important that you're right on top of your game at the end of the tournament rather than the beginning, as long as you're still picking up the wins and the points. Well, that's a very valid point.
Yeah, it is. Peaking at the right moment is crucial in World Cups and in any tournament cricket. If you could win the first 4 games or 5 games and then lose the crucial ones, so you want to be able to play your best cricket consistently and finding the right way of doing that, and as you said, peaking at the right moment. So the last thing you want to do is use up all your runs in the group stages, but you want to be able to feel like you're ticking along nicely with the bat, and if you are a bowler, you want to have the rhythm and feel like the ball's coming out of your hand nicely, because it almost, as long as you make it to that Super 8, before that and everything that you've done is almost irrelevant once you've made it, and then it becomes a knockout tournament pretty much from there.
So this equation is 53 off 54 balls. And England got home comfortably in the end, so 10 balls spare in that run chase against Scotland today, but this is something else. Now, Rachin Ravindra with a bit of spin, 11 overs, got on 123 for 2. In these conditions, under the lights, I mean, it's spin, it's not an easy option to choose, but they'll look to anything at the moment to try and put South Africa off despite their strong start. It's a single there from Ravindra to Brevis. Brevis will pick up 1, moves to 15.
Yeah, New Zealand have to find something here. They're going to the left arm spinner, part-time spinner, but maybe slightly better than that. Bowls a lot quicker than what Santner does and attacks the stumps, and I think it'll just be hoping that South Africa make a mistake, but any time in your bowling when it's a bit dewy, it's tough as a spinner.
Yeah, Markram's on 65. That one spins back across him, and he does well to work that onto the onside for a single. He moves to 66 off 28. And if there was a lot of emotional thinking and feeling following that hard game against Afghanistan, which they could so easily have lost, South Africa, surely that's going to be well out of the system now following a performance like this. Brevis on 15, 51 from 52. This is in the air. Has he got enough on it to clear the fielder? And well wide of the fielder there and long off. And that's a 6 for Brevis. Moves to 21. For one moment I thought it was going to be a fielder that can just come around a few yards, but that went so quickly and the fielder was nowhere near it.
Yeah, talking about Brevis' muscles earlier, and he's absolutely muscled that short ball on middle stump, and he's found a way to get right back in his crease and smack it over his head. It's a fantastic shot.
Literally licking his lips at that one. Brevis on 21, gone high again, same area but so high. Is it going to clear the fielder? No! Catch is taken by Mitchell. Oh, he went big again, but just got under that a little bit too much. And it's Brevis gone for 21. It's a wicket for Ravindra, and it's 3 down, 131 for 3 in the 12th over.
Yeah, Brevis gambling there. The ball before dropped a bit shorter, and he smacked it off the back foot over his head. He's gambled that he's going to miss Fuller on this occasion. He's run out of his crease, used his feet to try and get to the pitch of the ball, but was nowhere near it. Bit of a premeditated shot, but you have to say, fantastic bowling from Ravindra. He's taken the pace off it. He's held his nerve and held his length, and he's managed to get the big wicket of Brevis and might have given New Zealand a glimmer of hope.
We're going from 3% maybe to 7 or 8.
Well, even that's a bit generous, maybe 5%.
5, you're going to settle on 5. Okay. Well, the reason we carry on watching these matches is because you never know what might happen. Well, that's one of the reasons why we carry on. And there have been some major turnarounds, but this really would be something else from here. Miller comes out to join Markham, and one of the reasons is that, as is the case with so many of the top teams, that they just keep on coming at you. This is ideal for Miller now, really, to lay in and go so big. I mean, they've only got 50 odd runs to get as a team, but ideal circumstances for us to see the strength of Miller. 2 balls left of the 12th. Sorry, go ahead.
No, very experienced player, Miller. He's been around South Africa for years and played for them for years, won a lot of games for them. And as you say, this is the perfect opportunity for him just to get some runs, just to knock it around, take the game deep, see where he ends up, and then just finish it whenever he's ready. He's such a talented player.
Faces his first ball. Ravindra round the wicket, width, leans into that one, drives out into the offside, so he's off the mark with 1. 132 for 3 in the 12th over. Big statement being set here by South Africa, there really is. And other teams will be looking on, they will be watching. Could be team evening meals or something like that. Talion in the corner, Markham on 66. And the keeper like that, Seifert, but Markham cool as you like. Top ball to finish off that over, defends that one. 132 for 3 then. His target of 175, and Ravindra has taken a wicket and gone for 9 runs. So if he was brought on, as indeed he must have been, to get a wicket, that's what he's got. But actually, as captain might have said, any chance of a couple more as well.
Well, South Africa, I think this is the danger zone for them a little bit. In these chases where you only need to run the ball, sometimes you can take your foot off the gas and you can lose a little bit of momentum. So South Africa want to keep that intent. They want to keep looking for the boundaries. They want to keep New Zealand down. They want to keep finding ways of ticking the scoreboard over, because what they don't want to do is suddenly to become a 45 or 38 and then you lose a wicket and then it pushes up again. So they want to keep trying to put New Zealand under pressure, keep finding their boundary consistently.
By the way, that win probability didn't change at all. I think it went from 3.20 to 3.40. That's what they want. Into the offside. No comes the call from Miller to Markram. Oh, that was not the time to be running out your skipper here when he's looking so good for 66. But it was the correct call. It was the offside.
That's the last thing. You don't want to give New Zealand a sniff here, and they need to be clinical, South Africa, and they'll put them in good stead for the rest of the tournament if they can get over this line with 7 wickets to go.
44 from 47, 132 for 3. That's been pulled away by Miller, square on the onside. He's just happy to tick along to 2. In phase 3 deliveries, it's Santner doing the bowling at the moment. They won't give up right to the end, of course, but I'm sure the captain knows that they'll take some learnings from this. And the point was made, you know, this is the first hard big test for New Zealand, perhaps, so there will be a little reflection on this from their point of view. So wideish ball, a signal as wide? No, I don't think it should have been, but it hasn't been either by the keeper. Reaching by the umpire. Markram remains on 66, but they will have to reflect on this and just see if there will be, if they make the progress, as it looks almost certain that both these teams will do to the Super 8s. There'll be some big games up and coming. Markram on 66, width again, and that's been very well stopped by Neesham, and they'll go through for 1. Sharp work, and could argue there, although he wasn't able to just grab hold of the ball cleanly, that Markram and Miller had to make sure that the communication was good for running through for that single, because the throw came in fairly sharp.
Yeah, they had to hurry through in the end, tighter than they would have liked, I think.
135 for 3. Miller's on strike on 2. And it's Santner bowling. This bit where he comes up and he stops just to the point where he's about to release the ball, then he does so. Another single for South Africa. 136 for 3, 2 balls left of the 13th. So, some singles, a wide from Santner. One of the studious looking type cricketers is Richard Santner. Around the wicket in the bowls. Driven out there through the offside. I mean, he does look a single. He does look one of the quieter, more reflective sort of cricketers. However, I have seen given out on a dismissal. I think it was at Worcester for Surrey last summer. And to say that he made the most of telling everybody how disappointed he was with that is a bit of an understatement. But he's in and bowls now. He can get angry. This one is driven along the ground to long on. A single. So 6 runs and a wide. 5 runs and a wide maybe. Anyway, 138 for 3 after 13 overs. Markram on 68. All based around the captain really. Led from the front, right from the word go. And there's 38 from 42. Shouldn't take too long. I mean, I'm interested in the fact that obviously they've got these just 3 wickets down, but you say just keep on going, because you'll get these runs just by pushing around a bit as well, won't you? But you say it's important to keep that intent.
Yeah, you need to keep the intent. It's all about intent with batting. You have to keep finding the boundaries. What you don't want to do is get this down to 20 off 20 when you're in such a dominant position. So, and that's speaking from experience. I've messed it up quite a few times where you think, oh, it's a runner ball, and then suddenly it goes up again. The rate goes up to 7s, and then you try and take a risk, and you start losing wickets consistently. This is Ferguson to Miller, right arm in bowls, and whip past the bowler to his left-hand side. Isn't going to get to the boundary. Darrell Mitchell with the throw. It's 1 run. 139 for 3. 37 from 41. We have on our screen, I have to say, I don't think I've seen such blatant advertising for a motor vehicle in a tournament as I've seen for this one. We get to see a lot of that car. 139 for 3. We're in the 14th over. 37 off 41. Markram on 68. Powering in again is Ferguson. Worked with the use of the wrist. Markram onto the onside. No, comes the call coming back for a second. There may be a little wriggle room to work with here, but no silly run-outs. Just seeing the sky that got Brevis dismissed in the end. He got a bit more on that, and that really could have flown out the ground, but he just got under it a little bit too much. And Ravindra came on and broke up that particular partnership, and another one in the early stages of building, but they don't need too many more now. 36 from 40. Miller on 5, driven along the ground straight to the fielder. Santner doing the fielding there in the covers. Yeah, it's been a good little period of play for New Zealand here. It's just a shame that South Africa are 140 for 3. If they were 110 for 3, they'd be a hell of a lot happier, and this would have been a really good period for them. But yeah, South Africa still need to keep this intent. You can feel Miller just building here, going to take a risk at some point just to release the shackles a bit.
He's on 5 at the moment. I think he tried to with that one away on the leg side and didn't make good enough contact. He's ended up at long on, comes off the toe end of the bat, didn't get the timing right there.
Yeah, just dropped down from Lockie Ferguson, changing the pace of the game, slower ball, and he looked like he was just threw that shot a little bit early. But it's good from New Zealand. They're still trying, they're still mixing it up, they're still trying the slow balls, their bounces, they're trying to change the bowlers around. Obviously they can't just give up, they're still got an international game to win, but they'll try whatever they can.
141 for 3 in the 14th over. Next ball on the pad just in front of the leg stump. Well, that's run off down towards the boundary.
Yeah, he's actually, funny enough, he's not played a shot at that. Ferguson from wide of the crease, angling it in. It's just ended up hitting Markram on his thigh pad. I wonder whether he thought that was going to be further down the leg side and just misjudged it. But yeah, very honest from him there. We're talking about honesty in cricketers in terms of when you touch it, if you're fielding or not. But that one, he's held his hand up and said, no, sorry, I haven't played a shot at that, so no run in the end.
Made life easier for the umpire, but it was pretty clear in the end. So he's on 69, 141 for 3, 1 ball left in the 14th over. Doesn't bother ducking out of the way of that one, but that's the leg side wide. And the 1 for the over. Group D, Ahmedabad. These two teams right at the top, but it's South Africa are well on their way to a victory, 34 or 37, although I have to say the win probability is almost up at 5% for New Zealand now, because they've been tight, keeping just a little bit tighter. 5%.
Yeah, well, South Africa need one boundary just to get it back down to that 2 or 3%.
Markham on 69. This ball driven hard and firm, back of the bowler, in and out. Oh, that would have been a wonderful take. However, that is 14 overs gone. We'll take a drinks break here with Markham on 69 from 34, Miller 6 off 8, 34 from 36 balls. Aidan Markham is on 69, Miller at the other end on 6. A reminder that tomorrow we've quite an interesting, well, we've got 3 interesting games, but a massive game in this competition tomorrow. It's the last of the 3 matches, India versus Pakistan. You'll be able to follow that wherever you're listening to us right now. You'll be able to follow it tomorrow as well. 5 Sports Extra in the UK. We've got the ICC app as well around the world, and ABC. But India versus Pakistan, it's a 1:30 start GMT in Colombo. Before that, West Indies versus Nepal. If you are in the UK, set the alarm early at 5:30 start for that one. And the United States of America have lit up this competition, and there's more to come from them, I'm sure. They take on Namibia. Certainly the United States of America, one of those stories where, with the ICC help, those players deserve of playing more cricket, because they have shown already with what little cricket they have in preparing and getting themselves right for this competition. There's a lot of skill, a lot of talent there on show, and a bit more support to get them playing more often, and they will play an even bigger role, particularly obviously in T20 cricket. So I hope they get that support at the end of this competition, because they really have entertained us. Tomorrow they'll be looking for a victory over Namibia. That game in Chennai. It's Mumbai for the first one, West Indies versus Nepal. And a reminder about the cricket we've had today. Big win for Ireland, 96 runs over Oman after Ireland scored 235 for 5. And then cricket's version of the Calcutta Cup, England versus Scotland, with a 5-wicket victory for England. Really important, central not really, from Tom Banton, a 63 not out. Sam Curran got a 28 there, Bethel a 32. But it was the variations of the bowling from England which undid Scotland, who have a lot of batting talent on show. Jones with a 33, Berrington a 49, Tom Bruce a 24. But it's really the variations of bowling from the likes of Adil Rashid, and, Sam Curran, Geoff Archer causing problems as well. He did well at the bowling for England. Geoff taking 2 wickets in 3 balls earlier, ended up with 2 for 24, but there's 3 wickets for 36 from Rashid, 2 for 34 from Dawson. And initially that pair went for 48 runs between the two of them over their first 4 overs, i.e. 2 overs apiece. Berrington enjoying himself there, but eventually Rashid had him LBW. Back to this match, Miller on 6, and will drive that first ball after the resumption after the drinks break towards the boundary at long on, so he moves to 7. 143 for 3, 33 runs needed. Say edging their way there. Call from David is to just get on with it now, get going.
Well, I wouldn't say get on with it, but I'd say keep the momentum. They haven't looked like they're trying to score a boundary in the last few balls.
Markham is on 69, switched down into the ground off the bowling of Sanders. Outstretched right hand, you can stop it from running away. 32 from 34. But there are these 7 wickets standing. And still, that said, it is a funny old game, isn't it? Because it's unlikely to happen. But what if 3 or 4 wickets fell quickly here now? Having been in such a strong position, and they were the likes of Markram's and Miller's. Oh, a tumbling attempt at a stop there. Here comes running round. They'll go through for 2. And the score moves to 146 for 3 midway through this 15th over. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there have been games where you've seen this sort of equation, and then the wickets tumble, and it becomes a completely different story in terms of the pressure on the batting side. There doesn't appear to be any pressure, of course, at the moment upon South Africa. Miller The single on the onside moves to 10. Markham to 70 from 35. They're in control. It's 147 for 3. 2 balls left to the 15th over. I do say, win it in the penultimate over if you can on the bench. So don't leave it to that last over. Markham 70, push back up to Satner.
Yeah, you're right. You don't want to take it into the last over. That's the last thing you ever want to do in a chase, so you want to factor that in. But when you have these smaller totals where you need 29 or 31 balls.
Markram's on 70. Will find run. Will they find a run there? They will go through quickly for a single to the right arm throw from cover point. So that's 148 for 3, 28 off 30. Markham 71, Miller on 10. Your thoughts, David, before Matt will pick up?
Yeah, you almost have the tendency sometimes to drop your intensity, and the batters that are waiting to bat almost feel like it's a walk in the park, and you can almost get yourself into a little bit of trouble. So South Africa want to keep that momentum. They want to try and finish that with an over to go at least, maybe even earlier. So I'd expect South Africa to put their foot down at some point in the next over or two and try and finish this and be as clinical as they can with it. Markman's been fantastic, and if he can keep doing what he's doing, then South Africa will just end up walking over the line.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, they certainly should do, shouldn't they, from here, despite this slight lull in the last 2 or 3 overs. But when you look at the worms graphic that they often show on the TV coverage, the South African worm has been well ahead of the New Zealand worm. It's just started to come back towards it, but it's still comfortably ahead and just 3 wickets down. Jacob Duffy's back into the attack. Haven't seen him for a while. For New Zealand, this is clipped wide of long on by Aidan Markram. Daryl Mitchell does the fielding, and they come back for 2. Duffy's first 2 overs, very expensive, went for 36, so he's got a bit of making up to do if he's going to drag his figures back. South Africa, though, don't need to worry at all from here because they got off to such a brilliant start. Fantastic power play, they're ahead of the game. This is pulled into the gap by Markram. Despairing dive by Daryl Mitchell, and he can't get there. That was perfect in terms of placement in between deep mid-wicket and long on.
Yeah, fantastic placement there from the skipper, who has just had to halt his innings a little bit. I just feel that he's been starved of the strike in the last 3 or 4 overs, but finally he gets a bit of pace back on to his bat. He threads that through straight mid-wicket. I'm just intrigued here that they have brought Duffy back on. He did struggle in his first 2 overs, going for 18 and over. And we just have seen the ball spin a little bit from Santner. I know Rachin Ravindra is a part-time spinner, but I thought they may have gone for another bit of spin here.
And again, hard length on leg stump, flipped into the backward square leg for 1 more from Markham. It's interesting, isn't it, how the ball has just started to spin a bit more under the lights at the back end of the innings, and particularly, as you say, when the pace has been taken off it, the quicker the spinners have bowled, the less purchase they've got.
I think that's what Santner is, that's his super strength, really. He can bowl at any sort of pace, and he's so quick to realise what the best pace to bowl to extract the turn on any wicket that he plays on. And if there's no turn at all, then he'll fire it in quicker. But today, he just started to slow his pace there.
Duffy in again, bangs this in short. It's pulled hard by David Miller, very hard. Matt Henry at deep mid-wicket, didn't have too far to run, but he had no chance there, and the ball thumps into the boundary cushion. An important couple of boundaries just to get them back on track this over.
Yeah, that's a really good shot from Miller. Just a short arm jab, really, and as he hits that pull shot well in front of cow corner, both feet are off the ground, but still able to get so much power.
Goes past the outside edge this time. It's a wide. Too far past the outside edge.
Yeah, and only 16 runs to get here. They had a little lull over the last couple of overs. Santner bowled beautifully, as we said, changed his pace, bowled slower, making it hard for the South African batters to find the boundary, but you feel that they're so happy to have a bit more pace on the ball with Duffy.
16 needed of 26 balls for South Africa. It's a slower ball, short delivery into the pitch. And Miller pulls this straight. One bounce to Daryl Mitchell at long on. He moves on to 15 off 13. One ball left in this 16th over. Good crowd in today. Very good crowd. As I said earlier, it's hard to know exactly how many because the arena is so big, but it's just steadily filled up throughout the day. And I would say it's well over half capacity, which would mean, you know, up towards 40, 50,000 you'd expect. That's full on leg stump, and it's chipped in the air down to long on by Aidan Markram. He moves on to 79 off 41. It's been a great captain's knock. 162 for 3 off 16 overs. South Africa need 14 off just 24 balls.
Well, he's 21 away here from those 3 figures. I don't think that'll be in his sights, but if he was able to get a couple of early boundaries in this next over, then, you know, he might feel that he might have a little dig for that 3-figure score. But that was a really good over from South Africa. I do feel that New Zealand may have made the wrong call there. They went for Duffy. He has struggled. He's obviously an excellent bowler, but hasn't really got his line or lengths right tonight. I just feel that after that excellent over of spin from Santner, could they have just sort of dangled the carrot, gone for another left-arm spinner? But instead, they went with one of their senior seamers, and they're going for another here. Henry's coming back on to bowl.
And the seamers haven't gone that well today for New Zealand. Then it's another single down towards the mid-on area. And Markram. Oh, they have to come through quickly because the throw comes in from mid-off fielder coming round to mid-on. He goes for the stumps at the keeper's end with the batter just trotting in, and Tim Seifert wasn't particularly ready, the wicket-keeper, and it was well wide of the stumps, and it's gone for another 4 overthrows. In fact, it's kind of not bounced and gone underneath the gloves of Seifert. Fielder backing up, too slow to come round, and that kind of sums up New Zealand's day in the field.
Yeah, I think it's the skipper Santner there that has thrown that back into the striker's end, and because Seifert has come up to the stumps and he's almost yorked himself, the ball has just bounced at his feet, then no one was backing up. A bit of sloppy fielding there from New Zealand.
Henry over the wicket to the left-handed Miller, thick outside edge, out to short third. Duffy was a tumbling stop. They come through for 1. I think it might have bounced in the footholes of the batter, of the striker, and that's why it just went underneath Seifert's gloves. But it hasn't been a great day for them from ball 1 in this run chase. And I wonder if they just could have gone to spin a bit earlier, because it was the first 5-6 overs, 82 off the power play. And the game wasn't done, but they were well ahead of the game when you're chasing just 176. It was almost too late when Santner came on. Very full from Henry, driven to mid-off. Santner has another shy of the stumps. It's going to be another overthrow. He misses this time at the bowler's end. He takes his cap off and rubs his hair in frustration, the New Zealand skipper. I think he was more within his rights to have a go at the stumps there, but yeah, buzzers, more buzzers.
Yeah, and he's done nothing wrong there, the skipper. He wants to have a shy at the stumps because the non-striker was looking to take the single, but once again, no one backing up. He threw that in so quickly that the fielders behind the stumps didn't really have enough time to get into position to back that up, and South Africa just stealing another run there.
He's in again, short again, and that's a hard, swiveled pull. Rolled his wrist there as well. David Miller out to deep mid-wicket for 1. Just 1 blow away now. They need 6 off 20 balls, South Africa. Aidan Markram is now the second leading run scorer in the tournament, behind Tim Seifert. Both of them playing in this match, of course, but it's South Africa who have been dominant. This is a really impressive performance from them. New Zealand would have been full of confidence after they beat Afghanistan comfortably and battered the UAE by 10 wickets. But they have been outplayed today by a side that finished runner-up, of course, in the last T20 World Cup. Henry in again, off cutter, worked into the leg side by Markram for 1. He moves on to 86.
Oh, I thought he was going to try and finish that off in style there, Markram. it looked like the ball was going to be full enough for him to bosh it straight back down the ground, which he's done so well in this innings. But leading from the front, he'll want to make sure that he is there at the end. He's played a superb knock so far, 86 off 44, 5 runs to get.
Ball's down into the ground again. He wants 2. Markham says no, you don't need a run out at this stage of the innings. And a bit of comedy at the end. Matt Henry fielding the ball at the bowlers, then falls over David Miller. They have a laugh, and then good sportsmanship. Miller just offers his hand and helps him up. 4 needed off 18 deliveries now. Who's going to hit the winning runs? Is Markham going to have a go? Well, actually, Miller will be on strike, won't he? Because he took a single there. But you look at the table, New Zealand and South Africa have got 4 points. UAE have got 2 points. So technically, UAE could still catch South Africa when they win this game, but they're not going to win both their games. You would think the UAE, because one of them is against South Africa.
Yeah, they're really in the driving seat in this group, aren't they? And just have really laid a statement down to the rest of the teams as well in this game.
Rocky Ferguson into David Miller, who pulls him high and handsome and into the stands. What a way to finish off the match for South Africa. They came in against an in-form New Zealand side, and they've blown them away, really. Restricted them to just 175 for 7 on a pretty flat deck at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. And they have chased that down with no fuss at all. They've won by 7 wickets, and they've had plenty of time to spare as well. 17 balls to go in the innings. Aidan Markram has batted through it. Really good knock by the South African skipper. He should have been opening in T20 cricket all along, like he has been in Test cricket and in ODIs. So he will be very, very happy with how things have gone. And I think, Tash, the rest of the tournament might just sit up and take notice now, if they hadn't already. This South Africa side are a very good unit.
Yeah, that was a statement marker to put down. This in particular because they had that such a draining match against Afghanistan with those 2 super overs, and even the skipper Markram at the toss saying that you know, really did take it out of them. It took them a few days until this game just to get over that, and sort of the emotional toll that took on them. So to be able to come out today, and they took a little bit of tap in that first power play with the ball, South Africa, but then Marco Jansen changed the game with his 4 wickets, and then from there they were excellent with the ball, really consistent. They read the conditions well, went top of the stumps, test match lengths, and then with the bat, it's just all about Markram. And then he had some really good partners along the way. No one came in and sort of put any pressure on Markram, because they were just able themselves to get going and help the partnerships along. And it's just fitting that Miller was able to finish this game off with a 4 through the mid-wicket boundary. He's hit that area brilliantly today, 24 off 17 for him, but it's all about the skipper, Aidan Markram, 86 off 44 balls. And you're right, Matt, I'm pretty sure the teams that have been watching this game will just look up and think, that South African batting lineup in particular is so strong. They also bat so far down. We didn't see the likes of Stubbs, Jansen or Bosch today. So that long batting order is something for other teams to be aware of.
And it was almost the perfect way to chase a score like that, wasn't it? They got ahead of the game early, got super aggressive, Markram and de Kock. Markram himself had an incredible strike rate initially. He got his 50 in less than 20 balls, and then he just geared down because he didn't have to do much else. They were ahead of the game. As you say, the players around him really contributed because they scored quickly, and he could just knock it around. De Kock 20 off 14, Rickleton 21 off 11, Brevis 21 off 17, and Miller 24 not out off 17. That is how you chase down a score like that. 17 balls to spare. Well, in T20 terms, that's a lot of balls. That really is not quite a hammering, but not far off, I would suggest. And let's not forget the bowlers, because they did a lot of the hard work. 175 on that pitch. We can see now that was well under par, wasn't it? And the reason for that was they took wickets. 4 wickets in the first 7 overs.
Yeah, they did, and you know that really halted New Zealand because they were going over 10s, but it was just that wicket column that was always the issue for them. And obviously Marco Jansen, the pick of the bowlers, with 4. But I just want to highlight Keshav Maharaj. I think he's so key in this bowling unit. He's pretty much the only out-and-out spinner. Obviously the skipper Markham bowls a little bit himself, but there must be so much pressure on him as this sort of only spinner within this bowling attack. So he did so well, bowling 3 overs, only going for 24, so a high-scoring game, only going for 8 and over. And he also picked up the 1 wicket as well of Glenn Phillips. So I think he's key going forward because sides will look to target him, but because he's so canny with his changes of pace, I think he holds a huge amount of responsibility for South Africa going forward in the tournament.
South Africa look almost certain to top the group. They've got 1 more game against the UAE. Let's have a listen now to one of their players, the giant all-rounder Marco Jansen, who played his part today. 4 wickets to him. He's going to be speaking to Kasnedu.
A skelter start. How good was that? Because when you came on to bowl, New Zealand's openers were really going for it. What was the game plan when you got ball in hand?
Yeah, obviously we know it's a good wicket, and the opening batters especially showed some great intent, so we knew we were going to have to make a plan and take wickets up front.
When you have a look at the conditions, what worked for you and your skill set tonight?
I think the slow balls into the wicket worked well, and then obviously the Yorkers, well, the wicket's so good, so you have to change it up and you have to adapt, I guess, and I think we did that really well.
You seem to really be enjoying your cricket, and it's not easy for fast bowlers, particularly in this format. How do you absorb the pressure out there?
Yeah, obviously bowling the power play at the death is not easy. Yeah, and then days like today, you just take it as it comes, and days that's not your day, you just try and adapt and try and make the best out of it.
It's a good bowling attack, isn't it? You've got all your bases covered, and you all tend to know your roles really well.
Yeah, I think today the bowlers did really well. Kesh also there in the middle, and obviously our seamers also, we complemented each other really well. I think what the plans we had was really good, and yeah, we executed well.
Enjoying Ahmedabad, but there'll be new challenges coming on other surfaces. How do you adapt when you go to each ground? How long does it take you to find your feet?
Yeah, I think each ground there's a lot of guys here who plays in the IPL, so there's a lot of knowledge in the group as well. So we just try and take every game as it comes, try and see who we're playing against, and then we just take it from there.
Congratulations. Our player of the match tonight, Marco Jansen.
Indeed, terrific from Marco. From a New Zealand perspective, I mean, we've been talking about, what the sort of marker, David Milan alongside him, sort of marker that South Africa have set down. How concerned are you if you're New Zealand there following that match?
Well, I wouldn't be overly concerned. Yes, they've got an absolute hammering there by South Africa, who played exceptionally well. The toss plays such a big difference such a big part at Ahmedabad. The dew at the end, it makes it incredibly tough. I thought New Zealand played well in the sense that they kept their momentum through the innings. They kept trying to get to that 200 mark. They lost their way a little bit. I guess if they're going to be hypercritical about their own batting performance, they probably want to look at that last over the power play. You just lost one, you're 58 for 2. Did Finn Allen really need to go after that with 3 balls left? If he's still batting for 10, 15 balls after that power play, New Zealand with a bit of momentum would have been able to get to that 200 mark. And they're the lessons they have to learn, but it is incredibly tricky when you have to get to a 200 mark. Don't worry about taking too much time because you know the conditions change. But I think it's a good lesson for them. They haven't been challenged yet in this World Cup, and they'll take a lot of learnings from it.
Okay, so South Africa go a few points clear at the top, a couple of points clear on the top of their group now, which was with death, but then Afghanistan lost their first 2 matches, and it moved away a little more easily for South Africa and New Zealand. You would imagine South Africa at the top with 6 points, 3 out of 3, New Zealand just 2 points behind. United Arab Emirates lie third in the table at the moment with 2 points from their 2 games played, 1 win, 1 defeat in Afghanistan. 2 defeats, although that was a mighty
night one
close
put that
encounter
adi
there.
ipo poda
And
mudiyadhu
South
bro.
Africa a few days ago, Canada at the bottom.
The title potrukanaala adu
lost 2. The
views
Group
varadhu
C
bro.
table looks like this.
Like morning
Following the England
start
victory over
panniruvom.
Scotland,
Morning
West Indies on 4 points.
ipadikku
England
vera viladuvom.
alongside them now on 4, but England
adukku thumbnail ready pannanum ella ready
tomorrow.
pannanum title ella
Call coverage of that 5:30 UK start. Scotland in third on 2 points, so it's not completely out for them. Italy also on 2 points from 2 games played. Italy got 2 more to go. Scotland just the 1 more to go, like England.
ante vera enna game irukku paapam
They're
viladuvom.
on 2 Scotland having
vertical game live. இது எப்படி இதுமா ஓகே 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 எத்தனை தடவை ப்ரோ ஹாய் சொல்லுவீங்க? ஹாரர் கேம் இல்லை ப்ரோ என்கிட்ட வேற. ஆர்டிக்கல் லைவ் தம்ப்நெயில்லாம் ரெடி பண்ணணும் உட்காந்து. நாளைக்கு மார்னிங் நான் ரெடி பண்ணி வச்சிடுறேன். இங்கே ஒன்றத்தையும் காணோம். அங்கே உள்ளே இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஃபோர்ஸா ஓகே. இப்போதைக்கு ஏதாச்சும் என்ன இருக்கு? இங்கே இருக்கு ஃபோர்ஸா, இங்கே இருக்கு. டைம் ஆக்சுவலாக எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் நேரம் தானே அப்புறம் வரைக்கும் இப்போ போட்டால் முடிக்கவும் முடியாது. நாளைக்கு மார்னிங்கே ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுவோம் அந்த கேம். கால் ஆஃப் டியூட்டி வேணாம் காலையில். இது வந்து ஃபோர்ஸா ப்ரோ, கார் கேம். ரொம்ப நல்லாச்சு இந்த கேம் விளாண்டு. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow I come live. Okay bro, okay. Bye. Tickle come live. Some cricket போயிடுவோமா? கிரிக்கெட்டே போயிடலாம். இது கொஞ்சம் இதாக மாதிரி இருக்கு.
Been riding it.
Playing a lot of your games in Chennai and then obviously coming here to Ahmedabad, how tough is it to adapt to conditions on the fly?
Yeah, I mean it is. I mean, we pride ourselves on that. I think, every team in this competition is going to have to do that, whether it's different grounds in India, I guess Super 8s in Sri Lanka if we're there. So again, you've got to be adapting all the way through, and the communication is key between batters and bowlers, no doubt.
So you have one more group game to go. What is the biggest learning you take out of tonight?
Yeah, I guess we'll put under pressure in the power play. There's no doubt about it against some very good batters. So I guess it's finding ways to get in and out of overs. Still trying to be aggressive and take wickets because I think against good teams, the only way to really slow teams down is to take wickets in the power play.
You've had a great run into this tournament, great group stage. What has been the key to you preparing well for this tournament? Because aside from tonight, it's really looked good for your team.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good series against India. We were challenged a lot, and we know how good they are in these conditions. But I guess, any time you can play, India in these conditions leading into a World Cup in the same country, it's obviously great prep. So, yeah, I mean, we've started well. Came up against a very good team. We knew that was going to be the case tonight. And then, I guess, it changes again back to Chennai, 11 o'clock game against a different team.
Yeah, and it's tough when you come up against teams you don't often play against. Against South Africa, you know the team you play. How do you plan for teams that you don't often play against?
Yeah, that is a challenge. Again, we've played South Africa a lot, played with and against them a lot. So again, we've got a good training day. We'll do a lot of video scouting on Canada. I guess we've seen a couple of games already throughout this tournament, but there's no easy games in this tournament, and we know that's going to be the case in a couple of days against Canada.
Hard luck tonight. All the best for your final group game.
Thank you.
New Zealand captain Mitch Santner. An emphatic 7-wicket win for South Africa. Let's welcome the winning captain tonight, Aiden Markram. Job well done. Delighted with how you went about that run chase, because it's easy to get unstuck against a total that is a little middling.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's obviously important to acknowledge the fact that we got on the right side of the toss. Ball came on quite nicely there in the second innings. But having said that, the boys still had to put in a massive effort, specifically with the ball, to restrict them to what they did. I thought was a really good effort.
When you have a look at how Allen and Seifert went after the bowlers, what is it about that you're able to keep your nerve, and how you fought back in that power play?
I think that's the key. You've got to try to keep the nerve, back the skills that you're good at. Ultimately, it comes down to you versus him on the day, and there was a little bit to work with, fortunately, up front, and I think the boys used that quite nicely. So, very dangerous pair, the two of them, very intimidating as well, but the boys were really solid with their plans tonight.
Special from Marco Jansen, uses his height so well, that extra bounce, rushing the batters. You need someone like that in your attack, especially when you're under the pump.
Yeah, big time. Very different left arm, really, really tall, of course, and bowls different types of deliveries, which is a big strength for him and a big strength for us as well. So I feel like he's been bowling pretty well this comp. Maybe hasn't got the numbers that show or match that, and to take four poles for us tonight and sort of keep breaking partnerships for us throughout the middle there and towards the back end was really important as well.
You led a ferocious batting onslaught in that power play. You're enjoying yourself with the bat at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. Ultimately, just trying to get the team off to good starts. I think we've got quite a set and experienced batting order with a lot of power, and it's about managing it through the right phases, I guess. But up front, you've seen how teams are taking on the power play, and we'd be silly not to try that. It's not always going to come off, but when it does come off, at least we feel like we can get ahead of the game.
Congratulations tonight, and all the best with your final group game.
Thank you, Cass. Thank you.
And there we are. David is alongside me. Any thoughts about what we've just heard from the captains? Honest reflections? I like the question about you happy with your batting at the moment. And some. You had to keep a lid on that a little bit, didn't you? Not to get too carried away.
Yeah, had to stay modest. He's playing exceptionally well, but very, very well spoken by both captains there. Both gave honest opinions on where they went wrong. Mitch Santner highlighting their bowling, the toss, the fact that they didn't control that power play with the ball much. Markram talking about how important that toss was as well, and how well his bowlers bowled to restrict New Zealand, considering
bro,
that
hi
it was
bro.
going to probably get easier to bat, and New Zealand trying to take it. But yeah, look, it was a fantastic performance from South Africa. They were managed to take wickets at crucial time, and they put in a performance, and as you said earlier, that will make everyone stand up.
Resident Evil, time ஆயிடுச்சு.
Okay, we're going to carry on talking cricket for the next 15 minutes or so. If you're listening around the world, that will be it's around 10 minutes time in the UK. Here on Sports Extra, it is a very big weekend. They're all massive weekends of sport, but today is FA Cup 4th round day. Coming up with 5:25, and then later tonight at 7:45, another round of Cup action is Liverpool versus Brighton and Hove Albion. So 2 big football matches coming up for those listening in the UK on 5 Sports Extra. We're going to turn our attention to one of the matches tomorrow. So today, victories for Ireland by 96 runs over Oman, England over Scotland by 5 wickets, and South Africa by 7 wickets over New Zealand. But then if you take a look at tomorrow, West Indies Nepal at 5:30, USA versus India at 9:30 UK time GMT, and then India versus Pakistan. We're going to hear a bit of a preview in a moment on this game. It's being played in Colombo.
வீட்டில் இருந்து சாப்பிட்டுட்டு கேம் விளாண்டுட்ருக்கேன். உங்களுக்கு எப்படி போச்சு இன்னைக்கு? நாளைக்கு லீவா உங்களுக்கு? Today regular class and tomorrow leave. Okay. உங்களுக்கு மண்டே லீவுன்னு தானே சொன்னீங்க? கிரவுண்டில் ஹார்டிக்குன்னு கத்துறானுங்க. ஓ, நீங்கள் ட்ராவலில் இருக்கீங்களா? சூப்பர் ப்ரோ. ட்ராவலில் போயிட்டு இருக்கும் போதே வந்திருக்கீங்க, ரொம்ப நன்றி. கோயிங் டு திருப்பதியா? சூப்பர் ப்ரோ. நல்லபடியாக போயிட்டோம். திருப்பதிக்கு போனால் திருப்பம் வரணும்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஆன் ட்ரெயின். ஓகே, புக் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்களா? ஃப்ரீ தரிசனமா ப்ரோ? இப்போ தான் எங்கள் அப்பாவும் ரீசெண்டாக திருப்பதிக்கு போனாங்க. உள்ளே அடைச்சி போட்டானுங்க. 1.5 நாள் அங்கேயே தான் உள்ளே தான் இருந்தாங்க. பாலை கொஞ்சம் பார்த்து ஆடணும். இல்லை ஸ்டெம்பை பறக்க விட்றானுங்க. புக்கில் டிக்கெட் ப்ரோ. ஓ, அப்போ ரைட்டு. அப்போ நான் ஜாலியாக போய்ட்டோங்க. ஓ, பவுண்ட்ரி போ. பவுண்ட்ரி போகலாங்க. நின்றுச்சு. இவ்வளோ ஸ்லோவாக போகுது. போயிரு போயிடுச்சு. நேற்று வந்தீங்களா என்ன? நேற்று போட்டிருந்தேன் ரெசிடென்ட்டில். ஸோ ஃபுல் ஸ்ட்ரீம் இன்னைக்கு பார்க்கலாம். எதை ப்ரோ சொல்கிறீங்க? ஃபுல் ஸ்ட்ரீம் இன்னைக்கு பார்க்கலாமா? புரியல, எதை சொல்கிறீங்க? ஓ, இன்னைக்கு நைட்டு ஃபுல்லாக என்னோட லைவ் பார்க்குறேனுங்கிறீங்களா? ஓகே. ட்ராவலில் இருக்கனால தூங்க மாட்டீங்க, ஃபுல்லாக பார்க்க போகிறீங்க. ஃபோனில் சார்ஜ் இருக்கா? எல்லாம் அதெல்லாம் எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்திருப்பீங்க, பவர் பேங்க் எல்லாம். ஓகே புரிஞ்சிருச்சு. ஏதோ நல்ல கேமாக இருந்தால் ஏதாவது சொல்லு ப்ரோ, போடலாம் நாளைக்கு. ரெசிடென்ட் எவில் நைட்டே கண்டினியூ பண்ணலாம். கால் ஆஃப் டியூட்டி வியூஸ் ஆடியன்ஸ் வரமாட்றாங்க, வந்தாலுமே போயிடுறாங்க வந்துட்டு. பவர் பேங்க் எல்லாம் இப்போலாம் எல்லாம் பவர் பேங்க் எடுத்துகிட்டு போயிடும். புதுசாக ஒரு கேம் வந்திருக்கு இன்றைக்கி, தமிழ் கேமிங் கூட அதை போட்டாங்க, எல்லோரும் நிறைய பேர் போட்டிருக்காங்க. அந்த கேம் போடுவோமா நாளைக்கு? அக்கா கடையிலையும் வந்துருச்சு. ஆனால் அது கோவாப்பு. ஆனால் அக்கா கடையில் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணால் கோவாப் விளாட்லாமல் என்னன்னு தெரில. சிங்கிளாக விளாண்டு பார்ப்போம் நாளைக்கு. இன்றைக்கி நைட்டு ஏற்றி வச்சிட்றேன், நாளைக்கு காலையிலே போடுவாங்க. ஏதோ அன்ஈவன் அனிமல்னு ஏதோ ஒரு கேம், லிட்டில் நைட் மேரோட கம்பெனின்னு நினைக்கிறேன், அதே மாதிரி கேம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அது போடலாமா இல்லை என்ன போடலாம் நாளைக்கு? ஓ, 336லேருந்து 3 சப்பு தான் வந்திருக்கு இன்றைக்கி லைவில். ஏன்னு தெரிலையே, பேசாமல் ஃபுல் ஸ்க்ரீனே போடலாமா என்னன்னு தெரில. ஃபுல் ஸ்க்ரீன் போட்டால் கூட நிறையா சப்பு வந்தது, வியூஸ் வந்திருக்கு. டிஜியோட ஈவினிங் லைவ் கேம் போடுங்க, ஹாரர் கேம். தமிழ் கேமிங் ஓட ஈவினிங் லைவ் கேம் போடுங்க, ஹாரர் கேம். ஈவினிங் என்ன கேம் ப்ரோ போட்டாங்க? என்ன போட்டாங்க இருங்க போய் பார்க்குறேன். எப்போ? இன்னைக்கு ஈவினிங்கா? தமிழ் கேமிங் ரிச்சி ப்ரோ இப்போ தான் பேட்டில் ஃபீல்டே போட்டுட்ருக்காரு. அதெல்லாம் செத்து போச்சு அந்த கேம்லாம். பரவாயில்ல, எப்பயாவது போடுறாரு, அப்புறமேட்டு அவர்கிட்ட போய் மெசேஜ் பண்ணுவோம். டுடே ஈவினிங் விலங்கன் ரீஅனிவல் போட்டிருக்காங்க, அதுதான் நாளைக்கு போடலான்னு சொன்னேன். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஒன்று போட்டிருக்காங்க, கறிக்கடைக்காரன் புச்சர் வில்லேஜ்னு. அதை சொல்கிறீங்களா ஹாரர் கேம்னு? கறிக்கடைக்கு அது என்ன கேம் அது? கேம் டீட்டெயில்ஸ் போட்டிருப்பாங்களே. இங்கே இருக்கு, எவ்வளோ அது ப்ரைஸ்ன்னு பார்ப்போம். 500 ரூபா தான் ப்ரோ. அது நேற்று தான் வந்திருக்கு போல ப்ரோ, ரிலீஸ் ஆயிருக்கு. ரெண்டே 2 ரிவ்யூ தான் ப்ரோ வந்திருக்கு, யூசர் ரிவ்யூ. only total story was developed by 1 person, story only. அப்படியா? அப்புறம் 2 பேர் தான் வாங்கியிருக்காங்க போல் இந்த கேமே. அப்போ இது கிராக்டு கிடைக்காது ப்ரோ, இது யாரும் கிராக் பண்ணியிருக்க மாட்டானுங்க. செக் பண்ணி பார்ப்போமா கிராக் இருக்கான்னு. காசு கொடுத்துலாம் வாங்க, இப்போதைக்கு என்கிட்ட காசு இல்லை ப்ரோ வாங்குறதுக்கு. ஒரே ஒரு ஆள் தான் டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்காங்களா? புச்சர்ஸ் வில்லேஜ் இருக்கே ப்ரோ, கிராக் விட்டுருக்கானுங்க ப்ரோ இதையும், அடப்பாவீங்களா? ஆனால் அவங்க கஷ்டப்பட்டு பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, இதை கிராக்கடு வாங்கி விளையாடணும்னு எனக்கு மனசு வரல ப்ரோ. கிராக்கடு இருக்கு, ஆனால் கஷ்டப்பட்டு பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. வேண்டாம், காசு கொடுத்து தான் விளாடணும். பெரிய கேம்னா பரவாயில்ல, அவளுக்கு அவ்வளோ நஷ்டம் ஆகாது, நம்ம கிராக்கடு விளாடலாம். நல்லா இருந்துச்சா உலக பார்க்குறேன், நல்லா இருந்துச்சுன்னா போடுவோம். இல்லைனா அந்த இன்னைக்குள்ள அன்அனிமல் அது போடலாம். அன்அனிமல்ங்கிற ரீஅனிமல். லைவ் டவுன் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நீங்கள் ஒரு ஆள் தான் பார்த்துட்ருக்கீங்க. நைட் லைவ் நீங்கள் பார்க்கலையா? நைட் லைவ் வந்தால் தான் போட்டிருக்காங்க அன்அனிமல்னு. அந்த கேம் தான் புதுசாக வந்திருக்கு. நிறைய பேர் போட்டிருக்காங்க அந்த கேம் லைவ். ரெசிடென்ட் எவில் சாப்டர் 8 வந்துட்டேன். ஐயோ அவுட்டு. நேராக கைக்கு அடிச்சிருக்கேன். சரி இதை க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டு ரெசிடென்ட் எவில் போகலாமா? வியூஸ் டவுன் ஆகிடுச்சுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். 2 பேர் தான் பார்த்துட்ருக்கீங்க. ஷார்ட்டை போட்டு நான் டைட்டில் எல்லாம் ரெடி பண்ணி போட்டு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி விட்டுறேன். இனிமேல் இதில் வந்தானோ ஹிந்திக்காரங்களாம் வருவாங்க. 3 பேர் வந்திருக்காங்க. சீரியஸே வின் பண்ணியாச்சா? ஓடிஏலே டெஸ்ட்லேயே வின் பண்ணியாச்சு, ஓடிஏலே வின் பண்ணியாச்சு. இந்தியா vs பாகிஸ்தான் சீரீஸ். India tour of Pakistan is now complete. Traveling to Lahore. T20 ஆறு ஓட்டு இருந்தது. எவ்வளோ இருக்கு? 9 ஓட்டு இருக்கு. இப்போ வர்றாங்கல்லாம் போடுவோம் கொஞ்சம் நேரம். செலக்ட் லைனப். என்னை கேப்டன் ஆகிட்டாங்களா என்ன? ஆமாங்க, இந்தியன் டீம் கேப்டனாகவே ஆகிட்டானுங்க நீங்கள் T20ல. தப்பாவீங்களா? T20 ODI டெஸ்ட். பாகிஸ்தான் சீரீஸ் மட்டும் கேப்டன் ஆகியிருக்காங்க. ஹெட்ஸ். தெரில ப்ரோ, என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு எனக்கு தெரில. சிஓடி விளாட்லாமா, நியூ கேம் விளாட்லாமா? சொல்லுங்கள், நீங்கள் சொல்லுங்கள் என்ன பண்ணலாம். மழை வருது மேட்ச்சில். நிப்பாட்டுறானுங்க, மழை வந்துருச்சு. மறுபடியும் அங்கேருந்து ஓடியாடுறோம். ட்ரை நியூ கேம்ஸ் ப்ரோ, ஐ திங்க் யூ வில் கெட் வியூஸ் ஃபார் தட். ஆமாம், கரெக்டாக சொன்னீங்க. அந்த நியூ கேமே ட்ரை பண்ணுவோம். அன்அனிமலாக பேர் மறந்து போகுது. அனிமல் கேம் போடுவோம். டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி இன்றைக்கி நைட்டு டவுன்லோட் போட்டுடலாம். முடிஞ்சால் யாராவது கோவப் விளாட முடியுமா என்னன்னு தெரில. கிராக்கடில் இன்னைக்கு எவ்வளோ ஸ்விங் ஆகுது பால். ஓ 26 பால் 58 ரன் அடிக்கணும்ண்ணா. ஸ்டொக்கு வச்சுட்ருக்கேன் பாருங்க. அடிச்சு ஜெயிக்க வைக்கிறேன் பாருங்க. எவ்வளோ ஸ்பீடாக போடுறான் பால். ப்ரோ வித் லைவ் யூ புட் எனி அதர் கேம் play video also bro. வித் லைவ் புட் எனி அதர் கேம் play video also. வீடியோவாக போட சொல்கிறீங்களா எடிட் பண்ணி? அதுக்கெல்லாம் டைம் இல்லை ப்ரோ. எனக்கும் ஆசை தான் எடிட் பண்ணி இதெல்லாம் போடணும். டைம் இருந்தால் நான் ஏன் அது பண்ண போகிறேன். இன்னும் ஃபுல்லாக நான் எப்படியும் நான் ஒரு வாரத்தில் எல்லாத்தையும் மூட்டை கட்டிட்டு போயிடுவேன் சென்னைக்கு. அதுக்கப்புறம் லைவே வரமாட்டேன். பார்ப்போம். அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு மாதம் எப்படியும் பிரேக் எடுத்துருவோம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். சென்னையில் வேலை கிடச்சிருக்கு, சென்னைக்கு போகிறேன் ப்ரோ. பவுண்டரி போயிரு 6 போயிடுச்சு. 19th வரையும் தான் எனக்கு ஃப்ரீ. அதுவும் இன்றைக்கி 14 முடிஞ்சிருச்சு. 15 16 17 பிசி கொண்டு போனால் எப்படி கொண்டு போகிறோன்னு தெரில ப்ரோ. கொண்டு போனாலும் பிஜியில் அலோவ் பண்ண மாட்டானுங்க. ஒரு வீடு எடுத்தால் தான். வீடு எடுக்கணும்னா காசு கூட வருது வாடகை. என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு தெரில. கொஞ்ச நாள் பிஜியில் இருந்துட்டு அங்கே ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸு பிடிச்சிட்டு ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸோடு வீடு எடுக்கணும். அதுக்கப்புறம் வேணால் பிசி எங்கள் வீட்டில் இருந்து அனுப்பி விடணும். அது எப்படி அனுப்பி விட்றோன்னு தெரில. அனுப்பி விட்டு அப்புறம் ஆஃபீஸ் போயிட்டு வந்து நைட்டு வீட்டில் வந்து லைவ் போடலான்னு ஒரு ஐடியாவில் இருக்கேன். இதுக்கு எப்படியும் ஒரு சில மாதங்கள் ஆகிடும். இப்போ எங்கே ஒர்க்கு உங்களுக்கு? இப்போ நான் எந்த ஒர்க்கும் இல்லை ப்ரோ. வீட்டில் தான் இருக்கேன். இப்போ தான் வேலையே கிடச்சிருக்கு. இதுக்கு முன்னாடி வேலை பார்த்தேன். வீட்டில் இருந்தே வேலை பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். ஐடியில் ஒர்க் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருந்தேன். அந்த வேலை ரிசைன் பண்ணிட்டு புதுசாக வேலை தேடிட்டு இருந்தேன். இப்போ தான் கிடச்சிருக்கு. ஐயோ அவுட்டுங்க. ஐயோ அடித்து வின் பண்ணிக்கலான்னு பார்த்தேன். ரிவ்யூ எடுப்போம். நம்ம தான் கேப்டன். ஆஹா பிச்சின் லைனில் எல்லாம் இருக்குது. சென்டரில் அடிக்குது. ஆமாம் ப்ரோ. நியூ ஒர்க்கு, புது ஒர்க்கிங் என்வரான்மெண்ட்டு. அது கொஞ்சம் புதுசாக இருக்குது எனக்கு. அதில் 19ஆம் தேதி தான் ஆன்போர்டிங்லாம் வரும். டீட்டெயில்ஸ்லாம் சொல்லுவானுங்க. அது வரைக்கும் வீட்டில் சும்மா தான் இருக்கும். இப்போ எப்படி ஜெயிச்சிட்டோம்ப்பா. செலக்ட் லைனப் மாத்திரம் எஸ்எஸ்சி ஜெய்ஸ்வாலா. எஸ்எஸ்சி ஜெய்ஸ்வாலுக்கு பதிலாக கேஎல் ராகுல். இவ்வளோதான் டீமே. அபிஷேக் இருக்கான். அபிஷேக் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் கோயிங் டு ஆஃபீஸ் ஃபார் ஒர்க்கா ப்ரோ? வீட்டில் இருந்து ஒர்க் ஃப்ரம் ஹோம் ஆஃபீஸில் வேலை பார்த்துருக்கேன். ஒர்க்கிங் ஆஃபீஸில் இப்போ தான் ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் போய் ஒர்க் பண்ண போகிறேன். இது வரைக்கும் வீட்டில் இருந்தே தான் ஒர்க் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருந்தேன் எல்லா கம்பெனிலையும். ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் ஆன்சைட்டில் போய் ஒர்க் பண்ண போகிறேன். கில்லுக்கு பதிலாக டிக் பண்ணிட்டியா? காலையில் ரொம்ப எக்ஸர்பிள் டிக் பண்ணிடுறேன். பண்ணுறேன். ஓகே, இது போதும். T20 edit. Okay. பிக்சர் அப்படி தான் சொன்னான். 19ஆம் தேதி உங்களுக்கு சொல்லிடுவோம் அப்படின்னா. கொஞ்சம் டைம் ஆகும்னு சொன்னோம். என்ன பண்ணுறான் எனக்கு தெரில. தேதி வந்துருச்சு, அவ்வளோதானே. இன்னைக்கு ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமை 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, வியாழக்கிழமை 19. அவ்வளோதான். 3 நாள் கூட இல்லை ப்ரோ, 3 நாள் தான் இருக்குது. அடேங்கப்பா, டார்கெட் 194. நான் அடிச்சே ஆகணும், இல்லைனா கஷ்டம். ஐயோ, விட்டுருந்தா ஸ்டெம்ப்பு. ஷார்ட் சாய்ஸ் 4. இந்த சைடு போய் அடிப்போம். பவுண்டரி போயிடுச்சுடா. எப்பா போலையே, நின்னுது. போச்சு. லெக் சைடில் அடிச்சுட்டு ரன் எடுப்போம். ஆஃப் சைடில் தொட்டால் எட்ஜ் எடுக்குது, இல்லைன்னா கேட்ச் போகுது. பயங்கர ஸ்பீடாக போடுறான் நசீம்ஸா. அஃப்ரியோட வேகமாக போடுறான். 156 போடுறான். பவர் பிளேயில் அடிச்சு ஏற்றுறாரு. இப்போ அடிச்சு அடியில் என்கிட்ட ஒரு கேப் விட்டான். இந்த கேப்பில் அடிப்போம். இப்போ பேக் டு பவுண்டரிஸ். இந்த பாலே டைமிங் கரெக்டாக படலை. பேட்டோட மே பகுதியில் பட்டு போகுது. ஐயோ, எப்படி இறக்குறான் பாருங்க. டார்கெட் 194. ஃபீல்டு என்ன அப்படி வச்சுருக்கான் அவன். ஐயோ, இவன் அப்படி போடுறான். இது யாரு? அப்பாஸ் அஃப்ரிடியா? நல்ல வேலை. இந்த பால் பார்த்துட்டு அடிப்போம். உள்ளே கொண்டு வர்றான். எல்லா பால் இதை வெளியே கொண்டு போகிறாயா? கரெக்டான டைமிங். லெக் சைடு கேப் இருக்குது, ஆஃப் சைடும் கேப் இருக்குது. எந்த பக்கத்தை போட்டால் எங்கே அடிக்கலாம்? ஐயோ, ஸ்டெம்ப் பறந்துருக்கும் நேரம். ஐயோ, இப்படி டான்ஸ் ஆடிட்டு இருந்தாலும் அவுட் ஆயிடுவேன் நான். டார்கெட்டு கீழே காமிக்குதே ப்ரோ. 194 என்னமோ இருந்துச்சு. நான் தான் கேப்டன் வேற. 6. இந்த பக்கெட் இருந்து போட்டானா எனக்கு ஈஸியாக இருக்குது. ஏன்னு தெரில. ஆஃப் சைடில் இருந்து போட்டால் அடிக்கவே முடியல. இந்த சைடு இருந்து போட்டால் எல்லா பாலும் 6 4 அடிக்கிறேன். ஓ, நோ ரன். ஸ்பின்னர் வாடா சக்கரை கொட்டி. ஸ்பின்னர்லாம் அடி பிரிச்சு விட்டுறணும். கிரவுண்டு பாகிஸ்தான் கிரவுண்டு வித்தியாசமாக இருக்கு. ஐயோ, ஸ்டம்புக்கு வருது. டைமிங் இல்லையா? ஐயோ, எப்படிங்க பிடிச்சான்? தப்பி பிடிச்சிட்டாங்க. பொறுமையாக ஆடி இருக்கலாம். சே, எப்படி தப்பி பிடிக்கிறான்? கேப்டன், பாகிஸ்தான் கேப்டன். 33 ரன் தான் அடிக்க முடியுது. ஜெயிச்சிட்டோம். யார் அடித்தது? ஸ்ரேயஸ் ஐயர், ரிங்கு சிங்கு. நானும் ஒரு 33 ரன் அடிச்சிருக்கோம். Select lineup. Heads தான் இப்போ நமக்கு. Pakistan choose to bowl Ayo. டயர்டாக இருக்கு இன்னைக்கு. ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஒரு இவன்ட்டே கொடுத்துட்றானு விட்டு ஏற்ற நேற்றுவான். 2 பால் கட்டையை போடுவோம். வெளியே போகணும்ல. இது T20 இல்லை, நான் பாட்டு கட்டையை போட்டுட்ருக்கேன். ஐயோ நல்ல பாலுங்க, அடித்து தூக்கி விட்ருக்கலாம் வெளியே. ஃபுட்வொர்க் போகிறா. ஏய் என்னடா இது? டக் அவுட் ஆகிட்டான். எனக்கு இதுக்கு எதுக்குடா சேலஞ்சு? அவுட் ஆனதுக்கு இருக்கிறது எவ்வளோ தூரம் ஓடி போய் பிடிச்சிருக்கான். பேட்டில் கரெக்டாகவே படலை, மேற்பகுதியில் பட்டு போயிருக்கு. கேப்டனே டக் அவுட்டு. டீம் என்ன பண்ண போகுதுன்னு தெரியல. ஹாய் சொன்னீங்களா அண்ணா? சைடு ஹாய். நீங்களா மெசேஜ் பண்ணிவிட்டு போட்டீங்க? ஓ ஜெயிச்சிட்டோமா? சைடு ஹாய்னு இப்போ வந்திருக்கு மெசேஜ். பரவாயில்ல, டக் அவுட் டைமே மேட்ச் வின் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. இதுக்கு முன்னாடி நான் மோர் கஸ்டம் டிஃபிகல்ட்டி டெஸ்ட் அது இருக்கட்டும். ஓடிஐ T20 ஃபுல் 30 வச்சுக்கோ. நெட்டு கட் ஆயிடுச்சா? என்ன நீங்கள் திருப்பி ஹைன்னு போட்டிருக்கீங்களேன்னு பார்த்தேன். இந்த ஆஃபர்லாம் எனக்கு வேண்டாம். இந்தியன் பிளேயர்ஸ்லாம் யாரும் விளையாட மாட்டோம். இதுவே விளையாடுவோம், அப்போ தான் நல்லாயிருக்கும். 35 வச்சு விளையாடுவோம். ட்ரெயினில் போகிறப்ப ஒரு சில இடத்துல நெட்டு கிடைக்காது, மூவ் ஆகிட்டே இருக்குல்ல. அடுத்து தமிழ்நாடு டீமுக்கு விளாட்றேன்னா இந்தியா மேட்ச்லாம் எதுவும் இல்லையா? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கிளாஸ் அப்போ டெஸ்ட்டு ரெட் கிட். வான்கடை ஸ்டேடியம். துஷார் தேஷ்பாண்டே பவுலிங் போடுறாங்க. நம்ம கூட ஜெகதீசன். நான் யாருக்கு பதிலாக இறங்கியிருக்கேன்? இப்போ யாருக்கு பதிலாக என்ன செலக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கானுங்க தமிழ்நாடு டீம்னு தெரியல. ஸ்லிப்பு இப்படி நின்றுருக்கானா? பேட்டை விடுவோமா இல்லை ஒரு பால் டச் வைப்போமா? கவர் ட்ரை ஆடுவோமா? இந்த பால் கவர் ட்ரை போக போகிறேன். ஐயோ ஓ பவுண்டர். வான்கடை ஸ்டேடியம். ஐயோ பட்டன் எதுவும் அமுக்கவே இல்லை, அப்படியே நின்றுருக்கேன். நேரம் ஸ்டெம்பில் போட்டிருந்தா அவுட்டு. ரெண்டு ஓடிடலாம். அவுட் ஆகிட்டான் போல ஜெகதீசன். சாய் சுதர்சன் வந்துட்டான் நான் ஸ்ட்ரைக்கு. ஒரு விக்கெட் அவன் எப்போ அவுட் ஆனானே தெரில. ஐயோ அவுட் ஸ்விங். பவர் ஆட்டத்தான் இருப்போமா? ஆஹா உள்ளே போடுறான் அப்போ. கிரவுண்ட் தானடா வச்சேன், ஏன்டா மேலே போகுது பால்? ஏதோ ஒன்று 6 போனால் சரி. நான் கிரவுண்ட் ஷாட் தான் செலக்ட் பண்ணேன், ஆனால் பால் மேவாக்கில் போகுது. ஏன் கிரவுண்ட் தான் சூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். இப்போயும் மேலே தான்ப்பா போகுது. பேக் ஃபுட் சாய்ஸ் கிடையாது இல்லது. இந்த மேட்சோட முடிச்சுக்கலாம் ப்ரோ. ஐயோ ஸ்டெம்பு பறந்துருக்கும் நேரம். டைமிங் லேட். எனக்கு இந்த சர்டில் தாக்குறே வந்து தொலைகிறான். ஒரு ரன் எடுத்துட்டாங்கிற பேர் உமா. நோ ரன். Now only I got stable network bro. அப்படியா? அது போக இதாகும் ப்ரோ. ஒவ்வொரு இடமா நீங்கள் ட்ரெயின் மூவ் ஆகிட்டே இருக்குல்ல, மறுபடியும் இடையில எங்கேயா நிற்கும். Yeah, yeah, Raza. $28 ball, 23 runs. $100 போடாம விட மாட்டேன். வந்துட்டான்டா சேஸ் பண்ணு. நோரம் ஐயோ ஜஸ்ட் மிஸ். ஏய் உள்ள கொண்டு வந்துட்டு வெளியே கொண்டு போறோம். லெஃப்ட் சைடில் அப்படியே தட்டு உள்ளான்னு பார்த்தா சைடு. ஹாய் ப்ரோ ஹாய். மறுபடியும் ஹாய் போட்டுகிட்டே இருக்கீங்க. சிக்ஸ். ஐயோ அவுட் ஆகிட்டேன். அப்பப்போ நெட்டு கட் ஆகுது ப்ரோ. ஆமாம் ப்ரோ கட் ஆகும். நான் தான் சொன்னேன்ல ட்ரெயின் மூவ் ஆகிட்டே இருக்குல்ல, ஒவ்வொரு ஏரியாவில் நெட்டு கிடைக்கும், ஒவ்வொரு ஏரியாவில் நெட்டு கிடைக்காது. காட்டு பகுதிக்குள்ளே போகிறப்ப சுத்தமாக கிடைக்காது. சரி, லைவை க்ளோஸ் பண்ணலாமான்னு பார்க்குறப்ப தான் 6 பேர் பார்ப்பானுங்க. ஆனால் எவனும் சப்ஸ்கிரைப் பண்ண மாட்டானுங்க, இருந்துக்காரனுங்க. இன்னொரு இது இருக்குல்ல, செகண்ட் இன்னிங்ஸ் இருக்குல்ல, மறந்தே போயிட்டேன். செகண்ட் இன்னிங்ஸ் முடிச்சுட்டு க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுவோம். எவ்வளோ அடித்தானுங்க டார்கெட்டு? ட்ரையல் பை 49. 49 ரன் தான் கூட அடிச்சிருக்காங்களா? நிறையா ரன் அடிக்கணுமே, அப்போதான் ஜெயிக்க முடியும். நீங்கள் தான் ரியாக்ட் பண்ணுறீங்களா? நான் ஹார்ட் போட்டுட்ருக்கீங்க. இன்கமிங் பால். அதானே பார்த்தேன். வேறு அது ஹாட்டாக விட்டுட்ருக்கேன்னு. ஓ, அவுட் ஸ்விங் ஆயிடுச்சு. தூக்கியே ஆட மாட்டேன்டா, ஃபுல்லாக கிரவுண்ட் அவுட் சார்ஜ் தான். இந்த பால் லெக் சைடு அடிக்க முடியுமா பார்த்தா. ரியாக்ஷன் உங்களுக்கு காட்டுமா ப்ரோ? ஆமாம் ப்ரோ, காமிக்கும். அப்புறம் எப்படி நான் சொன்ன பார்த்துட்டு இங்கே அப்படியே ஹாட்டாக வந்துச்சு எனக்கு சாட் பாக்ஸில். யார் போடுறாங்கன்னு காமிக்காது, சும்மா வரும் அப்படியே மேலே. இப்போ ஏதோ சிரிச்சிட்ருக்கீங்க, சிரிக்கிற எமோஜி போடுறீங்க. எங்கே சென்னையிலேருந்து போகிறீங்களோ திருப்பதி? எப்படியும் ஒரு நாள் ஆயிருமா போகிறதுக்கு? கவர் டிரைவ். கட் ஆயிடுச்சு ப்ரோ. அப்படியா? ஓகே ஓகே, ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை, பொறுமையாகவே ரிப்ளை பண்ணுங்க. அடித்த எல்லா பவுண்டரியும் ஆஃப் சைடு தான், லெக் சைடில் ஒன்று கூட அடிக்கல. ஃப்ரம் கோயம்புத்தூர் டு திருப்பதி ப்ரோ. ஓ ஓகே ஓகே, மறந்துட்டேன். ஓ, அவர் தான் சென்னைன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஓகே ஓகே, ஏகே ப்ரோ தான் சென்னை. நீங்கள் கோயம்புத்தூரா? இன்னொருத்தர் வருவார், அவரு சென்னையா குழம்பிருச்சு எனக்கு யார் என்னன்னு. டுமாரோ மார்னிங் 5 AM வில் ரீச் திருப்பதி ப்ரோ. அப்படியா, மார்னிங் 5 மணியா? ரைட்டு. கோயம்புத்தூர் தானே நீங்கள்? நான் சொன்னேனே, நான் கோயம்புத்தூரில் தான் படித்தேன். எஸ்என்எஸ் காலேஜ் ஆஃப் இன்ஜினியரிங். சரவணம்பட்டியில் ரூம் எடுத்து தங்கியிருந்தோம் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் சேர்ந்து. செம்மையாக இருக்கும் ப்ரோ காலேஜ் டேஸ்லாம். அந்த 4 வருஷம் கோயம்புத்தூரில் இருந்ததெல்லாம் மறக்கவே முடியாது. கோயம்புத்தூரில் எங்கே நீங்கள்? சொன்னேன் நான் உங்கள்கிட்ட, நான் கோயம்புத்தூரில் தான் படித்தேன்னு சொன்ன மாதிரி ஞாபகம் இருக்குது. சொல்லிட்டேன் உங்கள்கிட்ட தான் எனக்கு சொன்னேன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். கொஞ்ச நேரம் தூங்கிடுங்க ப்ரோ. 5 மணிக்கு கொஞ்ச நேரம் தூக்கம் வரும். ட்ராவல் அப்போ தூக்கம் வராதா என்ன உங்களுக்கு? இது எவ்வளோ நேரம் விளாண்ட மாதிரி இருக்கு. 25 ரன் தான் அடிச்சிருக்கேன். பறந்து பறந்து பிடிக்கிறான் ஏன் பால. நீ பொள்ளாச்சியா? ஓகே ஓகே. அது ஏன் போல திருப்பி திருப்பி சொல்லிட்டுருக்கீங்க? நெட்டு கட் ஆகிடுச்சுன்னா அடிக்கடி கட் ஆகும். விடுங்க, நீங்கள் லேட்டாக ரிப்ளை பண்ணாலும் நான் பார்த்துருவேன். விடுங்க. நல்ல ஷாட்டு, ஐடியல், எல்லாமே ஐடியல். ஃபுட்வொர்க், ஷாட்டு. ஓகே ப்ரோ. ஓடியும் இதே மாதிரி கிரவுண்ட் ஷாட்ஸை ஆடணும், அப்போதான் அவுட் ஆக மாட்டேன். லெஃப்ட் சைடில் ஒரு ஷாட்டை கூட அடிக்கலான்னு நினைக்கிறேன். என்ன கைக்கே போகுது. என்கிட்ட லேப்டாப் இருக்குது. என் லேப்டாப்பில் இந்த கிரிக்கெட் கேம் சின்ன சின்ன கேம் விளாட்லான்னு நினைக்கிறேன். சின்ன சின்ன கேம் வேணால் லைவ் போடுறேன் சென்னைக்கு போயிட்டு. இந்த கிரிக்கெட் கேம் ட்ரை பண்ணி பார்க்குறேன். கிரிக்கெட் 22 விளாண்டுருக்கேன் இப்போ அந்த லேப்டாப்பில். 26 விளாட முடியுமா என்னன்னு தெரில. கிராஃபிக்ஸ் சப்போர்ட் ஆகுமா என்னன்னு தெரில. லேப்டாப் எடுத்துகிட்டு போயிடுவேன். பழைய லேப்டாப் அது குதிக்கும் கடந்துக்கிட்டு கேம் விளாண்டோம். பவுண்டரி போகுதா இல்லை போயிடுச்சு. அதான் மறந்தே போயிட்டேன். குட்டி குட்டி கேம் நான் டெய்லியும் லைவ் போடலாம் பிசி கொண்டு வர வரைக்கும் சென்னைக்கு. வார்சோனே விளையாட முடியும்னு நினைக்கிறேன், தெரில. பல வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி விளாண்டுருக்கேன் வார்சோன். இப்போ வார்சோன் நிறைய அப்டேட் விட்டு நிறைய இதை மாற்றி வச்சுருக்கான். சப்போர்ட் ஆகுமான்னு தெரில. கைக்கே போகுது இல்லை பாலும். பார்த்தேன் ப்ரோ. ட்ரையாலஜி ரீமேக் வருது. நான் ட்ரையாலஜி விளாண்டது இல்லை. ஆனால் காட் ஆஃப் ரக்னார்க்கு ஃபுல்லாக முடிச்சிட்டேன். காட் ஆஃப் வார் வந்து பாதி முடிச்சு வச்சுருக்கிறேன். என்னோடய ப்ளேலிஸ்ட்டில் போய் செக் பண்ணி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும், அது பாதியோடு நிற்கிது. அதை வேணால் கண்டினியூ பண்ணலாமா? ஆனால் இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணணும். நிறைய கேம் முடிக்காமல் வச்சுருக்கேன் ப்ரோ. நிறைய கேம் வாங்கி வச்சுருக்கிறேன், ஆனால் முடிக்காமல் வச்சுருக்கிறேன். ஒர்க்கு மட்டும் செட்டில் ஆகிடுச்சுன்னா டெய்லி நைட்டு லைவ் எல்லாத்தையும் போட்டு முடிச்சிடலாம். ஐயோ ஸ்டம்ப் பறந்துருக்கணும். நாற்பது பாலுக்கு 39. நான் ஓடிய மேட்ச் மாதிரி விளையாண்டுட்டு இருக்கேன். ஓகே, எல்லா பாலும் ஆஃப் சைடில் தான் அடிச்சிருக்கேன். ஈஸி 2 ரன் ஓடியாச்சு. 49. 1 எடுத்தா 50. ஹாஃப் செஞ்சுரி. ரெடியாரு மக்கா. 50. அப்பா, பல மேட்சுக்கு அப்புறம் 50. பரவாயில்ல, 120 ஸ்ட்ரைக் ரேட்டில் விளாண்டுருக்கேன். ஐயோ, தெரியாதனமா பி அமைக்கிட்டேன். நேரம் அவுட்டாக இருப்பேன். 100 அடிக்கணும். அவ்வளோ லீட் பை 18 தான் வந்திருக்கோமா? அதெல்லாம் 10 இந்த ரன்லாம். பா, பார்க்கவே எப்படி இருக்கு, அழகா இருக்கு. உய் உள்ளே போட்டாங்க பால். நான் அடிச்சிருக்க திசையை பாருங்களேன். அம்புட்டு ரன்னு இந்த சைடு தான் அடிச்சிருக்கேன். ஒரு ரன்னு கூட லெக் சைடில் அடிக்கல. லெக் சைடில் பாலே போட மாட்டானுங்களே அவனுங்க. நான் நகர்ந்து அடித்தா நகர்ந்து வந்து அடித்தாதான் மட்டும்தான். என்ன முடிஞ்சிருச்சா டே 1? மேட்ச் டே 2வா? டே 2வே முடிஞ்சிருச்சு. இப்போ டே 3. ஸ்பின்னர். ஆஹா, ஸ்பின்னரை பார்த்து விளாடணுங்க. ஒரு 2-3 பால் கட்டையை போடுவோம். எப்படி திருப்புறான் பாருங்க. இதெல்லாம் ஆஃப் சைடில் அடித்தேன், அவுட்டாக இருப்பேன். ஆயுஸ் மாத்திரையெல்லாம் இருக்கான். கோட்டீன். ஓகே ப்ரோ, என்ன ப்ரோ தூங்குறன்ட்டு இப்போ வர்ற 12 மணிக்கு? நாளைக்கு காலைல வந்துரு ப்ரோ. காலைல ஒரு புது கேம் போடலாம், அனிமல் கேம். காலைல புது கேமு, சாயங்காலம் பாகிஸ்தான் மேட்ச் பார்த்து முடிச்சுட்டு நைட்டு ரெசிடென்ட் எவில் போடலாம். தூக்கம் வரலையா? ரைட்டு, புது கேம். அப்படி இல்லைன்னா ரெசிடென்ட் எவிலே போடலாம் நாளைக்கு காலையில். என்ன டைம்? 11 மணி ப்ரோ காலையில். டிஸ்கார்டில் ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா 2 பேரும்? டிஸ்கார்டு வச்சுருக்கீங்களா? டிஸ்கார்டை ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? லைவ் நோட்டிஃபை லிங்க்கோடு வரும். அதில் என் கூட நீங்கள் பேசிக்கிட்டும் விளாட்லாம். ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கோங்க, பேசணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை. சும்மா லிங்க் மட்டும் பார்த்துக்கலாம். லைவ் போட்டால் அடிக்கடி வந்துடும் நோட்டிஃபிகேஷன். மேலே சேட் பாட்டு கொடுத்துருக்கோம் பாருங்கள், லிங்க்கு, டிஸ்கார்ட் லிங்க். ஐயோ, ஜஸ்ட் மிஸ்ஸு, ஸ்டெம்பு தெரிச்சிருக்கோம். டிஸ்கார்டு இல்லையா? ரைட்டு. ஃபோனில் ஸ்டோரேஜ் இருந்தால் ஏற்றி இது பண்ணிக்கோங்க. ஏன்னா டிஸ்கார்டில் தான் லிங்க்கு ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக வந்துடும். நான் லைவ் எப்போ போடுறேனோ அப்போ அடுத்த செகண்டே வந்துடும் லிங்க்கோடு. டிஸ்கார்டில் ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? ஓகே, அப்போ வந்துடுமே. நான் எப்போ லைவ் போட்டால் உங்களுக்கு மெசேஜ் வந்துடுங்க. டுமாரோ இஸ் மெயின் டே ப்ரோ. ஏன் ப்ரோ? இந்தியா பாகிஸ்தானா? அதுதான் பார்க்குறேன். கொஞ்சம் சாயங்காலம் சீக்கிரமே லைவ் ஆரம்பிச்சிடணும். இந்தியா பாகிஸ்தான் மேட்ச் நடக்கிறப்ப யாரும் இங்கே வர மாட்டானுங்க, எல்லாம் ஹாட் ஸ்டார் போய் பார்க்க போயிடுவானுங்க. மேட்ச் ஆரம்பித்தோடனே க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிடணும். பார்ப்போம் எப்படின்னு. மேக்ஸிமம் இந்தியா மேட்ச்சே வியூஸ் வராது, ஏன்னா எல்லாம் ஹாட் ஸ்டாரில் தான் பார்ப்பானுங்க, யூடியூப் வர மாட்டானுங்க. ஏய் ஓ, என்ன ப்ரோ, எப்படி ப்ரோ விக்கெட் எடுத்தான்? ஸ்டோக்கு வச்சனே நான் 100 அடிக்கலான் இருந்தேன். ப்ரோ டுமாரோ ஐ கேன் சி த லைவ். ஐ வில் கோ டு த டெம்பிள். ஆமாம், நீங்கள் இங்கே அங்கே போகிறீங்க, அதுக்குள்ளே வர முடியாதா என்ன? நீங்கள் மார்னிங்கே போயிடுவீங்க தானே? இப்போ இவ்வளோ நேரம் கஷ்டப்பட்டு விளாண்டது 61 தான் அடிச்சிருக்கேன். எப்படி விக்கெட் எடுத்தானே தெரில. ஸ்டொக்கு வச்சேன், எப்படி திருப்பி இருக்கான் பாருங்க பாலா. ஆஹா, இவங்க தான் செகண்ட் இன்னிங்ஸ் பேட்டிங்கா? ஜெயிச்சிட போகிறானுங்க. அப்பா ஜெயிச்சிட்டோம், 13 ரன் வித்தியாசத்தில் ஜெயிச்சிருக்கோம். இப்போ மும்பை அடிக்கிறதுலாம் சாதாரண விஷயமே கிடையாது. தமிழ்நாடு மும்பையை பீட் பண்ணியிருக்கு. I am confirm come tomorrow live bro. Okay bro, okay. வாங்க நாளைக்கு வாங்க. என்ன போடலாம் நாளைக்கு? நியூ கேம், அந்த அனிமல் கேம் போடலாமா காலையில், இல்லை ரெசிடென்ட் எவில் போடலாமா, இல்லை கால் ஆஃப் டியூட்டியா? ட்ராவலிங் டு சென்னை. மார்னிங் வி ஒன்லி கோ ஆஃப்டர் 9 AM ப்ரோ. 9 மணிக்கு தான் போவீங்களா? ரைட்டு. ஓகே, கிரிக்கெட் போர் அடிக்குது, வேறு ஏதாவது பார்ப்போம் வெளியே போய். ப்ரௌசர் ஆஃப் சப்பனிமே இருக்கட்டும். வேறு கேம் ப்ளே பண்ணுவோம். ஆமாம் ப்ரோ, கொஞ்சம் நேரத்துக்கு விளாண்டுட்டு தூங்க போவோம். என்ன போடலாம் இருங்க, நான் காமிக்கிறேன் என்னோட ஸ்க்ரீனை. என்ன போடலாம் நீங்களே பார்த்து சொல்லுங்கள். விண்டோ கேப்சர், டிஸ்பிளே கேப்சர். ஒரே செகண்டு. ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபார்ம். இப்போ ஸ்க்ரீன் தெரியுதா ப்ரோ? என்னோட ஸ்க்ரீனு ஃபுல்லாக தெரியாதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இப்போ சென்ட்ரலில் தெரியும். கீழே வச்சிட்றேன். ஓகே, இப்போ தெரியுதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். வேற என்ன கேம் இருக்கு? ரேஞ்ச் சிமுலேட்டர் இருக்கு, காசு கொடுத்து வாங்கினோம் ப்ரோ. வாங்கி அப்படியே வச்சிருக்கிறேன். அது போகுமா? ஆனால் போர் அடிக்கும் அது. அது ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸோடு சேர்ந்து விளாட்றது. GTA 5 இருக்கு. ஒன்லி OBS ஓவிங்க. ஸ்க்ரீன் சின்னதாக இருக்குல்ல, அதனால் அவனுக்கு தெரில. இருங்க, பெருசாக இது பண்ணி தரேன். ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபார்ம் ஃபிட் டு த ஸ்க்ரீன். இப்போ தெரியுதா? ஃபுல்லாக தெரியுமே. இப்போ ஃபுல் ஸ்க்ரீன் தெரியுதா? ஆனால் கொஞ்சம் சின்னதாக தெரியும் சென்ட்ரல். இதே மாதிரியே போட்டுடலாமா, இல்லை கொஞ்சம் ஜூம் பண்ணியே போடலாமா லைவ்? ஃபிட் டு த ஸ்க்ரீன் கொஞ்சம் சின்னதாக தெரியும். ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஓப்பன் பண்ணுவோம். ஆமாம், ஸ்மால். அதனால தான் கொஞ்சம் ஜூம் பண்ணி போடுறேன். லெஃப்ட் ரைட்டு கொஞ்சம் கட் ஆகிடும். இந்த பாருங்கள், இந்த கேம் தான் விளாண்டுட்ருக்கோம். ஆஃபர் போயிட்டுருக்கு. யாராவது வாங்குறோம்னா வாங்கிக்கோங்க. நல்ல ஆஃபர் தான் ப்ரோ போட்டிருக்கோம். 60% ஆஃபர். ரீமேக் ட்ரையாலஜி 60% ஆஃபர். கேப்காம் ஃப்ரான்ச்சைஸி ஆஃபரில் போகுது போல். இந்த கேம் தான் ப்ரோ சொன்னேன், அனிமல். இது எப்படி இருக்குன்னு தெரில, பார்ப்போம். இந்த வீடியோ பார்ப்போமா? ஃப்ரம் த கிரியேட்டர்ஸ் ஆஃப் லிட்டில் நைட்மேர்ஸ். நான் லிட்டில் நைட்மேர்ஸே விளாண்டதில்லை. நியூ வேர்ல்ட் ஆஃப் ஹாரர்ஸ். in solo online couch co-op. நம்ம சோலோ தான் விளாட முடியும். Find your friends. அப்புறம் இந்த கேமே ஒரு திகிலாக தான் இருக்க போலயே. நான் ஃபன்னாக இருக்கும்ல நினச்சேன், இதுவே ஒரு திகிலாக இருக்கு. சரி, அந்த சின்ன அந்த பொம்மையை வச்சு தான் நான் ப்ளே பண்ணுறோம், ஃபன்னாக இருக்கும்னு நினச்சேன். அந்த பொம்மையை வச்சு ஹாரர் கேம் ரெடி பண்ணியிருக்கானுங்க. ரிவ்யூலாம் பயங்கரமாக கொடுத்துருக்கானுங்க. எல்லாருமே 10, 9, 8 ரிவ்யூ வெரி பாசிட்டிவ்.
To you living in new surroundings, we send a message of true sympathy. And to think of all the new sights you must be
உங்கள்கிட்ட இந்த
seeing.
கேம் இருந்தால் 2 பேரும் சேர்ந்து விளாடுவோம்.
And the adventures you must be having. So it is not difficult for us to picture the sort of life you are all leading.
கேம் பிளே ஃபுல்லாக இருட்டாக இருக்கு.
I know you won't forget us. Good night, and good luck to you all.
Good night. Okay bro. Good night bro. Good night. சூப்பராக இருந்துச்சு. அப்போ டவுன்லோட் போட்டுற வேண்டியதுதான். The Hunter Call of the Wild Battlefield ஆஃபர் போகுது. சிஓடிலாம் 50% ஆஃபர் வந்தாலும் நான் வாங்க மாட்டேன். ஸ்பைடர்மேன்லாம் லைவ் போட்டு முடிச்சாச்சு, 2 போட்டு முடிச்சாச்சு. ஸ்பைடர்மேன் ரீமாஸ்டர் இன்னும் போடலை, போட்டிருக்கேன். ஒரு 2-3 எபிசோடு போட்டிருக்கேன், அதுபடியே நிற்கிது. இந்த கேம்லாம் விளையாடணும்னு ஆசை, ஆனால் யாராவது கூட இன்னொருத்தவங்க விளையாண்டா தான் நல்லாயிருக்கும். ஃபியூச்சரில் பார்ப்போம். லைப்ரரியில் பாருங்கள் எவ்வளோ கேம் இருக்குது. இது என்ன அப்டேட் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கு? ஹீரோ ட்ரக் அப்டேட் கியூட் ஆட்டோ அப்டேட் தான் நான் கொடுத்து வச்சுருந்தேன். எத்தனை? 83. 1.4 ஜிபிக்கு அப்டேட் இருக்கு. Hmm. 2493 வியூஸ் வந்திருக்கு. ஆவரேஜ் டியூரேஷன் 24 செகண்ட் தான் பார்க்குறாங்க. ஒருத்தவங்க உள்ள வந்தா 7 லைக்ஸ் போல் எத்தனை பேர் ஓட்டு? 13 ஓட்டு. என் பண்ணிடுவோம். ஃபோர்ஸா மாற்றிட்டாரு இவர். இவர் பாருங்க, நான் கூப்பிட்டப்பெல்லாம் விளையாடாமல் இப்போ வந்து விளையாண்டுட்டு இருக்காரு.
In Valorant, 1 like can cost the round.
Vicky bro, hi bro. என்ன bro ஆளே காணோம்.
With exit lag, you play smooth with no.
Georgia was a heist. Patch was there to steal something.
என்னங்க bro?
ஐஸ் இந்த கேமர் தான். 2 ஐஸ்.
என்ன கேம் bro? இப்போ going to sleep. மோஸ்ட்லி தூங்க போறேன் bro. டயர்டா இருக்கு. கொஞ்ச நேரம் சும்மா பார்த்துட்டு. எக்ஸாமா? ரைட் படிங்க. அது என்ன ஆளையே காணுமேன்னு பார்த்தேன் அவங்கள. முடிஞ்சிருச்சா ப்ரோ எக்ஸாம்லாம்?
ஈஜிப்ட். ப்ரோ நான் இந்த சினிமா டைலாக் போட்டாலும் இவர் தெரியாதுன்னு சொல்லுவாரு. எல்லாம் நடிப்பு தான் கோபால்.
சரி ஓகே ப்ரோ, குட் நைட் ப்ரோ. கவின் ப்ரோ, நாளைக்கு நீங்கள் கோயிலில் இருப்பீங்க, முடிஞ்சா வாங்க லைவுக்கு. எக்ஸாம் ஓவரா?
காட்டிங் ப்ரோ, வாங்க ஸ்ட்ரீம்.
நியூ கேம் ட்ரைலர்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்களா? இல்லை ப்ரோ பார்க்கல ப்ரோ.
கதையாக தான் இருக்கு. என்னையா படிக்கிறேன்? உங்க கூட சேர்ந்தாம இப்படி ஆயிட்டேன். இல்ல ப்ரோ, அது சாயங்காலம் இவட்ட ஏதோ தான் ப்ரோ பேசிட்டு இருந்தேன். அதுலயும் அப்பதான் ப்ரோ என்ன சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தேன், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் லைட்டுக்கு டையிங் லைட்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தேன். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நைட் தான் ப்ரோ. உங்க காது எல்லாம் கேட்கல ப்ரோ. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் லைட் என்ன ப்ரோ? நீங்க எல்லாம் வந்துட்டு எப்படி சொல்றீங்க, அதுலயே இருக்கீங்க ப்ரோ. அதான் ப்ரோ, நாம ஒரு விஷயத்தை ரொம்ப ஏங்குனா
நைட் லைவ்க்கு வர. ஓகே ப்ரோ, ஓகே கண்டிப்பா.
அதெல்லாம் ஏங்குறீங்களா? உல்ஃப் ப்ரோ ஏக்கமா இருக்கா? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நைட் கேம் ஆர்ஐபி ஆனதுக்கு அப்புறம் லைவ் ரைட்டா நாம போடுவோம். கரெக்ட்.
ஜான் விக் ஆமா
டே 1 போட்டாலும் கேம் புஷ் பண்ண யாரும் பார்க்க மாட்டாங்க.
Our mission is big picture. Copy that? We get that intel, dominoes start to fall. But now it's all.
ஜான் விக் சும்மா இதுல பார்த்தேன்.
பாப்பா நாட் நட்ஸா வந்துட்டு மே தானே, அதுக்குள்ள ஒரு அனௌன்ஸ்மென்ட்
இன்ஸ்டாகிராம்ல பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். ஐஜிஎன்ல போட்டுட்டு இருந்தானே.
ஏனா வந்துட்டு அவன் ஈவென்ட்ல வந்து PS5 ப்ரோலயே 30 FPS தான் வந்துச்சு.
எந்த யூடியூப் சேனல்ல எல்லா இதுவும் விட்டுருக்காங்க. ஐஜிஎன்ல விட்டுருப்பாங்கல்ல எல்லா கேம்.
மாத்தி வர வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. அது இல்லாம PSல வந்துட்டு ஹிட்மேன் சூப்பரா
ஐஜிஎன் போட்டாலே ஜான் விக் தான் வருது.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் தான் ப்ரோ சொல்றீங்க. சீ இல்ல.
ரெசிடென்ட் ஈவில் 9 வந்து 27 நினைக்கிறேன் ப்ரோ. அதெல்லாம் வாய்ப்பு கிராக்டு வராது ப்ரோ, வாங்கி தான் விளையாட முடியும். ரெசிடென்ட் ஈவில் 4 2 வருஷம் கழிச்சு தான் இப்போ கிராக் விட்டாங்க. ஜான் விக்
எந்த ஒரு பிளேட்லயும்
ஸ்டேட் ஆஃப் ப்ளே அன்டைட்டில் என்ன டைட்டிலே வைக்கலையா? ஜான் விக் கேம்ல மொட்டையா வச்சிருக்கானு. ஆமா ப்ரோ, ரெசிடென்ட் ஈவில் 9 தான். பாப்பா முடிஞ்சா நான் வாங்கிடுவேன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். சொன்னா எனக்கு வேலை கிடைச்சிருச்சு ப்ரோ, சென்னைக்கு போறேன். ஆனா சேலரி கிடைக்கும், வாங்கிடுவேன். ஆனால் விளையாட முடியாது, பிரச்சனை. அதனாலே வாங்க மாட்டேன். பிசி வீட்டிலே தான். பிசி எப்படி கொண்டு போகிறது தெரியல சென்னைக்கு, அதனால் வாங்க மாட்டேன்னு தான் நினைக்கிறேன். மியூசிக்லாம் அதே மாதிரி இருக்கு. சூப்பர் ப்ரோ, நன்றி ப்ரோ, நன்றி. 19ஆம் தேதிக்கு மேலே சொல்கிறேன்னு இருக்காங்க ஆன்போர்டிங். பிசி தான் என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு தெரில. லேப்டாப் மட்டும் தான் கொண்டு போகிறேன். அது என்னோட லேப்டாப் பழைய லேப்டாப்பு. அதில் சின்ன சின்ன கேம் தான் விளாட முடியும். அதை வச்சு இது லைவ் ஓட்டணும். கொஞ்ச நாள் பிஜியில் இருந்துட்டு ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸு செட் ஆகிட்டாங்கன்னா ரூம் எடுத்துகிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் பிசி எடுத்துகிட்டு போகிற மாதிரி இருக்கும். என்ன இது ஃபைட்டெல்லாம் எப்படி இருக்கு? கட்சின்னா என்ன மாசா இருக்கு.
He must be grounded, stable, constant.
ஏய் ஃபேஸை காமிங்கடா. ஃபேஸை காமிக்கவே மாட்றாங்க. கேம் பிளே ஃபுட்டேஜ் வருமா? ஆக்ஷன்லாம் பயங்கரமாக இருக்கு. இப்போ அப்படியே இருக்கு ப்ரோ. என்ன ப்ரோ அவனை மாதிரியே இருக்கு. அவனே ஆக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கானா? வெறியா இருக்கு ப்ரோ அவனை மாதிரியே. நான் வேற மாதிரி இருக்கும்னு நினைச்சேன் ஃபேஸ்.
Hi, I'm Chad Stahelski. Today is a big day for the John Wick franchise.
எப்போதுமே கேம்
In
எல்லாம்
collaboration with Saber and Lionsgate, I'm thrilled to
மூவிஸ்ல
share
இருக்க
our first
மாதிரியே
look at the
கேம்ல
John Wick
கிரியேட் பண்ண
video game
மாட்டானுங்க.
currently in
அதே
development.
ஃபேஸ்
Follow along the journey because we have a lot
அப்படியே
more
கிரியேட்
to show.
பண்ணியிருக்கானுங்க. ஓடு இப்போ வெறியா இருக்குமே ப்ரோ.
இவங்களை கோச் பண்றதுக்கு வேற யாரை தேடிட்டு இருக்க முடியும்? மிஸ்டர் ரங்கன், உங்க செல்ல
அவனே ஆக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கான். இன்ஸ்டாகிராம்ல பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். இதை பார்க்கவே இல்லையா ஃபேஸனா? இப்போ 1.6 மில்லியன் லைவ் வியூஸ் போயிருக்கு. வேற என்ன ட்ரெய்லர் வந்துச்சு? இது பார்த்துட்டேன். காட் ஆஃப் ஆர் ரீமேக் வந்துச்சுன்னா அதை போட்டு இதுதான் ஃபுல் ட்ரெண்டிங்கில் இருந்துச்சு. அதை பார்த்தேன். பிளாக் மித் அந்த இது பார்த்துட்டேன் ப்ரோ. பார்த்துட்டேன். அது இந்த தமிழ் கேமிங் அவங்களே போட்டிருந்தாங்க. அதனால அது பார்த்துட்டேன். பெரிய சைலண்ட் கில் டவுன்ஃபாலா? புது கேமா? சைலண்ட் கில்லே எனக்கு பிடிக்கல. அது விளாண்ட சைலண்ட் கில் எஃப் ரொம்ப ஒரு மாதிரியா இருந்தது. ஒரு விறுவிறுப்பே இல்லாத மாதிரி இருந்தது. ஏதோ சைக்காலஜி மாதிரி இருக்கு அந்த கேம். குரோனோஸ் இது என்னதுங்க? அவத்தார் ஏதோ அனிமியா? ஃபைட்டிங் கேமா? அவத்தார் லெஜெண்ட்ஸ் ஃபைட்டிங் கேம். அனிமி மாதிரியே இருக்கு ஃபைட்டிங். குரோனஸா? அப்படியா? என்ன அது குரோனஸ்? இதெல்லாம் முன்னாடியே சொன்னீங்கன்னா நம்ம லைவ் போடலாம் ப்ரோ. உட்காந்து அப்படியே எல்லாரும் குரூப்பாக உட்காந்து வாட்ச் பண்ணலாம். முன்னாடியே தெரிய மாட்டேங்குது. எல்லாம் முடிஞ்சதுக்கு அப்புறமா தான் ஹாரர் கேமும் அப்படியா தெரியல. கேம்ஸ் என்ன
Procedure successful.
அடிக்கி நிறைய ஹாரர் கேம் வர ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு. முதல்ல வரவே வராது ஹாரர் கேம். இப்போ எல்லாம் ஹாரர் கேம் தான் வருது. டெட் ஸ்பேஸ் ஸ்பின் ஆஃப் மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஓகே ஓகே. டெட் ஸ்பேஸ் நான் விளாண்டதில்லை. இது என்ன இது எப்போதான் வருது? ட்ரெய்லராக விட்டுட்டு இருக்கானுங்க, எப்போ வருதுன்னு தெரில. Not 7 first light story trailer. Resident Evil. இப்போ Resident Evil 4 தான் ப்ரோ விளாண்டுட்டு இருக்கேன். நியூ கேம் ட்ரெய்லர்னு போடுங்க. ரைட்டு. இவனே எல்லா ட்ரெய்லரும் போட்டிருவானே ப்ரோ, வந்தது எல்லாமே. அட இந்த கீபோர்டு சின்னதாக இருக்குது, இதை ஃபஸ்ட்டு மாற்றி தொலையணும். ப்ராஜெக்ட் வெயின்லெஸ் ரெசிடென்ட் எவில் இதை பார்த்துட்டேன். Battlefield Season 2 Beast. இதெல்லாம் எக்ஸ்க்ளூசிவ் PS5க்கு மட்டும்தான் கொடுப்பான் கருவ முடிச்சவன். ஷார்ட்ஸ்லேயே ஆமாம் ப்ரோ, ட்ரை பண்ணி பார்த்தேன், ஏதாவது டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் வருதான்னு. கொஞ்சம் டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் தெரியுது, நிறைய பேர் புதுசாக வர்றாங்க, ஆனால் சின்னதாக தெரியுது, அதுதான் கடுப்பு. மொபைலில் பார்க்குறவங்களுக்கு ஓகே. இவரை பாருங்க, காலையில் உட்காந்து அடம் பிடிச்சின்னு அப்புறம் நான் நினைக்கிறேன் 11 மணி நேரம் லைவ் போட்டே அவன்ட்டு உட்காந்து போட்டார். நானும் காலை புட்டி விளாண்டா கொஞ்சம் நேரம், அப்புறம் கரண்ட்டு கட் ஆயிடுச்சு எனக்கு. 11 மணி நேரம் போட்டிருக்காரு, 82 தான் வந்திருக்கு வியூஸ். வெப்கேமோட போடுறாரு, அவருக்கு வர மாட்டேங்குது. ஷார்ட்ஸ்லேயே போட்டாருன்னா வரும்னு நினைக்கிறேன் அவருக்கு. ஹேஷ்டேக் ஒழுங்காக போட மாட்டேறாருன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இங்கே பாருங்க, இவ்வளோ ஹேஷ்டேக் போட்டிருக்காரு, இவ்வளவு போடுறது வேஸ்ட்டு. போட்டால் ஒரு 4-5 தான் போடணும். ஏன்னா ஃபஸ்ட்டு 3 ஹேஷ்டேக் மட்டும்தான் அது செர்ச் ஆகும், கூகுள் ரெக்கமெண்ட் பண்ணுவோம். அந்த 3 தான் இங்கே வந்துடும். அப்படியே ஃபஸ்ட்டு 3 இந்த 3 இங்கே அப்படியே இங்கே வந்துடுச்சு. இங்கே போடுறது எல்லாத்தையும் தூக்கி டேக்ஸில் போடணும். இந்த டேக்கில் போடணும். இது என்னது, என்னோடது என்ன லைவ்னு காமிக்குது? நான் லைவ் என் பண்ணிட்டேனோ? ஆமாம்ல, என்ன என் பண்ணலையோ நான் லைவ். என்னோடது செர்ச் ஆகுதான்னு பார்ப்போம். இங்கே வருது, இதுக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி தான் வருதா என்னன்னு தெரில. எக்ஸாம் ஓவர்னு தானே சொன்னீங்க? ஓகே ஓகே. நாளைக்கு என்ன ப்ரோ பண்ண போகிறீங்க? இன்றைக்கி என்ன பண்ணீங்க? நேற்றே ஓவர் ஆயிடுச்சா? இன்றைக்கி எதுவும் அவுட்டிங்லாம் போனீங்களா? இவர் பாருங்க, கார் ஓட்டிகிட்டு இருக்காருங்க. இதே வேற காரை எடுத்து ஓட்டாமல் இந்த காரையே வச்சு ஓட்டிகிட்டு இருக்காரு. ஒன்றும் இல்லை, சும்மா தான். டுமாரோ ஃப்ரீ தானா ப்ரோ? ப்ரோ இந்த கேம் போடலாமா ப்ரோ? நேற்று தான் ப்ரோ ரிலீஸ் ஆகிருக்கு. தமிழ் கேமிங்லாம் அவங்களாம் போட்டிருக்காங்க, கிராக்கடும் வந்துருச்சு. கிராக்டு வெப்சைட் இப்போ நான் ஓப்பன் பண்ணலாம்ல? எதுவும் ஒரு தடவை எனக்கு அப்படி தான் கிராக்டு வெப்சைட் ஓப்பன் பண்ணி காமிச்சிட்டு இருந்தேன், ஸ்ட்ரைக்கு கொடுத்தான் எனக்கு. இந்த ரீஅனிமல் கேம் போடலாமா? டோடிலையும் வந்திருக்குது, ஃபிட்கர்லேயும் வந்திருக்கு. ஆனால் இது வந்து கோஆப் கேம் ப்ரோ. ரிவ்யூ நல்லா தான் வந்திருக்குது. எல்லாருமே ரொம்ப லிட்டில் நைட் மேர் இருக்குல்ல, அதே கான்செப்ட் தான் நினைக்கிறேன். அதோட கொஞ்சம் ஹாரர் அதிகமாக இருக்குது. இது கோஆப் தான் ப்ரோ. ஆனால் ஆட முடியுமா என்னன்னு தெரில. டோடிலையும் வந்திருக்குது. இங்கே பாருங்கள், டாப் செல்லர்லேயும் இருக்குது. எல்லாமே ரிவ்யூ 9 கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. வெரி பாசிட்டிவ். நீங்கள் இப்போ ஓப்பன் பண்ணி பாருங்கள் டோடியில் கோஆப் இருக்கான்னு. இப்போ நான் ஓப்பன் பண்ணால் ஸ்ட்ரைக் கொடுப்போம். இன்னைக்கு முக்கால்வாசி பேர் இதான் போட்டுட்ருந்தாங்க லைவ், தமிழ் கம்யூனிட்டியில் எல்லாருமே. ஆனால் பகலில் போடுற நல்லா இருக்குமா என்னன்னு தெரில. ரொம்ப ஃபுல்லாக கேம் ஃபுல்லாகவே இருட்டாக தான் இருக்குது. நைட்டு தான் போடுவோம் நினைக்கிறேன். வேற என்ன புதுசாக வந்திருக்கு? ஃபிப் 27 வருது. எவ்வளோ ப்ரைஸ் இது? 4400. டீலக்ஸ் எடிஷன் 4800. 400 தான் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா. இதுக்கு எல்லாமே டீலக்ஸே வாங்கிட்டு போயிடுவானுங்க. அதுக்கு என்ன வித்தியாசம்? டீலக்ஸ் எடிஷன் மெயின் கேமு, காஸ்டியூம்ஸு, 4 வெப்பனு, ஃபில்டர்ஸ்லாம் நல்லாவே இல்லை, நார்மல் தான் வச்சு விளாடுவானுங்க. 2 சார்ம்ஸ், ஆடியோ ஃபைல்ஸ். டோரியார் ஃபிட்கல் எதில் ப்ரோ ஒர்க் ஆகும்? கோஆப் ரெண்டுலையுமே விட்டுருக்கான், ரெண்டுலையுமே வந்திருக்கு. பிராகமட்டா இது இப்போதான் ட்ரெய்லரே வந்திருக்கு. ஆனால் அவர் விளாண்டுட்டு இருந்தார், இவர் இந்த ரிச்சி ப்ரோ நேற்று இது விளாண்டுட்டு இருந்தார். இவர் எல்லா கேமும் வாங்கிடுறாரு ப்ரோ, புதுசாக வர்ற கேமு. ரெசிடென்ட் எல்லாம் ப்ரீ ஆர்டர் போட்டார், வந்த மொதல் நாளே போடுவார் லைவ். பாருங்க, அவர் 17 பேர் பார்க்குறாங்க, 17 பேருமே அவரை டெய்லியும் பார்த்துருவானுங்க. ஃபுல்லாக ஸ்டோரி கேம் மட்டும்தான் போடுவார். ஃபிட்கல் நோ மல்டிப்ளேயரா? ரைட்டு. டோடியில் மல்டிப்ளேயர் இல்லைனாலும் அந்த ஆப் வச்சு கம்ப்யூட்டரை ஷேர் பண்ணி விளாடுவானுங்கள்ல, அது மாதிரி கூட ட்ரை பண்ணலாம். என்ன ஸ்னீபிக் இப்போ விட்டுருக்கானுங்க. இது இப்போ ரிலீஸ் இல்லையே.
What are you doing in here?
வேலண்டைன்ஸ் டேக்காக விட்டுருக்கானுங்களா?
I was cleaning.
ப்ரீமியர்ஸ் 26 எனக்கு இன்னும் எத்தனை 10 நாள்
I
இருக்கு.
was around the corner and I could not stand the thought of passing by without seeing you.
இதெல்லாம் காப்பிரைட்ஸ் கொடுத்துருவாங்க.
தெர்மல் பேஸ்ட் மாற்றிட்டாங்களா?
அதான் அது மாற்றிருக்காங்க இப்போ. ஆனால் பவர் சப்ளை மாற்றணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
டோடி ஆல்சோ நோ மல்டிப்ளேயரா?
அதை மாற்றினா தான் அது
அப்படியா?
டோட்டல் பிசி ஆஃப் ஆகிடுது.
பக்கத்தில் உட்காந்து மல்டி இது விளாட்லாமா ப்ரோ? ஐ மீன் லோக்கல் கோவாப்பு. லோக்கல் கோவாப் விளாட்றதுக்கு ஏதாவது ஆப் இருக்குமே, இந்த ஆப் யூஸ் பண்ணி கூட விளாட்லாம்.
கொஞ்சம் அப்கிரேட் பண்ணாங்கன்னா சரி.
என்ன சொல்கிறீங்க? இதுதானே அது? அப்புறம் மல்டின்னு தான் அப்புறம் போட்டிருக்கான். மல்டி 15 போட்டிருக்கான். ஓ மல்டி ஃபைலா? ஆன்லைன் ஃபிக்ஸ். வேர் வில் கெட் ஆன்லைன் ஃபிக்ஸ்? லோக்கல் கோஆப் இருக்கா? ரைட்டு. ஏதோ ஒரு ஆப் எல்லாம் சொன்னானுங்க.
தேங்க்ஸ் ஃபார் 2 பேர் பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. தேங்க்ஸ் ஃபார் வாட்சிங். வெல்கம் ப்ரோ.
ஏதோ ஒரு ஆப் இருக்கும் ப்ரோ, அந்த ஆப் பேர் மறந்து போச்சு. அந்த ஆப் யூஸ் பண்ணி 2 பேரும் அப்படி நம்ம ஒரு கேம் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணாலே லோக்கல் கோஆப் விளாண்டுக்கலாம். அப்படியே எல்லா கேமுமே. அது என்ன அப்போ உங்களுக்கு சொன்னேன்னு நினைக்கிறேன், மறந்து போச்சு. மல்டி 15னா மல்டி லாங்குவேஜ். ஆமாம், இவர் பாரு ப்ரோ ஃபுல்லாக ஷார்ட்ஸ் லைவ் தான் போட்டிருக்காரு. இவர் தலைவர் ஃபோர்ஸா ஹாரிசன் 6 ப்ரீமியம் எடிஷனே ப்ரீ ஆர்டர் பண்ணிட்டார். 10,000 ரூபா. புக் மார்க் பண்ணி வச்சேன்னா என்ன? கிரிக்கெட் இதில் தான் இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அது இந்த ஹோம்னு கொடுத்தா ஏதோ டவுன்லோட் ஆக போகுது. இங்கே எதுக்கப்புறம் எல்லாரும் மல்டிப்ளேயர் அவைலபிளான்னு தான் கேட்குறானுங்க. பார்சக்கா? ஆமாம் பார்சக். இது ஃப்ரீ தானே? இது ப்ரைஸிங் போட்டிருக்கான் ப்ரோ. ஏதாவது ப்ரைஸிங் பில்லுங்க பண்ணிட போகிறான். எக்ஸ்பாக்ஸில் இருக்காதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். என்னது எக்ஸ்பாக்ஸ்லாம் முடிஞ்சிருச்சு ப்ரோ. உங்களுக்கு இன்னும் இருக்கா என்ன? அந்த 3 மாதத்துக்கு போட்டது தான் எப்பயும் முடிஞ்சிருச்சு எனக்கு. Recently added to the Game Pass. கேம் பாஸில் தான் ஆட இருக்கு. ஸ்டோர் சிஸ்டமோட ஃப்ரீயாக வந்து 3 months இருக்குது. ஓ ஆமாம்ல, நீங்கள் புது பிசி வாங்கியிருக்கீங்கல்ல. இருக்குது ப்ரோ எக்ஸ்பாக்ஸில். ஆனால் இது கேம் பாஸில் வரல, தனியாக காசு கொடுத்து வாங்குற மாதிரி இருக்குது. 2500 டிஜிட்டல் டிலக்ஸ் எடிஷன் 3600. ப்ரோ இவன் என்ன ப்ரோ ப்ரைஸிங்லாம் கொடுத்து வச்சுருக்கான் இதுக்கு? ஸ்டார்ட் ஃப்ரீ ட்ரையல் வந்து மல்டி மானிட்டர் டிஸ்பிளே, அப்புறம் ஒரு கலர்ஸு. கலர் வேறு இதாகுமோ மங்களாகுமோ? ப்ரைவசி ஃபுல் வெப்காம். இவன் கண்டிப்பாக கொஞ்ச நாளைக்கு தான் ஃப்ரீ ட்ரையல் கொடுக்குறான் போலயே. அவன் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி சொல்லலையே அந்த வீடியோவில். வேறு ஏதாவது ஃப்ரீ சாஃப்ட்வேர் இருக்கா பார்க்கணும். பார்சக் Moonlight plus Sunset open sources excellent performance. எனி டிஸ்க் கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கேன். எதில் இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன் டிஸ்க். இல்லையா, எனி டிஸ்க் வச்சு தான் எனக்கு பிசி ஆக்டிவேட் பண்ணானுங்க ஏடிடியானுங்க. இது நான் Moonlight and Sunshine, the premium free open sources alternative. Moonlight acts as the client, while Sunshine is a server host that can run on any hardware NVIDIA. High popular, free, fast and remote control offers user-friendly interface. எனி டிஸ்க் தான் ப்ரோ கேள்வி நிறைய பேர் யூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. எனி டிஸ்க் பார்ப்போம். ஆனால் கேம் விளாட முடியுமா என்னன்னு தெரில. அதையே சர்ச் பண்ணிடுவோம். நம்ம கேமுக்கு வருமானு தெரில. இது வந்து கேமுன்னு மட்டும் இல்லை ப்ரோ, இது அப்படியே மொத்தமாக நம்ம சிஸ்டத்தையும் உங்களுக்கு அப்படியே அசஸ் பண்ண முடியும். அதனால் நீங்கள் இந்த குறிப்பிட்ட கேம் மட்டும் காமிக்கிறது கிடையாது. இது இந்த அப்ளிகேஷன் ஆன் பண்ணிட்டேன்னா இந்த ஸ்க்ரீனை உங்களால் அப்படியே ரிமோட்டால் அப்படியே அசஸ் பண்ண முடியும். அதுதான் இந்த அப்ளிகேஷனோட இது ஸ்பெஷாலிட்டியே. ஸோ உங்களால் அசஸ் பண்ண முடிஞ்சால் உங்களால் லோக்கல் கோஆப் விளாட முடியும். உங்களோட கண்ட்ரோலர் மட்டும் மாட்டிக்கிட்டு அப்படி விளாடலாம். ஒரு ஆள் இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணியிருந்தா போதும் கேமு. அப்ளிகேஷன் 2 பேர் இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணியிருக்கணும். கோஆப் ஸ்ப்ளிட் ஸ்க்ரீன் மாதிரியா? ஆமாம் ப்ரோ, ஸ்ப்ளிட் ஸ்க்ரீன் மாதிரி தான். ஆனால் அவங்களுக்கு ஃபுல் ஸ்க்ரீனாக தான் காமிக்கும், ஸ்ப்ளிட்டெல்லாம் ஆகாது. But the problem with it is requires local connectivity, plus it's hard to manage who has access what keyboard, mouse, gamepad while connected. There is an app like Parsec that doesn't require my friend and Windows to have figure out how to set up PC and work plug and play. அப்போ Parsec தான் பெஸ்ட் போல. I use both Parsec for Windows servers and Sunshine for Linux server without VPNs. இது எதுவும் ஓப்பன் சோர்சஸ் இருக்கு ப்ரோ. ரிமோட் ப்ளே வாட் எவர். Parsec free trial individual per user month paid annually கர்ம முடிச்சவன் இன்னும் கொஞ்ச நாள் ஆகுமா ப்ரோ? அதுக்குள்ளேயும் அந்த ட்ரெண்ட் வந்த முத நாளே போட்டால் தான் யாராவது கிடைக்குமேன்னு பார்த்தேன். சரி விடுங்க பார்ப்போம். வேணா சோலா அப்போ நாளைக்கு என்ன விளாட்லாம் ப்ரோ? நாளைக்கு 11 மணிக்கு லைவ் போடலாம். என்கிட்ட எக்ஸ்பாக்ஸும் இல்லை, எக்ஸ்பாக்ஸும் முடிஞ்சு போச்சு, எக்ஸ்பீரி ஆயிடுச்சு. இல்லைனா எக்ஸ்பாக்ஸ்லேருந்து ஏதாவது ஒரு கேம் விளாட்லாம். அதுதான் என்ன கேம் என்கிட்ட வேறு எதுவும் இல்லையே. கிங்டம் கம் டெலிவரன்ஸ். உங்கள்கிட்ட என்ன இருக்குன்னு சொல்லுங்கள். உங்கள்கிட்ட எல்லாமே இருக்கும், எக்ஸ்பாக்ஸ் இருக்கனால. ஜிடிஎஃப்ஐ இல்லை தானே அவங்கள்ட்ட? ஜிடிஎஃப்ஐலாம் போர் அடிக்கும். ஜிடிஎஃப்ஐ இதில் கொண்டு வரல என்ன கேம் பாஸில். ஓ உங்களுக்கும் ரெடீம் பண்ண வச்சுருக்கீங்களா? ரைட்டு. ஓ இது ப்ரீமியமில் இருக்குது ப்ரோ. ப்ரீமியம் சப்ஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் தான் ஜிடிஎஃப்ஐ. சேட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்கீங்க, டிஸ்கார்டு வேணா. எங்க உங்களோட டிஸ்கார்டு? புல்லட் அப் அமைதியாக இருக்குது. வாங்க டிஸ்கார்டுக்குள்ள வந்துட்டேன்.
ப்ரோ கேக்குதா?
கேட்குது ப்ரோ. என்ன சாப்பிட்டீங்களா?
சாப்பிட்டேன் ப்ரோ. இன்னைக்கு சீரியல்லாம் வந்திருந்தாங்க, அதுக்குள்ள உட்காந்து பேசிட்டு இப்போ தான் போனோம் 10 மணிக்கு.
பார்சக் வேறு எதாவது கண்டிப்பாக ஏதாவது ஒரு ஃப்ரீ ஆப் இருக்கும். நிறைய பேர் விளாட்றானுங்க யூடியூப்பில் இந்த மாதிரி ஷேர் பண்ணி.
அப்படியா?
ஒருவேளை ரிமோட் ஷேராக இருக்குமோ?
அந்த மாதிரி கூட ஸ்டீம் லிங்காக கூட இருக்கலாம்.
ஆமாம் ப்ரோ. இங்கே பாருங்கள், ரிமோட் பிளே டுகெதர் இந்த கேமுக்கு இருக்குது. ஒரு ஆள் பர்ச்சேஸ்
கூட ஒருத்தர் வாங்கி இன்னொருத்தர் இன்வைட் பண்ணுமா?
ஒருத்தர் வாங்கி இன்னொருத்தருக்கு அப்படியே ஸ்க்ரீன் ஷேர் ஆகும். இன்னொருத்தர் கண்ட்ரோலரை மட்டும் மாட்டிக்கிட்டு அப்படி விளாட்லாம்.
ஸ்பிளிட் ஃபிக்ஷன்லாம் வந்து யாராவது ஒருத்தர் வாங்கினா போதும், இன்னும் ஒரு பிளேயர் இன்வைட் பண்ணிக்கலான்ற மாதிரிலாம் அந்த மாதிரி கிடையாது.
அந்த மாதிரி கிடையாது. இது ரிமோட் பிளேனா ஒரு ஆள் மட்டும் இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணியிருந்தா போதும். ரிமோட் பிளே டுகெதர். கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு வேற என்ன கேம் இருக்கு? இதில் என்ன ப்ரோ 1600 தான் போட்டிருக்கு. அப்புறம் இதில் ப்ளே ஃப்ரெண்ட் பாஸ் இருக்கு. ஒரு ஆள் வாங்கியிருந்தேன். இப்போ இதே ஃப்ரெண்ட் பாஸ் இருக்கு பாருங்கள், ஃப்ரீயாக இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஒரு ஆள் மட்டும் வாங்கியிருந்தா இது பண்ணிக்கலாம். அப்புறம் இதுக்கு ரிமோட் பிளே
மல்டி பிளேயர் பெருசா இருந்தா உடனே ப்ரோ ரைஸ் பிளாக் மெட் ஒர்க் ஆகும். நீயும் Sims for High on Life. High on Life 2 Thoughts of Hunger. ஏதாவது ஒண்ணு
என்ன ப்ரோ
ஃபிட்கர்ல டெய்லி ஒரு கேம் விடுறான் ப்ரோ.
ப்ரோ ஒன்றா விட்றான், டெய்லி 4-5 விட்றான் ப்ரோ அவன்.
4-5 விடுறான் ப்ரோ, அதில் ஒரு டபுள் ட்ரிபிள் விட்டுறான்.
அவன் விட்றது எல்லாம் சிங்கிள் பிளேயர் தான் விட்டுருவான்.
மல்டி பிளேயர் என்ன கிராக் வச்சிருக்கான்னு பார்ப்போம்.
பாருங்க, அவன் மல்டி பிளேயரை விட மாட்டான்
ப்ரோ. நியோ 3ன்னு ஒரு கேம் வந்திருக்குல்ல, அது மல்டி பிளேயர் விட்டுருக்கான்.
லியோவா?
லியோ இல்ல, NIOH, அந்த இது மாதிரி ஃபைட்டிங் கேம்.
ஃபைட்டிங்கா?
NIOH3 ஃபைட்டிங்னா இந்த மாதிரி ப்ரோ, வின்ஸ் மீட் ஊக்காங்க அதெல்லாம் மிக்ஸ் பண்ண மாதிரி ஒரு கேம்.
ஓ, நியோ 3யா?
NIOH3
எப்போ வந்தது?
இப்போ வந்தது ப்ரோ இது.
அப்படியா? மல்டி பிளேயர் இருக்கா என்ன?
ஃபிட்கர்ல விட்டுருக்கான் பாருங்க மல்டி பிளேயர் கிராக்கோட.
நேற்று தான் ப்ரோ வந்திருக்கு, அதுக்குள்ளேயும் விட்டானா?
என்ன சொல்றீங்க?
எஸ்டர்டேன்னு தான் இருக்கு, 13th February.
7ஆம் தேதி விட்டுருக்காங்க, February 7.
7 இல்லையா? லாஸ்ட் அப்டேட். ஓகே ஓகே. என்னது இது? ஃபைட்டிங் ஊக்காங் மாதிரி இருக்கு. இது மல்டி பிளேயரா?
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் மல்டி பிளேயர் கேம் பிளே பார்க்கணும் எப்படி இருக்குன்னு.
சிங்கிள் பிளேயர் ஆன்லைன் கோஆப்.
நீங்க எதுல பாக்குறீங்க? ஸ்டீம்லயா?
ஆமா, ஸ்டீம்ல பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கேன்.
ஓகே.
இது விண்டு, இந்த கேம் மாதிரி தான் ப்ரோ இருக்கு, விண்டு மாதிரி. இந்த விண்டு கேம் ஒன்று ட்ரை பண்ணலாம், அது மாதிரி தான் இருக்கு. ஆனால் ஃபுல்லாக கிரைண்ட் பண்ணி அடிக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கு. இது எவனும் போட்டு பார்க்கவே இல்லை. இது
Third 5A Lords of the Fallen. லார்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் த ஃபால்னா நம்ம விளையாண்டுக்க மாட்டோம், அது இந்த சோல்ஸ் மாதிரி இருக்கும்.
எல்லாம் ஃபாரினர் தான் ப்ரோ போட்டிருக்கானுங்க இந்த கேமை ஃபுல்லாக. நியோ 3
ஃபார்மிங் ஸ்டிமுலேட்டரு, அந்த ஸ்டிமுலேட்டரு, இந்த ஸ்டிமுலேட்டரு, இதுதான் ஆன்லைன்ல விட்டுருக்காங்க.
இது 2K26 எப்போ
ஆன்லைன் மல்டிபிளேயர்
ரிலீஸ்
ப்ரோ.
ஆனாலும்
2K26
WWFப்பா தெரில எப்போ ரிலீஸ் ஆன அடுத்த நாளே வந்துடும்.
டெட் ஐலாண்ட் 2 மல்டிபிளேயர் இருக்கு.
டெட் ஐலாண்ட் 2,
டிராகன் பால் ஸ்பார்க்லிங் 0 இருக்கு.
டெட் ஐலாண்ட் 2ல என்கிட்ட கேமே இருக்கே. இதெல்லாம் ஃப்ரீயாக கொடுத்தானுங்க.
டையிங் லிஸ்ட் பீஸ்ட் இருக்கு மல்டிப்ளேயர்.
ப்ரோ அதுதான் ப்ரோ கடுப்பு ப்ரோ. அது ஃபுல்லாக விட்டானுங்களா இருக்கும் அப்டேட்லாம். கஷ்டப்பட்டு அதெல்லாம் ஏற்றி எரர் வந்துக்கிட்டே இருந்துச்சு, கனெக்ட் ஆக மாட்டேன்ருச்சு.
அது டெய்லி பேட்ச் விட்டா என்ன ப்ரோ பண்றது நம்ம?
மூன் லைட்டுன்னு ஒன்று இருக்குது. இப்போ மூன் லைட்டு தான் நல்லா இருக்குன்றான்.
மூன் லைட்டா? என்ன மாதிரி கேமு?
அது கேம் இல்லை, சாஃப்ட்வேரு. சிஸ்டம் ஷேரிங் தான். For a general remote control, run disk or any disk. Okay. It allows you to play your PC games on almost any device whenever you're in another room or miles away from your gaming rig. Stream up to 4K with HDR support. 120 FPS streaming. Completely free. இந்த மாதிரி தான் ஒன்று தேவை. எப்படி டவுன்லோட் பண்ணுறது? செட்டப் கைடு.
ஸ்பிளிட் முடிச்சிட்டீங்களா?
எது ப்ரோ?
ஸ்பிளிட் ஃபிக்ஷன்.
அது இல்லையே என்கிட்ட கேமு. நீங்கள் வச்சுருக்கீங்களா? ஒரு ஆள் வச்சுருந்தா விளாட்லாம்.
இல்லை ஆன்லைன் மல்டிப்ளேயர் இருக்கு, கிராக்கு
இருக்கா? அப்போ போடுமா? எதில் இருக்கு? டோடியா?
பிட்கள்.
ஓகே, டவுன்லோட் போடுங்க. நான் இந்த லைவ் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுறேன்.